promotes economic growth and development through various initiatives and collaborations through state chapters within their respective regions. It has been relentlessly working towards nurturing and bettering the relation with the industry and promoting trade, and has organized events in that pursuit like the 16th Punjab International Trade Expo, PITEX 2022, Shimla International Trade Expo, CITEX 2023 Summer Edition, First edition of Uttar Pradesh International Trade Expo, UPITEX, and other trade exhibitions in India and abroad. PHDCCI's delegations often visit various countries with the aim of promoting trade and fostering international business relations. These initiatives not only underline PHDCCI's commitment to global collaboration, but also demonstrate their dedication to facilitating trade opportunities and expanding economic horizons. A total of 85 delegates visited countries like Oman, Senegal, Abuja, Lagos in Nigeria, Accra in Ghana, Hong Kong, Macau and Slovenia for trade promotion, and the sectors that were promoted were healthcare, IT and digitization, education, sustainability and environmental, social and governance, ESG practices, renewable energy and agriculture startups.
As a business house, many problems keep happening, a lot of confusions are there, and there the job of PSD, Chamber of Commerce, is to handhold everybody in helping, fostering good relationship with Government of India, making them aware what changes are happening.
The PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry celebrated its 117th annual session on September 30th, 2022 at Hotel Taj Palace in New Delhi, focusing on the theme India at 75, celebrating India's pursuit for self-reliance. Graced by the presence of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Piyush Goyal.
I'm sure PhD Chamber will continue to provide leadership in this post-pandemic world so that we can power ahead and the India growth story will be second to none in the world.
Additionally, a post-budget interactive session with Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, took place on February at PhD House in New Delhi. PHDCCI also recently organized the third edition of its International Climate Summit at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi, with the theme Sustainability through Green Growth, Green Hydrogen, Biofuels, Renewables, a new pathway to climate change mitigation. This summit featured notable speakers addressing environmental challenges and sustainable solutions. At its headquarters in New Delhi, PHDCCI hosted an interactive session on the new Master Plan Delhi 2041 with Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, in attendance. PHDCCI further hosted a range of events like, including the following: First Media Summit on the rise of Indian language, newspapers and the tech tie, interactive session on G20, opportunities for business. Collaborating with Punjab National Bank, it also presented the Power Evening Program and Bharat Startup Summit and Expo in New Delhi, featuring Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Railways and Communications, along with a discussion with Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable MOS with the independent charge for the Ministry of Science and Technology. Second Inland Waterways Summit, graced by Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, as the chief guest. Insightful dialogue session between PHDCCI's President, Mr. Saket Dalmia, and Paytm's founder, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma. PHDCCI also signed an MOU with Sri Sri Ravi Shankar and hosted an interactive session with Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, Honorable Chief Economic Advisor in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. Furthermore, PHDCCI holds regular interactions with the eminent dignitaries and government officials to apprise them about the important industry concerns and expectations. a delegation's visit to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, as well as meetings with Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Amit Shah, the Honorable Home Minister of India, and Shri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Defence Minister of India. Additionally, PHDCCI delegations met various union and state ministers, including Honorable Mr. Jyotiraditya M. Scindia, Honorable Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, Mr. Hemant Soren, Honorable Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, along with the Chief of the Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey. The PhD chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government too, and vows to give impetus to the mission of Make in India for the world and celebrate our Azadi Ka Mahotsav.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation, and holistic participation amongst the government, industry, and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey.
We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely PhD FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
Being the voice of industry and trade, we have been facilitating policy dialogues with central and state governments, taking up the industry issues with various governments and making sure that these issues are sorted out so that the industry can contribute towards the nation's building. We work on more than 60 verticals of Indian economy. We create many trade shows. We bridge the gap between government and industry, and we remain the most trusted voice of industry and trade.
We extend our gratitude to all our annual sponsors, patrons, and star members for their constant support in strengthening the PHDCCI and giving it wings to fly high and accomplish higher visions. Guided by the visionary leadership of PM Modi, backed by the strong policies, India is one of the fastest growing economies of the world. Supporting Prime Minister's vision of Amrit Kal, envisioning a new self-reliant India, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry earnestly wishes to contribute in fostering economic growth, employment generation, and sustainable development across the country. Established in 1905, PHDCCI has been working proactively at the grassroots level across India with strong national and international linkages and keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth, the Gati Shakti Master Plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation.
PHDCCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium and small industries, playing its role of a policy advocate and extending best support to the industry stakeholders. PHDCCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all the challenges related to industry, trade and commerce.
As PhD Chambers works at a grassroots level and the states are its major strength, PhD Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry and people. PhD Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PHDCCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms and meeting rooms at its offices in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow and Jaipur. Furthermore, apart from our headquarters in Delhi and 17 regional offices across India, PHDCCI has been working with the embassies, high commissions in India and overseas Indian missions. PHDCCI is the Program Directorate for the Startup 20 Engagement Group under the India G20 presidency.
Team which is funding gets actively involved and he takes the initiative, they would certainly not compromise with anything less than the best. So I'm glad this is an initiative which is going to make this startup movement a sustainable exercise in the years to come. So I once again compliment.
There are 3 task forces under Startup 20: Foundations and Alliances, Finance, and Inclusion and Sustainability. Mr. Saket Dalmia, President PHDCCI, is co-chair of the Finance Task Force of Startup 20. PHDCCI offers services such as Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, Certification Services, PhD Chamber IP Facilitation Center, IPFC, Center of Excellence, COE in Green Hydrogen, Center of Sustainability, COS, Trade and Investment Facilitation Services, TIFS. PHDCCI actively contributes in 6 thrust areas, which are education and skill development, health and wellness, startup ecosystem, infrastructure development, green energy and biofuels, and agri and agribusiness. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry promotes economic growth and development through various initiatives and collaborations through state chapters within their respective regions. It has been relentlessly working towards nurturing and bettering the relation with the industry and promoting trade, and has organized events in that pursuit like the 16th Punjab International Trade Expo, Bitex 2022, Shimla International Trade Expo, Sitex 2023 Summer Edition, First edition of Uttar Pradesh International Trade Expo, UPITEX, and other trade exhibitions in India and abroad. PHDCCI's delegations often visit various countries with the aim of promoting trade and fostering international business relations. These initiatives not only underline PHDCCI's commitment to global collaboration, but also demonstrate their dedication to facilitating trade opportunities and expanding economic horizons. A total of 85 delegates visited countries like Oman, Senegal, Abuja, Lagos in Nigeria, Accra in Ghana, Hong Kong, Macau and Slovenia for trade promotion, and the sectors that were promoted were healthcare, IT and digitization, education, sustainability and environmental, social and governance, ESG practices, renewable energy and agriculture startups.
As a business house, many problems keep happening, a lot of confusions are there, and there the job of PSD, Chamber of Commerce, is to handhold everybody in helping fostering good relationship with Government of India, making them aware what changes are happening.
The PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry celebrated its 117th annual session on September 30th, 2022 at Hotel Taj Palace in New Delhi, focusing on the theme India at 75, celebrating India's pursuit for self-reliance. Graced by the presence of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Piyush Goyal.
I'm sure PhD Chamber will continue to provide leadership in this post-pandemic world so that we can power ahead and the India growth story will be second to none in the world.
Additionally, a post-budget interaction with the Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, took place on February at PhD House in New Delhi. PHDCCI also recently organized the 3rd edition of its International Climate Summit at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi, with the theme Sustainability through Green Growth, Green Hydrogen, Biofuels, Renewables, a new pathway to climate change mitigation. This summit featured notable speakers addressing environmental challenges and sustainable solutions. At its headquarters in New Delhi, PHDCCI hosted an interactive session on the new Master Plan Delhi 2041 with Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, in attendance. PHDCCI further hosted a range of events like, including the following: First Media Summit on the rise of Indian language, newspapers and the tactile. Interactive session on G20, opportunities for business. Collaborating with Punjab National Bank, it also presented the Power Evening Program and Bharat Startup Summit and Expo in New Delhi, featuring Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Railways and Communications, along with a discussion with Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable MOS with the independent charge for the Ministry of Science and Technology. Second Inland Waterways Summit, graced by Sri Sarbanand Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, as the chief guest. Insightful dialogue session between PHDCCI's President, Mr. Saket Dalmia, and Paytm's founder, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma. PHDCCI also signed an MOU with Sri Sri Ravi Shankar and hosted an interactive session with Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, Honorable Chief Economic Advisor in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. Furthermore, PHDCCI holds regular interactions with the eminent dignitaries and government officials to apprise them about the important industry concerns and expectations. A delegation's visit to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, as well as meetings with Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Sri Amit Shah, the Honorable Home Minister of India, and Sri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Defence Minister of India. Additionally, PHDCCI delegations met various union and state ministers, including Honorable Mr. Jyotiraditya M. Scindia, Honorable Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, Mr. Hemant Soren, Honorable Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and Sri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, along with the Chief of the Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey. The PhD chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government too, and vows to give impetus to the mission of Make in India for the world and celebrate our Azadi Ka Mahotsav.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation and holistic participation amongst the government, industry and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey.
We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely PhD FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
Being the voice of industry and trade, we have been facilitating policy dialogues with central and state governments, taking up the industry issues with various governments and making sure that these issues are sorted out so that the industry can contribute towards the nation's building. We work on more than 60 verticals of Indian economy. We create many trade shows.
Guided by the visionary leadership of PM Modi, backed by the strong policies, India is one of the fastest growing economies of the world. Supporting Prime Minister's vision of Amrit Kal, envisioning a new self-reliant India, PHD Chamber of Commerce and Industry earnestly wishes to contribute in fostering economic growth, employment generation and sustainable development across the country. Established in 1905, PHDCCI has been working proactively at the grassroots level across India with strong national and international linkages and keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth, the Gati Shakti master plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation.
PHDCCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium and small industries, playing its role of a policy advocate and extending best support to the industry stakeholders. PHDCCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all the challenges related to industry, trade and commerce.
As PJ Chambers works at a grassroots level and the states are its major strength, PJ Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that the reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry and people. PH Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PHDCCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms and meeting rooms at its offices in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow and Jaipur. Furthermore, apart from our headquarters in Delhi and 17 regional offices across India, PHDCCI has been working with the embassies, high commissions in India and overseas Indian missions. PHDCCI is the program directorate for the Startup 20 engagement group under the India G20 presidency.
Field which is funding gets actively involved and he takes the initiative, they would certainly not compromise with anything less than the best. So I'm glad this is an initiative which is going to make this startup movement a sustainable exercise in the years to come. So I once again compliment.
There are 3 task forces under Startup 20: Foundations and Alliances, Finance, and Inclusion and Sustainability. Mr. Saket Dalmia, President PHDCCI, is co-chair of the Finance Task Force of Startup 20. PHDCCI offers services such as Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, certification services, PhD Chamber IP Facilitation Center, IPFC, Center of Excellence, COE in Green Hydrogen, Center of Sustainability, COS, Trade and Investment Facilitation Services, TIFS. PHDCCI actively contributes in 6 thrust areas, which are education and skill development, health and wellness, startup ecosystem, infrastructure development, green energy and biofuels, and agri and agribusiness. PHD Chamber of Commerce and Industry promotes economic growth and development through various initiatives and collaborations through state chapters within their respective regions. It has been relentlessly working towards nurturing and bettering the relation with the industry and promoting trade, and has organized events in that pursuit like the 16th Punjab International Trade Expo, PITEX 2022, Shimla International Trade Expo, CITEX 2023 Summer Edition, First edition of Uttar Pradesh International Trade Expo, UPITEX, and other trade exhibitions in India and abroad. PHDCCI's delegations often visit various countries with the aim of promoting trade and fostering international business relations. These initiatives not only underline PHDCCI's commitment to global collaboration, but also demonstrate their dedication to facilitating trade opportunities and expanding economic horizons. A total of 85 delegates visited countries like Oman, Senegal, Abuja, Lagos in Nigeria, Accra in Ghana, Hong Kong, Macau and Slovenia for trade promotion, and the sectors that were promoted were healthcare, IT and digitization, education, sustainability and environmental, social and governance (ESG) practices, renewable energy and agriculture startups.
As a business house, many problems keep happening, a lot of confusions are there, and there the job of PSG, Chamber of Commerce, is to handhold everybody in helping fostering good relationship with Government of India, making them aware what changes are happening.
The PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry celebrated its 117th annual session on September 30th, 2022 at Hotel Taj Palace in New Delhi, focusing on the theme India at 75, celebrating India's pursuit for self-reliance. Graced by the presence of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Piyush Goyal.
And
good morning and a warm welcome to all of you to a very special celebration of National Technology Day. Every year on May 11th, India commemorates the successful nuclear tests at Pokhran in 1998 and marks significant achievements in science and technology by our scientists, scholars and researchers. PHDCCI is hosting the day-long National Technology Day Symposium 2024 to celebrate the success of our nuclear scientists and to discuss the role of nuclear energy in India's clean energy transition. I'm Anisha Nair Dhawan, your host for the day. I would now like to invite on stage our dignitaries for the inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage our dignitaries for the inaugural session. Please welcome with a round of applause Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkar, former Chair, Atomic Energy Commission. Please welcome him on stage. I would request Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Executive Director, PHDCCI, and Dr. Jatinder Singh, Assistant Secretary General, PHDCCI, to please accompany Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkar on the stage. Joining them on the stage are Dr. Sunil Pandey, Director, Circular Economy and Waste Management, TERI. Also joining us for the inaugural session is Dr. Nitendra Singh, President, Indian Youth Nuclear Society, and Dr. S.S. Manod, Vice President, Indian Youth Nuclear Society. Please give them a huge round of applause and welcome them on stage for the inaugural session. I request all of you to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
We would like to kickstart the day's proceedings by invoking divine blessings. We would like to kickstart the proceedings with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. For an auspicious start to the event, I would request our esteemed dignitaries to please come forward to light the ceremonial lamp. I would request Dr. Ranjit Mehta and Dr. Jatinder Singh to please accompany our esteemed dignitaries on stage to please light the ceremonial lamp. Would request Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakodkar, Dr. Sunil Pandey, Dr. Nitendra Singh and Dr. S.S. Manod to please come forward to light the lamp. I would request Dr. Nayak and Dr. Swaran Singh to also please come up on stage for lighting of the lamp. I will request Dr. A.K. Nayak also to please join in to light the lamp. Thank you all for initiating this auspicious start to the event. I would request all of you to please take your respective seats. When the Pokhran nuclear tests were done in 1998, India boldly announced its entry into the nuclear power club. India demonstrated its ability to possess and deploy nuclear weapons, which enhance its deterrent capabilities. We also use nuclear power to serve our energy needs. India has 22 nuclear power reactors in 7 states with an installed capacity of 7.5 gigawatts. But this is just 1.8% of our total installed capacity of nearly 442 gigawatts. Nuclear power reactors do not produce direct carbon dioxide emissions, and their carbon footprint is much lower than the traditional fossil fuels. But accidents like accidents have given nuclear power a bad rep. The 2011 Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster is considered the worst nuclear incident in 25 years and the largest since Chernobyl disaster in 1986. Because of the earthquake and tsunami in 2011 in Japan, radioactive material leaked into the air, soil, and sea. Now, energy security for a high-growth country like India is very important. And while renewable energy investments are growing at a very fast clip, should we be overlooking the expansion of nuclear capabilities? What role does nuclear energy have to play in India's clean energy transition? We will be discussing this and more during the course of the day today. For the opening remarks, I would like to invite to the podium Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Executive Director, PHDCCI. Dr. Ranjit Mehta holds a PhD in Management and a University Gold Medal. He holds an Organizational Leadership Certificate from Harvard Business School and a Management degree from Cornell University in United States. He has over 34 years of experience in various corporate leadership roles. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Ranjit Mehta.
Thank you. Very good morning to everyone. Dr. Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Anil Kakotkar, former Chair, Atomic Energy Commission. Dr. Naren Singh, President, Indian Youth Nuclear Society. Dr. Sunil Pandey, Director, Circular Economy and Waste Management Theory. Dr. Samyak Manot, Co-founder and CTO, IYNS Technology. Dr. Jatinder Singh, Assistant Secretary General, PHDCCI. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen present here. It's my proud privilege to welcome the distinguished guest on the dais today. My special thanks to Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakotkar ji, who is going to share his experiences from atomic energy. And PHDCCI, with 119 years old history in serving the nation, we are having more than 24 offices in various states and union territories of India, and serving to more than 150,000 companies And most of these companies, around 70% of these companies, are small businesses, MSMEs. So it's a great pleasure today in this National Technology Mission. Technology has definitely made a great difference to our life, to the efficiency that we can bring to our work, to personal life. And in 1998, when Prime Minister of India, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, declared 11th May as a National Technology Day, I think this is devoted to the youth, to the scientists, to the innovators who have brought us laurels globally. And India, with 1.4 billion people, currently is one of the fastest growing economy in the world, to become Viksit Bharat by 2047. As we are in this journey together, I think that we'll have to bring everyone together, and the challenges what we have today is climate change, one of the biggest challenge. And for that, India has already committed to be net zero by 2070. And we have also a mission to reduce our carbon emissions by around 45% by 2030. So therefore, in this energy basket, nuclear energy is going to be very, very significant. Currently, which is not contributing enough, but time has come that we have to create an ecosystem where nuclear energy can be, added to the energy basket, and its contribution can be increased. And throughout the history, we have seen that it is the youth which has been responsible for transformation. And today, PHDCCI, collaborating with IYNS, we are very proud to collaborate with this young organization, as India today is one of the youngest country in the world in terms of working people below 35 years of age. India is exhilarating. These young people are bringing a lot of hope, energy, idealism, innovative spirit to the country. And today, I call upon all the young people to be part of this journey. And this Technology Day should not be the only day when we remember that we have to be part of this innovative journey. It is in our everyday life. And youth has to be a voice against the climate change, active voice against the climate change. And we have seen throughout the history, whenever a revolution comes, there it is the youth who has played a very, very crucial role. I thank IYNS. Thank you very much for joining PHDCCI. They are doing a great job, and this is just the beginning. I think that we are going to have many more programs to make sure that every young person in the country join this journey to fight against the climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, we have great distinguished speakers out here. We are going to hear from them. We are going to have their vision. And I hope that by the end of the day, you go from here with a lot of wisdom, which will be shared by very distinguished people here. Even if you take one leaf out of their rich book, I think that you are going to be the change agent in the society from today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We also have with us on the stage Dr. Nitendra Singh, President, Indian Youth Nuclear Society. Dr. Nitendra Singh is a nuclear engineer with expertise in nuclear safety and design, working at ITER organization. He holds a doctorate in nuclear engineering from Homi Bhabha National Institute, HPNI, India, a master's in nuclear engineering from University Paris-Saclay, France, and a Master of Technology in Nuclear Science and Technology from University of India. Please put your hands together and welcome on the podium Dr. Nitendra Singh. I request him to please address the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta, for your kind words and hosting IYNS at PHDCCI. Thank you all the distinguished guests here and in the audience for joining this early morning session, and very warm welcome to all the audience and here and online. If I may have the slides, please. So basically, I just want to welcome all of you, just to give you what is the brief, and just a moment. Thank you. So welcome, and as Mehta sir has already mentioned that we need to stay in some limits. This is the latest data which we received yesterday, published by NASA, that we are already in 1.32 degree high above the global average temperature compared to pre-industrial era. This is continuously 11th month in highest temperature data from the globe. So welcome this as well. Welcome this as well, because if we continue to do like this, then 1.5 degree will raise it to 2 months of equivalent drought. And if we continue, you can see the scenario, soon we'll become Mars. No need to explore further if we don't take actions. So welcome to this as well. One thing which is really, really important to remember, which we mostly forget, that when we talk about climate change, we are always doing the blame game. He is doing this, we are not doing. He is doing this, he is emitting, we are not emitting, and things like that. And it is valid for everyone, including the individuals, including the one industry to another, one sector to another, one country to another. But we forget that we are living in a closed system. Our actions have their own consequences, and it is valid for everyone. So remember, now we continue. So we understood that climate change has effect on each of us, and one of the major emitter in carbon emissions or greenhouse gases, energy sector is significant one. So we really need to take some actions or strong actions to address the decarbonization possibility towards this sector. I am addressing energy because I belong to this field. But that doesn't mean that all of you have to work in that direction. You can also contribute in your respective fields as well. But more or less, energy sector contribute to almost 20% of the global emissions. So it is a significant one. Having said that, let's focus and understand what is the current scenario in our country, so that we can figure out what we are here for. Very ambitiously, our government wants to have a rapid expansion of GDP, $35 trillion economy by 2047. And to have better human index, we want to become a developed nation, which is a good thing, which is good for everyone. And this suggests that the energy demand will be so high that we need to compromise in a manner that whether we should continue developing or we should focus on our carbon footprints. So, scenario one. Second one is, as Dr. Mehta has already mentioned, we are one of the youngest country. So what has happened if you go like 100 years back, the previous generations were not that much aware about the implications of the development and use of fossils they were doing, because it's a scientifically thing that if you are taking actions today, global actions in terms of climate effect, good or bad, the effect will be reflected after 20 years. So you have to understand that whatever good you do today will be reflected 20 years after, and whatever bad you do, it will be after that. So the main concern here today is not us, frankly. It is the generation which is about to come, your children, your grandchildren. And this is where we have to understand. And this generation, which is already Gen Z, which is known as digital natives, they are very well aware about what you are doing, what you have done. So even if you are not doing anything, it will be criticized. Or if you are doing wrong, it will be criticized. So it's better to take good credit and do something good. So that's the second scenario. As I mentioned, that we need to decarbonize sector of energy. If you go through all these energy sectors or energy producing technologies, you will figure out that the least carbon emitting sector are mainly two. One nuclear, and then second one is hydro. Now hydro has its own limitation because it is based on natural resources. You cannot have it everywhere. So eventually you are left with only one option. You accept it or not, but it is a fact. The good part is, nuclear is not only addressing your energy demand. Along with this, it has multiple utilizations which you can go. And it is really nice that it can partner with other renewable energies for your net zero course. And most importantly, which we never accept, I don't know why we have this understanding that anything coming from outside the country is good, but from inside it is. So India has proven that nuclear technologies are beyond surprises or at par with the global nuclear technologies. We have set many records in terms of operation, in terms of safety in the country. So we have proven competencies, we have proven capabilities to expand. We are producing the most number of engineers and the scientists in the world, even exporting them. So we have the third scenario. Now the concerns. We understood that everything we have a problem, we have a solution. Still it is being almost 70 years, and we are still, as mentioned by ma'am, it is like 1.8, close to 2. And it will reduce if we won't go fast because the energy demand is increasing. And if we have to follow this development goals of 2047, then it will be even faster. Then what are the challenges? As I mentioned, hurdles and obstacles. This we have to understand what are the really hurdles which we can really overcome quickly, or what are the obstacles which we need to spend time and get rid of them as well. So what are the concerns? For me, this is the first one. Don't focus on image and reading because you can see it everywhere across the country. When you see these sort of scenarios, it is mentioned, our energy, your tomorrow. And you will be surprised that nuclear is not the part of it. So if we know it is the solution, then why it is not the part of it? So this is one of my concerns. Another one is, which recently I went through this report which was published by the scientific, principal scientific advisor to the PM organization, which was very well curated by brilliant minds of the country. But few things which I really wanted to understand. Now, before I read this, I wanted to understand the thinking. If you go back to the history, whether you take war, whether you take growth plans, if you really want to grow, to lead, or to become developed nation, your thinking, your attitude defines where you will be leading. So if you really want to do this, then individuals, industry, youth, institutions, academicians, politicians, all of us should have that sort of attitude. Then only we can move further. So few points which I got that US domestic nuclear capacity has potential. I feel that we also have. So we should encourage this part and understand that because of the trade bans and lack of indigenous uranium. So this defines a very precise problem which we have in front of us. Now this is a good part, but it is our responsibility that we should address this. Now this is one of the topic of discussion for today, that how we can address this, how we can solve this, whether it's a hurdle or an obstacle, or if we can really bring out some innovative solution to that. One more point which is really interesting, I saw that India has planned to explore greater role of nuclear energy. But I still don't see how. We want to go multifold, but how? If we want to multiply the nuclear capacity, that means more number of reactors. That means more number of resources are required. So what are those plans which are missing if you read through different stakeholders? So this is another concern. And last concern which is here, that if you read the last line, the future technologies include low carbon hydrogen, fuel cell, biocell. Of course, my wife is biotechnologist. I would love to have it. But we are missing a technology which is fusion. Globally, if you see, we are at par. India is a partner in ITER organization, which is the largest fusion technology under progress, under construction in France. So if we know that if you really want to grow, you need to invest in technology today. We don't have this, and in country, we don't see many people or none of them actually talking about it. So we need to figure this out as well. So this is another concern coming from this. As I mentioned, everyone should think about it in this direction. So I tried to dig out the parliamentary questions which are raised in terms of nuclear. So our parliamentarians, they are there to discuss all those scenarios. And I wanted to understand what they are trying to discuss and how they feel about it. This is the latest one which I found in, which was asked in the last session of December last year. And this describes a really nice question, which was demanding what are the scenario of SMRs and how we can go further and how it should be addressed. The answer was pretty small. I'm not sure it has been debated or what. This maybe we need to dig further to understand. But few points which are missing, which I always try to see in terms of discussion, that even if we talk about SMRs, is there any indigenous program about it, or we have our own design about it? Are we doing some sort of thinking or redirectional thing in this direction? Or what should be the timeline? We have set the timeline for GDP growth, but then there should be actionable plan, timeline for other things as well, which will lead to this 35 trillion. So this sort of understanding is still, I feel, missing, which we should discuss. There are foreign reactors as well, which is another aspect which we have. Since we don't have uranium, so we try to import reactors which comes with a fuel, which is a good understanding. It gives you a confidence in a global scenario. However, are they really cost effective? Or if we can do something about making them cost effective, what is their timeline and what are their challenges? Because the main narrative here is that we have to go fast, which we understood. Then what are the challenges in going faster in those directions? So this is another challenge. One thing which I found discussing with different stakeholders is this, that industry is really ambitious now because they need to decarbonize themselves while maintaining their growth and production rates. So they have big ambition and they are resourceful, they are ready to do, they are ready to invest in it. However, they don't have a dedicated knowledge or experience in nuclear. On the other hand, Department of Atomic Energy has a good resource and knowledge. Of course, they are the driver of this in the country. And there are youth organizations, think tank like IYNS, there are many more forums who are ambitious as well. They have some sort of knowledge as well, but they are not resourceful like that. What is the missing link is that all three of them are not very well connected. So I feel, is there a way where we can actually connect themselves and we can find out innovative solution to solve this scenario as well? So this is my last concern. As I mentioned, I am not here to talk about just the problems we have. Today's forum is mainly to find out the problems, challenges, and discuss to find the solutions as well. And this requires really a model shift approach to have nuclear energy for new India, as we say. And one of the layman solution which I feel should be that there should be immediate actions. Take examples of existing fleet, existing experience in nuclear energy in combination with the renewable energies. Then there should be some midterm policy where we can highlight the small and micro modular reactors, Gen 4 reactors. And then we should also invest today in long-term strategies like fusion, which is already showing many credible results now. We have seen many breakthroughs in last 2 years majorly. Before ending, I would really like to address Mr. Bhabha, not only because he is the father of Indian nuclear program, but he was the person who decided to build a reactor when we were not even having money to actually feed our population. And that too at a time where the Western powers were really going really fast at that point of time. Cut to today, we have everything, I feel, in terms of knowledge, money, decision making, whatever you want. Then why are we still not there? Now, that's the open discussion for today, and I invite all of you to brainstorm on that, and by end of the discussion, we'll have some sort of way forward to take us. Thank you so much.
Now we have an address by a very special guest. Dr. Sunil Pandey, Director, Circular Economy and Waste Management, Delhi, is an expert in municipal, industrial and hospital waste management with over 30 years of research and consultancy experience. Dr. Pandey's areas of expertise include air, water and soil quality monitoring, site assessments and performance evaluation of effluent treatment plants. Please put your hands together and welcome on the podium Dr. Sunil Pandey.
Thank you, PhD Chamber, and thank you, IYNS, for inviting me here. I have not directly worked on nuclear waste. You know, it's a much regulated field. But we find that when we go through characteristics, go through regulation, it's very similar to industrial waste, which we call hazardous waste. And, but it requires much more sophisticated safety measures, basically, to handle it. What I'll do is, it naturally has a potential, as said by our earlier speaker, that it's a good solution, possible good solution to net zero. And also the way solarization is happening in country, another net zero option. Nuclear, if developed successfully, will have much lower footprint than the kind of megawatt-based solar power plants we are looking at, and much less land will come under nuclear. What I would like to touch is, some environmental aspects of the nuclear energy. And when you look at nuclear power produced from nuclear power plant, we also need to consider, if you look at energy-related issues, energy required during, say, mining, processing fuel, also looking at refining into fuel, and also constructing and building nuclear power plants, because they require, as I said, they require much higher safety measures, so much higher cost of material to be put in the nuclear power plants, whether it is concrete, specialized concrete, steel, and also, so all these steps, also some energy is consumed. So that needs to be on a life cycle basis, that also needs to be factored in. You look at environmental aspects of operating nuclear power plants. Mining, of course, has a similar problem to mining other minerals, mine tailings, overburdens that would require, that obviously, as the literature says, our low radioactivity material will decay out to innocuous level at some point of time. But it requires some attention at the time when the ore is being mined and it's left there. Another concern is kind of emissions which are getting generated, because we used to read at some point of time thermal discharge used to be major concern. I don't know how much is the development now, because most of these reactors are close to coastal areas where they're thermal discharge is directly into the coastal waters. And that has in past shown some adverse impact in the vicinity where such high temperature water is discharged. So how much to cool? Technology, of course, has progressed. Earlier, most of the reactors were once through cooling systems, so technologies have solution, looking at cooling tower kind of measures where, water can be sufficiently used in cycles and sufficiently cooled before discharging into water. But probably Professor Kakotkar would be able to say more about that when he comes here. Also important is the fuel, the depleted fuel which is left out, and also the cooling of the fuel which is done in the storage coolant water. That becomes radioactive in the process, and that has high radioactivity value. And of course, as a waste management, it requires a special way of handling it. It has to be, depending on the radioactivity, it has to be treated, vitrified. When you say vitrified, it's basically converting that into glass-like structure. In our hazardous and toxic waste management, also for some very infectious or toxic waste, we follow that technique. We convert the waste into glass-like structure so that nothing leaches out of that, and then encapsulate it in the casing, which doesn't allow radioactivity to go out. And then it has to be stored in specially designed trenches, especially designed, preferably subsurface underground storages. But if they are not available, then above ground in a properly secured area where there's sufficient protection and inaccessibility to people or other animals and all that. And there are examples how in, say, a country like US has been storing its high level radioactivity waste in underground mines. But it's a really long time process, and it has to be stored there for many numbers of years before the radioactivity goes to the level where you don't need to bother about that. The liquid waste, of course, we have a process for dealing with that also. And looking at essentially all the emissions and liquid waste, there are control technologies, but essentially they work around how the decay happens and how ultimately the radioactivity level goes down so much that it can be then treated as a normal waste. There have been also interesting literature, though in India, if you look at our coal power plants, they say that our coal doesn't contain much background radioactivity. But also there is interesting data from US literature that when you look at radioactivity, net residual radioactivity being emitted by nuclear power plants, it's at times lower than what is being emitted through fly ash in many countries which are operating on thermal power plant. But with a disclaimer that in India, we still claim that our coal has not got much residual radioactivity. Also, I was also looking at some literature from BARC. It says that spent fuel contains certain radionuclides as a daughter products, which has also some beneficial use, which can be used in medicine, which can be used in other applications, which again shows that there's a possibility also if we design our system smartly, if we handle our waste smartly, there's also possibility to derive benefit from that. This is something which we call waste to wealth, not exactly in non-innocuous, non-hazardous waste type, but this possibility of deriving some resources from the waste. Key critical issue, which we often probably don't discuss, is at the time, say after 25, 30, 35, 40 years, when the nuclear plant goes out of commissioning and it has to be closed, then how the decommissioning, there's a protocol, there's everything in place, how much cost decommissioning would incur, and whether that has been put in when we cost the nuclear power plants, whether that cost has been included in overall cost for operating nuclear power plants, and also energy power derived from nuclear power plant. Unit-wise, it's much lower. I don't know what's the current numbers, but unit-wise, it's much lower, but whether the decommissioning cost has been loaded on that or not. And land use after certain years of decommissioning, when it is certified that it's safe now to have an alternate development. What kind of alternate development and what development, that needs to be still probably worked out. There have been many examples elsewhere, but that probably has to be shown a little more attention. Another aspect which I found interesting was looking at earlier, many years back, we used to have a lot of environmental impact assessment activities happening. I was also discussing this with Dr. Rastogi. When the new plants were coming, the environmental impact assessment also requires to be very customized for nuclear power plants. We know that this industry is very different from normal chemical industry or normal non-chemical industry. So a very customized environmental impact assessment approach has to be followed, not only for nuclear power plant per se, but also storage of fuel, storage of waste material after it's coming out of plant and all the decommissioning and everything. So that basically requires to be tackled in a proper manner. So that is something which on the environmental aspects of the nuclear energy, it's very interesting, very promising. I wanted to put through. And with that, I'll close my remarks. And thank you so much for.
We are very delighted to have with us Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Katkodkar, former chair, Atomic Energy Commission. Dr. Katkodkar is an esteemed Indian nuclear physicist and a mechanical engineer who has significantly contributed to India's nuclear program. He served as the director of BARC from 1996 to 2000, and then the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission of India and secretary to the Government Department of Atomic Energy from 2000 to 2009. He oversaw India's Operation Shakti, conducting the Pokhran 2 nuclear tests. Please put your hands together for Dr. Anil Katkodkar.
Good morning. Dr. Mehta, Dr. Nitendra Singh, our hero today. And, there is always, when you start a meeting, somebody has to set the tone. And one way of describing that setting the tone is to set the question paper. And I think I must congratulate Dr. Nitendra Singh for setting the toughest question paper, and a toughest question paper set by the youth. And I'm sure the correct and the best solution for that paper again would be provided by the youth. And it's only a question of how do we integrate the youth in addressing these issues, and that I think is the theme of this meeting. So compliments to IYNS for setting up this meeting. Dr. Sunit Pandey, I think any development has to address the positive consequences of development, which of course are all welcome, but also has to address the negative consequences of development. And it's important, we talk about circular economy and development of technologies to facilitate circular economy. But I think we should, whenever, particularly when we take a path which we want to create a significant new inflection, we must address that part. And I'm actually triggered to respond to this question about thermal pollution, which Dr. Pandey raised, by mentioning an anecdote. This was sometime in late 90s. At that time, the environmental pollution norm for thermal pollution was that the thermal discharge from power plants must be less than 10 degrees. And one day, suddenly a new regulation came in, and that 10 degrees got reduced to 5 degrees. I'm sure, Dr. Pandey, you remember that. I was director BARC, so only looking at R&D. Nuclear power was being looked at by NPCIL. Even today it is like that. But for some reason, I started getting calls after calls from the thermal power producers, NTPC and the like, all others, and said, this suddenly, this is there, we are not able to meet that standard, and if you have to meet so much of extra capital cost. And then I kept asking them that that is all right, fine, but why are you telephoning me? You either telephone Ministry of Environment or you telephone some professional society, industry body and all. So he said, no, thermal pollution is a common issue between thermal power plants and nuclear power plants. And so as Director BARC, the head of R&D institution, you must take lead in this. So I called my colleagues from BARC who were dealing with the marine biology part, and asked them, what do we know about this? So he said, nothing. So I said, no, you go around, talk to colleagues in that profession and figure out what do we know about this. They said, nothing. Then we decided that if that be so,
then let us call a national meeting. So we called a national meeting at Kalpakam, called every marine biologist whom we could connect with. So there were some 80 odd marine biologists. And again raised this question that, look, this change, including people from Ministry of Environment, it was all collective exercise. And again the same question, what do you know about this? So they all said nothing. So then I said, what is the fuss about? If we know nothing, then we can't go back to say that, well, why did you change? Maybe the ministry knows something. So you cannot challenge it, because after all, it's a national body to look after our interests. So we decided that we will set up a coordinated research program to figure out what is this problem. So it took some, as the bureaucracy in our country works, it took some time, but in a matter of couple of years, that's the speed. But we set up some, I think 8 or 10 locations where we decided to study this problem of thermal ecology, both at coastal sites as well as at inland sites. And it was done in a manner that everybody was participating, everybody was discussing it together. There is a nice video which they have brought out. There is, of course, a thick report on this. And while this work was going on, it was becoming clear that under Indian conditions, the 5 degrees probably is too much. Up to 7 degrees, there is no harm. In fact, it helps growth of fish and marine life. But maybe 10 degrees was indeed excessive. And as the report was being written, even before the report was written, we got a new regulation saying now the thermal ecology standard is 7 degrees. So the moral of the story is there is no point in this tutu maime which goes on all the time in the country. But I think we do some serious research and the solution emerges itself. And why I am saying this now is youth are much better positioned to do this than we old people, because we always say our time this was like that. So, so since you said I should say something, so I remembered this anecdote, and I'm sure probably you're aware of this, but for the sake of audience. Of course, we have Dr. Jatinder Singh in this meeting, Vice President of IYNS, Dr. Samyak Manoj, and then Professor J.B. Joshi, who is the teacher of the young. Even today he guides a large number of young people. And I'm yet to see a professor guiding as many students. So wonderful that you are here. Dr. Shailesh Nayak, former Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and today the Director of National Institute of Advanced Study. My colleague, Dr. Prabhat Kumar, we worked together in TIFAC and brought out the Technology Vision 2035. Currently, of course, he is the Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil University in Pune. And of course, most important, Dr. A.K. Nayak, who is, I think, the bridge between the young and old. And so the mantle of solving this problem is actually on his shoulders. And of course, this entire audience here, thank you very much. And I think this is a unique meeting where on a technology day we are sitting together to address yet another important challenge for the humanity, which also can be solved only on the basis of technology. So good beginning, but only a beginning. So IYNS, I suggest, must keep it up and take it forward. Now, greetings of Technology Day. The past, but we leave it to the country to decide and do that celebration. We, the youth, we must move forward. So let me talk about the agenda for this particular meeting. Very nicely worded, Indian atoms towards the net zero course. And I think the days of molecules for energy solution probably are over. We can't be burning carbon to produce carbon dioxide, or for that matter any other chemical reaction which are actually exchange of electrons, because CO2, which has become, but there are many other greenhouse gases, but CO2 is certainly one of the very prominent contributor to global warming. So let's see whether atoms can solve that problem. And that's what I'm going to talk today. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next one. Yeah, it's there. Now, oh, it's here. Okay, good. So, and I'm going to talk in India's context. Of course, we'll bring in global context where necessary, but essentially to talk in India's context. And we are talking about energy problem and its impact on the climate change and the stability of Mother Earth, and of course the consequence is an existential challenge, whether we will exist, the humanity will exist or not. Now, total energy that India consumes today is of the order of 6,500 terawatt hours. That's the current state. And I'm not talking about electricity alone, all energy put together, although I have put the units as terawatt hours, but it's total energy. We also have this great aspiration of being a developed country, Vikasita Bharat. Now, the figures on the bottom left-hand side, it's actually a very popular correlation between Human Development Index and the energy that we consume. And you only concentrate on these blue dots, blue triangles, which are aligned on a horizontal line near the top. Those are all developed countries of the world. India's position is also shown in that among the green dots. And when we say we want to be a Vikasit Bharat, we must lift India from those green dot conglomerate to the blue dot conglomerate. And you can notice that there is a threshold, there is a minimum energy which we must acquire, we must get access to be counted among those countries. And that minimum threshold in this figure is at around, it's not very clearly visible, but 2,400 kilogram oil equivalent per capita per year. That multiplied by the population of the country would tell you how much energy India should have to be Vikasit Bharat. Now this, going forward, our technology is going to improve, there is going to be a lot of electrification, which will contribute to much better efficiencies. So there is reason to believe that we could become Viksit Bharat by reaching a somewhat lower threshold than 2400 kilogram. This is an estimate. My estimate is even with 1400 kilogram oil equivalent per year, one could become Viksit Bharat. But even that 1400 kilogram oil multiplied by Indian population will give you a number which is 28,000 terawatt hours. And that's the ballpark range which Dr. Nitin Singh had said, 25,000 to 30,000 terawatt hour. And these are all ballpark numbers. So that's where we must land ourselves, but without increasing the carbon footprint. So you have this dual challenge: aspiration of development, and to do that without creating the existential threat, which means we have to decarbonize those. So today everything is more or less coming from fossil energy. We must migrate from fossil energy to clean energy, which doesn't emit carbon dioxide. But we must increase our energy access to 4 times the current use. That is the challenge. Now, of course, what are the clean energies? We all talk about renewable energy, very important. How much renewable energy we have on Indian landmass? And that number, somehow there has not been much discussion on that. It took me some time to figure out and collect data. But after being all liberal summing up, I'm not able to exceed more than 8,000 terawatt hours. So that is about the limit of renewable energy, including large hydro, mind you. I included that in that. So you want to be Viksit Bharat, then you must get access to something like 20,000 terawatt hours in addition to whatever renewable energy can do to be Viksit Bharat. And there is no other. That 20,000 can come only from nuclear. And it's not as if there is no challenge. There is a challenge there also. I'll come to that in a moment. But that is the problem. And so that is the, say, part of the first answer to the question paper that Dr. Nitendra Singh had set for us. Now, this 20,000 terawatt hours, that you are talking about a power capacity running 24/7 would translate to something like 2,500 gigawatt electric capacity, which, as I said, has to come all from nuclear. And this is mind-boggling. Today we are at around 8 gigawatt nuclear capacity. So going from 8 to 2,500 is a factor of 300. And whether this can be done, cannot be done, is the next problem that we need to find answer to. We'll come to that. But this is absolutely essential for meeting our developmental aspirations, for providing affordable electricity. By the way, nuclear is competitive. It's competitive even as compared to renewable energy, which has to be grid quality. You know, rooftop standalone, of course, renewable energy is much cheaper. But when it comes to grid quality, recent tenders have actually shown that the cost is not 2 rupees or 2.5 rupees, but it's more like 6 rupees, 8 rupees, and more. And in that comparison, in fact, nuclear is competitive. So required for providing affordable electricity, and of course, most importantly, to to solve our problem of existence, climate security. And this energy will have to be delivered not just as electricity. Maybe electricity share has to necessarily increase, but we'll have to deliver this both as electricity as well as hydrogen. So that is the way forward. Can we go to the next slide? Next slide, please. Oh, maybe, sorry. Now, question is, can we really go anywhere close to this kind of numbers, 2,500 gigawatt electric? So let us look at the nuclear resource profile, very broad. And mind you, these are all, I'm a retired person, so I'm only capable of doing back of envelope calculation. I have stopped doing those detailed analysis and scholarly reports and all, because I find many times they don't give the right answer. They only give confusing answers. So back of envelope is the proof, the check for everything, and whether a detailed report, and we have many such reports coming from different places. In fact, many foreign institutions are very eager to teach us what is right for India, and a lot of reports coming, which are India-specific reports done by these people. So I don't believe all that. I believe what my back of envelope numbers tell me. Now, if you search internet, the total uranium that the uranium resources in the world is of the order of 6 to 9 million tons. And total thorium is around 6 million tons. Now, what about India? India, the situation is reverse. We have around 0.3 million tons of uranium, which was, at my time, it was only 0.06 million tons, 60,000 tons. And then, of course, at that time, because we felt uranium scarcity, we launched a massive exploration program. So that has gone to 0.3, but it's a low-grade ore. But still, that's our resource. But we have certainly around 1 million tons of thorium, or maybe more. And that's our strength. If we really exploit thorium, we have energy which will be sufficient for us, won't say all time to come, but for sufficient time till fusion energy takes over. Now, as was also correctly mentioned, we have double challenge. We have a growth path from 8 gigawatts to 2,500 gigawatts we have to go. And this must be achieved between now and the time scale for Viksit Bharat, which I believe is 2047, 100 years. So we have barely little more than 20 years. So this growth path in these 20 years, and this cannot be done by saying that I will develop this technology and then provide this, because you don't have so much of time. So you have to do this on the basis of technologies which are ready for deployment today. But the life has to go on. Life is, humanity has to go on. India has to go on. So there is a sustainability challenge, and then you require energy for going into future, well beyond that date. So I think we should keep both these in picture. So the table at the bottom, it talks about what are the technologies which we can deploy today. And of course, the readiness for deployment is not the same in all of them, but these are some of the things which you can think of deploying today. And if you deploy these technologies in the so-called once through mode, which is the way world is deploying. Most of the Western countries, they are afraid that if you recycle nuclear material, if you resort to closed fuel cycle, then there is a risk of diversion. So they have abandoned that path. I was very happy. Right today, I saw an article in IAEA Bulletin which is reversing this position. Of course, it's not IAEA position, it's the position of the author of that article, which has started talking about building circular economy in nuclear activity. This is something which India had been advocating right from day one, that we are dedicated to closed fuel cycle, and we are ready. We are ready with the, we have a well chalked out 3-stage program. We have a well chalked out strategy for recycle. And of course, the first stage, the reactors are done, the fuel recycle technologies are done. They are all operating on industrial scale. Second stage we are beginning, and third stage, of course, we have to make progress beyond the laboratory scale work. But then let's begin with PHWR, the workhorse of our nuclear program, the domestic self-reliance program. And I take a nominal 100 gigawatt. I should have taken, in fact, initially when I was preparing this slide, I took 1000 gigawatt because the target is 2500 gigawatts. But then I found if I can talk 2000, the numbers become so large that, so I'm saying 100 gigawatt. Now, if I have 100 gigawatt of PHWR capacity, I will have to find 18,000 tons of uranium for once through use, the way we are, for the first generation use. Now, 18,000 tons of uranium being consumed annually, and you have to run that for 30 years or 40 years or maybe even longer. So you can imagine if you want to reach in 1000 gigawatts or 2,500 gigawatts, how much uranium will require. And of course, it will far exceed the domestic uranium that we have, but it will probably come close to the global uranium release. It may go 10%, 20%, 30% of global uranium. Obviously, you're not going to get access to that. We know when our demand becomes comparable with the global resource, you have this problem. So, the point is that perpetually continuing this in once through mode is actually not possible, not feasible. And we never imagined like that. We always talked about closing the thing, recycling that spent fuel back into fast reactors and growth. So that's the path, which is a must. At that time, we did it from the sustainability perspective, circular economy perspective. But today, we have to necessarily do this from the point of view of a sustainable energy supply perspective. But then that would mean you would require reprocessing capacity, which is at that scale. And you just imagine that scale, and you will find that just as you require astronomical number of nuclear power plants, you would also require astronomical number of reprocessing plants. Now, in a world where there are concerns about that we should not reprocess at all for the fear of diversion, can we go to that scale? So that's why I have put a question mark there, whether it can do that or not. But then there is an alternative. We're anyway talking about using thorium in the third stage. And that was because at that time, we had very limited, only 60,000 tons of uranium. And so you have to expand the capacity to breed the uranium-233 from thorium. And with that expanded availability of uranium-233, build a large thorium-based energy supply system. Now we are talking about, of course, domestic uranium has gone up, not sufficient, but still. And then there is this large possibility of importing uranium, which we are doing currently, because we now have civil nuclear cooperation, which is open for us. So with that, why not advance deployment of thorium? We'll have to certainly go to third stage. We'll have to certainly develop everything related to thorium, including recycle. But then why not we start deploying thorium? And if you deploy thorium in PHWRs today, of course it will require a component of enriched uranium, or for that matter high assay low enriched uranium, which is possible. People are already working on that. Then in PHWR you can get burn-ups which are comparable with light water reactors. Getting a burn-up of the order of 50,000 megawatt test per ton as compared to 7,000 megawatt test per ton is possible. And that will bring down the uranium requirement also by that factor of 7, factor of 8. That will also bring down the total reprocessing capacity that we'll need to deploy by a factor of 7, and that makes it possible. So it's a way of advancing, thorium, third stage thorium has to come, but it's not going to solve the problem of the current rapid rise. But if you deploy thorium, then you can do both. You can rise the capacity rapidly, but also maintain the fuel cycle in a manageable situation. And that can be easily done by developing a fuel which is halothorium, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Of course, we can also think of deploying light water reactors. We have civil nuclear cooperation to get light water reactors from abroad. Even then, we can talk about closed fuel cycle with that. Fast reactors, which is a part of our 3-stage program, anyway assume that kind of requirement. And finally, the thorium reactors in the third stage. So what I'm saying is we have this well-articulated 3-stage program chalked out by Dr. Bhabha, and now we have to interpret that in the context of current challenge and tweak it a little bit, bring thorium forward, leveraging, and then we can address this problem. So if I can go to the next slide, what does that tabulation tells us? It tells us that our uranium demand would become a large fraction, say 10% to 30% of the global uranium supply, creating an energy security challenge. We should be conscious about that, because today we don't feel this. 15, 20 years later, this will become the way oil is playing that situation. Uranium will start playing that situation. So we should prepare ourselves for that. That would decide the maximum PHWR or light water capacity that can be set up. And it looks to me that that can be at best around 50 to 100 gigawatts, nowhere in the 1,000 gigawatt electric capacity range. So subsequent capacity additions of necessity have to be through large-scale thorium utilization, an essential focus of India's 3-stage strategy. Now, thorium could be leveraged to shrink spent fuel inventory and reprocessing capacity needed for PHWRs. And so there is this fuel, my friend Mr. Mehul Shah is here, the Clean Core Thorium Energy, and they are pursuing this development of anil fuel. It is not my name, it is ANEEL. So they are pursuing this development of anil fuel, which is a thorium halo fuel, but this works in existing PHWR as it is. And it will give you that large burn-up, and it will allow you to advance thorium deployment. Incidentally, you can also use it for exporting to other countries. Other countries are anyway not talking about recycling. So if they can do once-through fuel cycle in PWRs, they can as well do once-through fuel cycle in PHWR and get many, many advantages of safety and economy. And so I think while we get driven by proposals coming for cooperation from the advanced countries of the world, I think time has come when India should drive cooperation by proposals from a developing country like India for the world. And we have this civil nuclear cooperation with United States. We should actually drive that cooperation to solve the problem of creating. Anyway, we have to import, uranium would be importing. So instead of importing uranium, why not import HILU, high assay, low enriched uranium? And then we have to prove this fuel. At the moment, we don't have that platform to prove this high burn-up in a short time. If we have some 20, 30 years, we can devise ways the way we have done for fast reactors. But if you want to do this in an year or 2 years, you require irradiation facilities which we don't have. So both these aspects can be driven through such a cooperation, which India should drive the Indo-US cooperation. And of course, they have interest from getting PWRs in India, which is of course welcome. So it's a win-win situation. But I think we should kind of abandon that Raj mentality that everything has to come from there. I think time that we can also give to the world. So we can export reactors, we can export the ideas, we can develop a cooperation which will solve India's problem and maybe problems of the world. So this is what I think we should be driving at. Now I'm conscious about the time, so I'll quickly wind up. So the new role for nuclear energy beyond just feeding grid supply, I told you that capacity, it is not meant only for electricity. Electricity is important. Its share may rise to maybe 40%, 50%. Or for that matter, if hydrogen has to come only through electrolysis, then this share may go up to even 70, 80%. But we have to be conscious that we need to supply both electricity as well as hydrogen, and also grid supply electricity, but also captive electricity production, because the industry may want it. So there is clean energy inputs for hard-to-abate industries. And I imagine there are some colleagues from industry, and they are concerned. What will going to happen in this new era, clean energy transition era? And there are, mechanisms like the carbon border adjustment mechanism, where they say that if the footprint of your products is high, carbon footprint is high, then there will be an additional tax, making Indian exports that much kind of non-competitive. So I think there is a need for a new mechanism to set up dedicated nuclear power plants, and there is a lot of dialogue going on between the industry and the DAE or Nuclear Power Corporation to make that happen. And it can be done within the current legal statutory framework, and that is while the prime driver will be the large reactors, but now we need to get into these new modalities. And let me go to the next slide. So the solutions, the final answer to Dr. Nitendra Singh's question paper, I think we have the indigenous capability. We have a long experience of PHWRs that have been recognized globally for its performance. They've been awarded for the best performance globally. And they are commercially competitive. The capital cost of indigenous reactors is in fact half or less than half of the imported systems. So the key is we have the capability, do value addition within the country, and you will get very competitive nuclear energy systems. You can certainly deploy it in the country, but this is where the export opportunity also arises. So the main vehicles multiple vehicles we should create, not just one nuclear power corporation, but maybe multiple NPCs within DAE, joint ventures with other public sector units, all can be done within the, and use that to deploy the larger 700 megawatt PHWRs, because that's the workhorse of capacity addition. But simultaneously, we could talk about 220 megawatt units for deployment as dedicated power sources for meeting power and hydrogen requirements. And we can evolve a clever PPP mode for doing so. I think there is a lot of talk of these SMRs, as if SMRs are panacea for everything. Far from it. SMRs, if you want to do the same thing with SMRs as what need to do with 700 megawatts, you will require 6 or 7 times as many reactors. And that number itself is a safety issue. But having said that, there are niche areas. For example, there will be a lot of sites which will be vacated by retiring coal plants. Now, you can't locate any power station there. You require a power plant which does not require exclusion radius. So, SMR is not the solution. The solution is a power unit which guarantees safety without an exclusion radius. Can I locate a nuclear power plant in the heart of Delhi? That is the issue. So you need a power plant of this kind. So just by saying SMR and creating a bus doesn't solve the problem. You need a super safe small reactor. And such reactors can be done. For example, Dr. Nayak is sitting here. He was, I think he spent, a few decades working on advanced heavy water reactor, which achieves exactly this. Maybe there are also PWRs which can achieve this. So only such SMRs are the solution, and we could leverage them to locate it at the coal plants, at the sites vacated by retiring coal plants, because it can add it. It will not solve the whole problem, but finding so many sites is a challenge, and if there is a site, we should leverage that opportunity. And then, of course, thorium HALEU fueled PHWRs for export. That I think we should talk about. Now, this is to accelerate, to reach the transition, clean energy transition, and achieve Viksit Bharat status. But we require perpetual clean energy source at the required level, and that is where we should talk about fast breeder reactors, more particularly the metallic fuel fast reactors and associated fuel cycle, because that can grow the capacity much faster because of the short breeding, short doubling time. We should think of HWR facilities, which I just mentioned about. We'll have to also think of high temperature reactors for producing hydrogen by direct thermochemical splitting. And of course, the fusion reactor, because if you must have guessed the uranium numbers for an economy of India's size, this will last us several decades, but not much longer. Country has to live much longer. So fusion energy has to be brought on scene very fast. So with that, I come to the conclusions, and that is decarbonization is unavoidable to sustain our very existence. Renewable energy alone cannot support India becoming a developed country. I think this is a misconception very largely existing in the country, and sooner we get rid of that misconception, better it is. Nuclear is the only clean base load energy solution option available and facilitates a cheaper integration of variable renewable energy. That's an important point. Without this clean base loads in the grid, integrating variable energy into grid is going to be very costly option, maybe 2, 3, 4 times more expensive. So when you talk about this energy transition and the cost of energy transition, several studies have been done, including in India, and they all have said that high nuclear is the cheapest way of going through this energy transition. And so nuclear energy is capable of supporting India's development aspirations. However, the development would be capped at a level determined by its actual deployment. If you cannot reach 2,500 gigawatts and you can reach only half of that, then your human development index will be that much lower. Let there be no false impressions about that. So it is for us to decide, or it is for the youth to decide, because these things are a next generation. And so
all,
and guarantee long-term energy security in a sustainable manner. The growth of the nuclear power program is imperative to meet the twin goals of energy security and sustainable development. India is now aiming to triple nuclear power generation capacity by 2030 from around the current capacity of 7.5 gigawatts. How can India frame its nuclear policy to kill two birds with one stone? So please welcome our speakers in this session. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Shri R. Raghavan, Vice President and Business Head, Power Tata Consulting Engineers Limited. Please give him a round of applause and welcome him on stage. He's a power plant engineering professional having 28 years of engineering and project management experience in TCE. He joined as a trainee in TCE and worked on several power projects for various customers across the globe in different roles and held many leadership roles before taking up the current one. Please welcome on stage Dr. A.K. Nayak, Head Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing, Department of Atomic Energy. I think Dr. Nayak will just be in a minute. I would like to call our other speakers for this session. Please welcome Shri Naveen Ahlawat, Head Power to X, Green Hydrogen, Green Steel, Gasification Projects and CCSU, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Shri Ahlawat heads the decarbonization activities at a group level of the company. Prior to heading this vertical, he was the head of procurement for the company. Please welcome Dr. Shailesh Nayak, Director, National Institute of Advanced Studies. He was a distinguished scientist and secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India, and provided leadership for programs related to Earth system sciences. He has been credited with launching many research programs related to monsoon, air-sea interaction, changing water cycles, atmospheric chemistry, coastal vulnerability, and climate services. Please welcome Dr. A.K. Nayak, who is now on stage, Head Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing, Department of Atomic Energy. He is a renowned expert in the field of advanced nuclear reactor design, nuclear safety, security and safeguards, nuclear policy and planning. He is an associate editor of ASME Journal of Nuclear Engineering and Radiation Science, Journal of Computational Thermal Science, and the member of the editorial board of Frontiers of Energy. Please welcome our next speaker, Professor Swaran Singh, Professor Diplomacy and Disarmament, CIPOD, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He has 25 years of experience in research and teaching, and he lectures at major institutions like National Defense College, Defense Services Staff College, and all other major military institutions, as well as Foreign Service Institute, Indian Institute of Public Administration, and more. Please welcome on stage our moderator for this session, Ms. Shilpa Samant, Assistant Editor, Economic Times. Shilpa's interests include energy transition, recycled plastic, and the environment. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage, and I will hand it over to Shilpa to steer this discussion forward.
Hello. I guess some of my work is done, so thank you for introducing everyone. Good morning. I think it's a pretty good turnout for a Saturday brunch time. So welcome all enthusiasts of nuclear power. Today we're going to, the session has already been explained, what we're going to talk about. I think the preceding session was a very insightful one. We've already discussed major parts of it. We're going to take forward from there with our distinguished panelists who have been already introduced to you all. So let me begin by just adding something, which is that Dr. Shailesh Nayak, Director, is with us, and Dr. A.K. Nayak, Head Nuclear Control Planning and Department of Atomic Energy, is representing the government side. We have a private company also as representative from Dr. R. Raghavan and Professor Swaran Singh, of course, from the academia. So let me just introduce to you what we're going to talk about today. First of all, the focus of the You know, in the current scenario, the focus is on reducing reliance on imported fossil fuel for energy security and reaching net zero emission of greenhouse gases by 2050, and in some cases by 2070, which needs a fast-paced, complete global decarbonization. While nuclear power is an important low-emission source of energy, it provides about 10% of global electricity generation, leaving a scope for it to go much higher. In energy transition, it can complement renewable energy sources and contribute in energy security. Of course, it has a spectrum of challenges, but the resurgence of nuclear energy amid a net zero goals with newer technologies has given it a renewed focus. It found historic prominence in the COP28 last December, with member countries formally specifying it as one of the solutions to climate change. And India, with active participation in energy transition, is looking to increase nuclear capacity in its energy mix by scaling up capacity to 22,800 megawatt by FY32 from the current around 8,000 megawatt. It is simple enough. India needs more power to hypercharge itself at a time defined by a unique combination of three forces: a rising economy, energy transition, and climate change. At that intersection is the conversation around nuclear power. Now with this, I would like to bring in Mr. Raghavan. So clean power has become the global anthem. Nuclear civil energy, however, has not been able to match the pace of the growth that we've seen in other forms of clean energy. At this point, what is not working for us in this sector? And I'm not meaning to be pessimistic right at the start. There is definitely an optimism, and things are beginning to look up. But currently, where are we standing?
Good morning to all. Thanks, Shilpa, for this question. Before I bring the Indian context, I would like to talk about few words about the global context in respect of nuclear. So if you see the energy transition or addressing the climate challenges have been the agenda for policymakers and the governments across the globe. And you have mentioned that 10% of the electricity generation is coming from nuclear across the globe at the global level. If you see globally, right now we are having 400 gigawatt of installed capacity, nuclear installed capacity, all the countries put together. And if you want to achieve the net zero target announced by many of the governments, developed countries have announced 2050 net zero target. If we have to achieve the target, we have to double the installed capacity globally. That means the 400 gigawatt should go to 800 gigawatt at the global level. To meet, even then, the global electricity generation would be still 10% by nuclear energy. So that is the energy demand that is growing globally. So that is the global context. If you see, coming to the Indian context, Shilpa, you mentioned that other forms of clean energy are accelerating pace. I would compliment the government that in the last 8 to 10 years, a lot of work has been done in the renewable energy, particularly the growth of solar power in the country has been phenomenal. And it was roughly 1 gigawatt or 2 gigawatt 10 years back. Now we are coming very close to 100 gigawatt of solar power in the country. A phenomenal development by us, by all of us. And wind is also seeing a tremendous improvement in the last few years. As of now, we have 40 gigawatt of installed capacity in India, and government is planning to triple that wind capacity. So the main factor in solar and wind, there are several private investors, developers investing money, and also if you see the implementation part of that, compared to the nuclear power plant, solar plant or wind plant can be installed at faster pace. That is one, because it's a simpler system. And second one is the capex requirement is low. And it can be installed at multiple locations across the country. Only thing is we need the solar radiation potential and also the wind potential to assess the particular site for the solar or wind power generation. So the ease of installation is much high in terms of solar and wind. That's why we could accelerate the pace. But at the same time, if you see government of NPCIL and DAE has done a lot of work in the recent time. I would say we started with 220 megawatt PHWR, okay, way back in 35 years. And we have modernized that to 540, and now we have standardized the 700 megawatt PHWR. So once we standardize the 700 megawatt design, government is planning for faster implementation through fleet mode. Already the first fleet is announced and under implementation stage. So I would say in the last few years, DAE and NPCIL has made a lot of good work, I would say, to accelerate the pace of implementation. Now this phase should continue, and we should also explore other avenues of adding nuclear power in addition to 700 megawatt fleet that the government is planning. So I would say there are some challenges, but a lot of effort has been put by the government to accelerate the nuclear capacity addition in the recent times.
Sure. Thank you, sir. I think we'll come to the SMR portion in a bit. I'll get Dr. Shailesh here. First of all, I would like to share with you all that Dr. Shailesh has recently been conferred with the prestigious Padma Shri, and I would like all of us to give him heartiest congratulations. Please give a big round of applause. So this year we saw the first ever nuclear energy summit, and it perhaps took us a very long time to come out of the inhibitions and come to a public platform and discuss the challenges and try and convince the world with the benefits of having nuclear energy and it becoming a part of the climate change narrative. So can you tell us how positive or optimistic things are at the global level, and how do you think it'll go forward?
Thank you very much. I think this is very clear that if we want to transit to the next level and also to meet sustainable development goals like poverty elevation or employment or any other issue, the energy is going to be a main aspect which we need to consider. And we also need to consider that the fossil fuel-based energy is not a solution to all that. So there are different types of energy, and I think the nuclear is one of the very important options which we had to address. Now, some of the issues with the nuclear is when you want to increase what we have, we also have to see the current policies which are conducive or not, and any further increase, I think the involvement of the industry is very critical. And when you want to involve the industry, I think the existing policies has to be looked into. Also the regulatory board, which up till now it's only the government is involved, which also has to be revitalized and make it stronger, and it has to be done. And globally also there are certain standards are being discussed. Also the US and many others, there are how to address these issues are being discussed. But I think in a short, I think we need a dialogue on what kind of changes which we may need in our existing policy to facilitate to transit from what we have today to make it 10 or 12% as our energy policy has dictated. So we will need certain changes, and I think that dialogue has to start, that what kind of changes are necessary. That's what I think.
Right. Thank you, sir. I think some bit of exchange or discussions definitely have started on that front, although we haven't seen much progress. But we do hear or look at some of the reports that talk about at least thinking of getting the private sector and getting their investment into this nuclear energy space. So of course, why should India be behind? We have many other countries that have private participation with reasonable restrictions. I'll get Dr. Nayak here. Dr. Nayak, I think we are all waiting to hear from you as to what's going to be the future of nuclear energy in India. We do have medium-term targets, but this is not the first time we've had targets. So what is different this time?
Good morning, and thank you for asking such a difficult question. First of all, let me clarify, I'm not participating here from the government, okay? So this is a brainstorming discussion, and let me tell you, both this president, vice president were my PhD students, so they asked me to attend. That's why I have attended. Let me tell you that I am not here as a representative from the government. First of all, let me clarify it. Okay, let me tell you how 2047 is important for India. 2047 marks 100 years of India's birthday. 2047 marks a critical date for the carbon constraint. Why I say? Today, globally, 60 billion tons of CO2 is emitted per year. How much? 60. Please write down. And it is well estimated the Earth can accept only 1150 to 1350 billion tons of CO2 to cross 2 degrees Celsius limit. So if I divide that by 60, just 20 years is left. That is 2047. Second, 2047, we feel today we pledge to be one of the most developed nations, not 0.9 HDI, $35 trillion economy. And to reach $35 trillion economy, how much energy is required is a big question. Today, China, I was just looking at before coming to this dais, it's just 17 to 18 trillion economy. And how much energy it consumes, total primary energy consumption of China. It is with $18 trillion economy, it consumes roughly 4 times of our total primary energy consumption, more than 40,000 terawatt hour. So and their population is almost same as ours, 1.4 billion, ours is 1.4 billion. And ours, another 30 crore are waiting to join us by 2047. Will be 1.7 billion by 2047. 1.7 billion population, $35 trillion economy. No country in the world today has achieved how much energy is required. Is it 40,000 terawatt hour what China is consuming today? I feel it is much more than that. Probably 50, 60,000 terawatt hour is required if we have to support a $35 trillion economy. So that is India's 2047 vision, what Kakodkar Savaj told this morning. In fact, the total renewable potential reached today, what MNRE projects, Niti Aayog projects, is hardly 4,000 terawatt hour. Dr. Kakodkar has doubled it, assuming the efficiency of the energy system is improved, more and more sites available, this. So assuming 8,000, still it is 40,000 terawatt hour is required from nuclear, not 20,000, if we have to support a $35 trillion economy. So this is my personal case. Next question is, can we achieve so much steps with nuclear in just 20 years? I think before coming to this dais, I was talking to Professor Salesh Nayak, it requires a bullet train. Nuclear's bullet train, and it requires a special track. Conventional track cannot drive bullet train. So Dr. Kakodkar also said, today, multiple NP cells required multiple JVs are required, multiple public-private partnerships are required. How many industries? I believe what Mr. Samyak Manoj said, one example of micro-reactors, country will require thousands of such designs. I think today evening we'll be again launching a Hindi version of the book which we launched at Mumbai. There's something we have spoken, let me tell you. Suppose to reach 25 gigawatt electric from nuclear, just imagine, next 20 years, how to accomplish. We said, most important, each Indian has to understand that we have to be a growing economy reaching $35 trillion. At the same time, we have beat the effects of climate change. Each state must volunteer to give 2 sites for nuclear. This should be the part 1 of Indian nation. So that will give, with conventional nuclear reactor design, both with 700 megawatt reactors, as well as imported one, we must target at least 500 gigawatt, 600 gigawatt from that. Retiring coal plants, again I am saying 2047, how important. By 2050, most of these coal plants will retire because their design life is over, they cannot be extended. So they are available to replace by small modular reactors. NIA's calculations, which I was part to them, we have evaluated most of these coal plant sites in India. And what we found, they can produce 2 times, 3 times, even 10 times whatever electricity they produce today by coal. So my estimate is 1,000 gigawatt electricity can come only by replacing the brownfield sites with SMRs. And their reactors like ASWR will be the drivers because they haven't designed for that. Third and most important thing is the captive consumption for India. If I look at history, 2012, India consumed 40 gigawatt electricity only for the captive. Today it has doubled, 80 gigawatt. And if India has to be Viksit Bharat, how much captive consumption will be there? It will be at least 5 to 8 times of today's captive consumption. Still, industry has to grow at least 8 times to make India a Viksit Bharat. Same thing with the aluminum, same thing with the cement. So all this will require a lot of electricity. And another most important part is transport sector. Today, India consumes almost 20% of its total energy for transport. In absence of oil, what is going to drive that? And transport industry will grow at least 3 to 5 times by 2047. Again, I'm saying everything by 2047. My calculation is that only to support the transport industry itself, India will require 300 million ton to 500 million tons of oil equivalent, which is almost today's total energy consumption if India has to be Viksit Bharat. And all these things will require at least 500 to 800 gigawatt electricity from nuclear to produce hydrogen. So, apart from these two, look at the full Northeast. Northeast Human Development Index is 1/3 of today's India's average. And today's India's average is 1/3 of the developed world. So Northeast has to climb by 9 times. So what about the energy security? What type of energy security we can provide to Northeast? Hydro cannot grow. So only we cannot put large-sized nuclear power plant there. Even SMRs cannot be built. Only micro-reactors is the only choice for the full Northeast region. So I was telling to both the students, Nitendra and Samyak, design this Sukhm and see that at least 10,000 shots should be flooded in the Northeast region. They must be put underground, should be super safe, and make the energy security. So what I say, SMRs, micro-reactors, large-size reactors They all have to play in a major role, but policy changes has to be, as Dr. Shailesh Naik said, yes, significant policy change has to come from the government. Rather, the government must direct, do it this way, then it will happen. And public have to accept. There is a fear of radiation in everybody's mind. That's why we are debating, can we put a nuclear plant in the heart of a city like Delhi? Today is National Technology Day. Let me salute the open hammer of India, Dr. Kakurkar sir, who was the backbone of this, but he's not only the open hammer, but he has to also shoulder the responsibility of taking the nuclear energy to meet India's energy security for a $35 trillion economy. And that needs radical policy changes. As I said, bullet train cannot move on a conventional track. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for touching on various points in your answers. I think one thing that you mentioned about fear amongst people, my next question to Professor Singh is precisely the same. You know, commercial nuclear power is many times considered to be something globally by people as dangerous or unstable. Largely, do you see this perception changing, and has technology advancements led to, a time when nuclear can play a bigger role?
Thank you, Shilpa. Thank you to IYNS team. I can see that I am an odd academic among luminaries from science, technology, and industry here. So for me, it's a great learning experience. But thank you for bringing in the point of fear. I think all our perceptions, policies, engagement with nuclear science has been driven by fear, very unusually compared to all discoveries that human mind over the centuries developed. All of us understand how scientists around the world used to exchange notes, write letters to each other, and so on. But when it comes to nuclear science, one could go back to 1930s, but end with McMahon Act of 1946, that the kind of sledgehammer approach to denying spread of that technology, that became the obsession of major leaders in the industry. United States, great example of non-proliferation being the main focus of nuclear industry, has created those perceptions of everyone trying to perhaps reinvent the wheel, which has advantages, but I think also disadvantages. So fear is what makes us then talk about safety and security, which was underlined by Dr. Monath in his presentation in proposing micro-reactors. We heard Dr. Anil Kakurkar saying even small reactors are less preferable to large size reactors if we have to move faster. We heard Dr. Naik say about we need a bullet train and we have no tracks. So the perception of fear, and I see that DAE often gives an example, and Monath repeated that example of airlines. But we also know that perception and policies when it comes to airlines is completely different. All the stakeholders, owners, regulators, passengers, staff and pilots and so on, everybody is happy to see that boom happening. Do we have same perception when it comes to nuclear industry? Are we willing to let the private sector take over, just like airlines? So fear, I understand, has guided our concerns. When we hear about Dr. Monath saying plug and play approach, it looks very strange. Can we go for plug and play approach when it comes to nuclear reactors, even micro reactors? And I think that is where the whole world finds a certain caution, a reluctance to jump in and go for nuclear power generation, which is absolutely the need of the hour. Go back to, I'm an academic, 1908 is when I think Frederick Soddy had mentioned that 1 ton of uranium of that times could deliver electricity for London for a whole year. And we had started training our engineers from 1930s and so on. We started talking about various targets from 1970s. But it is the fear which has not allowed us to achieve those targets. And even today, we are discussing the same things that Dr. Bhava used to say. 3 stages, use of thorium. We are even today just talking on those lines. But it's not just India alone. The most rapid growth in nuclear power generation happened in 1970s, if you look at the global picture. But interesting it is that proliferation and expansion of nuclear weapon arsenals also happened at the same time. And we see that for last 20, 22, 23 years, global production of nuclear power has more or less tapered. It saw a little dip after Fukushima, but it's not seen the kind of rise that we saw in 1970s, despite the whole focus on climate change, need for transition to clean energy, nuclear energy being seen as clean, as very potent for quick expansions. So it's not just India's limitation, it's a global limitation. And my last quick point would be, one, are we looking at Viksit Bharat in terms of industrialized countries? That model may not work for us. That model may not be the one which India is capable of delivering. Second, mention of why 2047 is interesting is also important in terms of demographics. And that is why IYNS initiative is really relevant here. Because by that time, the world will stop looking at India and it will start looking at Africa, which is where the young population will be more productive and also doing much more consumption. In terms of growth rates, we will be looking at Africa at that time. So there is a window which we are talking here. Can we really break the chains that we have lived in so far, driven primarily by fear, which is how Shilpa started by asking me, has fear guided our perceptions, policies, and engagement with nuclear industry, nuclear science? Yes, and we continue to be prisoners even today. I don't have answers as to how we can break those prisons and come out of that mindset, but there is no other way. If we have to stay stuck to 3% share of our generation of power, even at the level in which exponential growth of energy is required in this country, that itself is not enough. We have to go beyond 3% while keeping pace with the expanding, rapidly, explosively expanding consumption of industry, consumption of electricity power in this country. So the challenges ahead of us are formidable. I have no answers. I'm here to learn from you as to what are the answers that we have to achieve that unimaginable feat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very insightful. I'll just get in Mr. Elawat now. We talked about private sector involvement. We've talked about electricity consumption, shooting off the roof. We're already seeing that we're scouting for or scrambling for actually capacities, so much so that we are now coming back to thermal power. The government has already mentioned 85 gigawatt versus 50 gigawatt before, which means that there is an incremental coal capacity coming of 35 gigawatt planned for FY32. Do you think it is time we leveraged nuclear power to fill up some of that gap that we'll have in the electricity consumption in the coming time?
Thanks, Shilpa, for the question, and good question. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Naveen Elawat, and I am representing Jindal Steel Power here. See, we are called the bad boys, basically, so far as the hard-to-abate sector is concerned. We globally, if we talk about the steel sector, we contribute close to 8 to 9% of the greenhouse gas emissions, right? Now, if you talk about the conventional steel making process, we have 3 routes. We have conventional blast furnace / basic oxygen furnace route, BF route, which contribute to 70% of the steel production. And this route contributes 90% of the emissions. Then we have the second route, which is the DRI, electric arc furnace route, which is close to 6% of the steel production, and it contributes close to 3 to 4% of the emission. And close to 22% of the steel production come from the recycling scrap-based steel making process. Now, the greenhouse emissions from this route is only 2 to 3%. So what all lead dominoes we have? We have only 2 dominoes if we have to really accelerate this decarbonization. First is the uses of renewable power / nuclear power in all our electric arc furnaces and downstream rolling mills. Second, the uses of green hydrogen in our direct reduced iron furnaces, DRI furnaces. And if we deploy both these routes, we knock off the average carbon intensity that we have in India, that is close to 2.5 tons of CO2 per ton of steel. Just to tell you, to make 1 ton of steel, we push 2.5 tons of CO2 into the atmosphere. And if we deploy these 2 routes, 2.5 tons. Yeah. So if we deploy these 2 dominoes, we knock off this carbon intensity by 85%, right? So we will come around 450 to 500 kgs of CO2, which we call green steel. Green steel, by definition, it is not by color. The steel is not going to change the color, but the carbon intensity, the embedded carbon intensity in the steel will be 600 kgs of CO2 per ton of steel, and that is what the world is demanding. A final customer like you and me, if we have to really buy a car of 20,000 euros, right, the incremental capex that will come out from our pocket, it is hardly 400 to 500 euros, which is like close to 30,000 rupees per car if we have to really buy our car made from green steel. If you see this 500 euros, which is only 1% of your total investment, right? But you see the kind of impact this green steel is going to make in the overall legacy. So I think coming to our requirement, I think as an industry, we are absolutely seized to this fact that if we need round the clock, as Dr. Kakolkar rightly said, if we need the base load round the clock electrons, then nuclear can contribute immensely. We have solar, we have wind. If we deploy both these 2, we won't be able to go beyond 14, 15 hours, right? Then we have to use long duration energy storage like the thermal energy storage or the batteries and so many other technologies, but they won't be able to. If you see that on the total cost of ownership basis or the levelized cost of energy basis, I think nuclear is the best solution that we see on the table. Part 2 of the question about the participation, I think we as a private industry is absolutely, a lot of industries are interested because we also have we have a sustainable goals. Then we see this demand coming. It is not about the sustainable goals. We see the demand coming of the low carbon emission / green steel from Europe. There is a demand of close to 100 million tons of green steel in Europe alone by 2030, right? So there is also a business case. It is not that sustainability, definitely, it will tick off all our sustainability target, but then you also have a business case here. So for that, I think we strongly believe that nuclear will play an important role. And to this, basically the punchline of this event about the Indian atoms to the net zero, I think it's the Indian atoms converging into Indian molecules. We also need Indian atoms to make molecules, and that molecule is green hydrogen. If we have to really basically comply to the national hydrogen mission of 5 million tons by 2030, then I think nuclear has to play the role. Otherwise, if we are targeting a $1 per kg of green hydrogen price by 2030 or 2035, then the base load has to come from nuclear. Otherwise, with the conventional renewable, solar, wind, and long duration, we won't be able to meet this target of $1 to $1.5 per kg. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So far we have riding on a bullet train, we have breaking chains, and perhaps a lot more strong statements coming in next. Mr. Raghavan, for long we have discussed private sector participation. You also mentioned in your beginning statement that we need private sector participation. Most panelists here agree with that part. So what kind of policy breakthroughs is what you're expecting for the private sector to start participating?
Yeah.
Until now, in nuclear sector, the private sector participation has been limited to services or manufacturing. If you see all the plants that have been installed, the services or manufacturing have been done by private industry. I would say a good step has been taken by DAE a couple of years back, and DAE is driving this initiative to discuss with all the stakeholders, including the private industries who would need clean, green power on a continuous basis, particularly in the hard-to-abate sector like steel, cement, copper, and also other stakeholders within the government, outside the government, how we can devise a PPP model, private-public participation model, within the existing Atomic Energy Act, because we need to, that is the binding document, right? We have to follow the existing Atomic Energy Act, but at the same time, if you want to accelerate the nuclear power generation capacity addition with the involvement of private sector, so we have to devise a business model within the existing framework under private-public partnership, taking care of all the aspects. If you ask the private industry as of now, they want clean power for decarbonizing the industry, but at the same time, they are concerned about the levelized cost of electricity. It should not be very high compared to the current cost of electricity, otherwise the end product cost will go up. That is one. Second one is they are also concerned about the nuclear liabilities. So we have to address the nuclear liabilities, how we can protect the private companies from that. So that is from the private side. From an industry, they are ready because lot of manufacturers are available. They have spare capacity to enhance the production, so that is available. So another one is the CapEx, because nuclear power projects are capital intensive. So definitely money is there, but we need to devise a mechanism to raise money for the private companies in this PPP model. Right now, NPCIL is raising money, right? So suppose if private players are going to be involved, they are going to put CapEx for this capacity addition, how we can devise the financial instruments for them to raise money, so that is from a financial aspect. So I think all the stakeholders should come together under DAE and NPCIL support. We have expertise, nuclear expertise from DAE, NPCIL. We have private industry requiring clean energy, at the same time willing to invest money for that. So this is the time, business model, taking care of all the stakeholder requirements that should be finalized, then definitely we see private investment coming up in this sector, and definitely it is going to grow. And as I mentioned earlier, 700 megawatt fleet should continue. In addition to that, we have a well-proven PHWR technology, 220 megawatt, which is working for last 40 years with exceptional performance, exceptional safety standard. So we have to leverage the existing, because we have to approach, one is short-term implementation, which we can adopt the existing 220 megawatt, the technology, and as a long-term we can develop new SMRs and new reactors can be there. So definitely using the existing technology, we can leverage the private investment so that we can accelerate the capacity addition. At the same time, we can decarbonize the Indian industries. So that.
Sure. Thank you. So, Dr. Nayak, you mentioned that 2047 is what we should be looking at. That is our milestone, perhaps. So, if we need to reach that level, if we need to bring nuclear into our energy mix at that level, where it can, substitute the base load, we have to start acting now. Unfortunately, we've seen that even, minor, the changes that were required in the policies so far to include joint ventures, even for PSUs to come into the nuclear power generation, it has taken quite a bit of time. So how are we going to do this? Is there a mission mode approach that you have witnessed from the policymakers? And how are you convincing policymakers to go ahead and do it in a very, very short span of time?
Question number 2 is more difficult than question number 1. Okay, 2047, why I have been saying is from the perspective of 2 degrees Celsius limit, I started with that. 2047, I said $35 trillion economy vis-a-vis nuclear requirement if we have to beat the 2 degrees Celsius criteria. So nuclear power, so much is required is, I think everybody in the audience, even across the country, today has realized. Earlier there was thought process that we can make India clean, green, only with renewables, but that is not the answer because of the limited potential of renewables. Question is, a short time frame, from 7 gigawatt today to several hundreds of gigawatt tomorrow in the next 20 years, what is the roadmap? So one thing I just wanted a correction in your question also. See, electricity is just 20%, less than 20% of today's total energy consumption. And each time we talk about decarbon, people only talk about electricity, which is hardly 17%, but 83%, which is again driven by coal, oil, and gas. People are silent, and this is how the wrong interpretation, information go to the government. Let me clarify here. Once you say, I am going to decarbon of the whole energy system. It is not electricity alone. That's why I will get the, what is that called, 24/7 free, base load. This is only one aspect. What will drive your motor vehicles? What will drive your ships? What will drive your airport, so everything will be requiring decarbon energy sources. And there the hydrogen comes into picture. There the local electricity comes to local high temperatures, steam source comes into, so many other supplies come. So what I feel today, that's why I told a word, the open hammer is sitting here. For one thing, he made India security from with regard to external agencies. Now he has to also drive India how to make energy secure for a $35 trillion economy. And if you're asking at personal level, I will say it is a hardcore policy change is required. Hardcore policy. Each Indian individual has to understand without nuclear, this country can never be developed. We have to forget it, first. Second thing, fear of radiation is a taboo. I wrote a book last year, I think whether it has been given here. I myself was also disheartened when I was driving so much SMR, and the fear came, how will put a nuclear power plant in the public domain? It is not allowed. The court doesn't act. It's a crucial point. Then I read a book called Radiation and Regions, written by a British author. Traveling from Mumbai to Bhubaneswar, 2-hour flight. I read the whole book. I said it is just a taboo which has been created. If you get cancer, you are given radiation for the cure. And if you go for an X-ray, the doctor says, be careful, you will get cancer. Right? Simple answer. So who has created that taboo? That book is there. Please read that book. And that information has to go to each and every person, every individual. And then the second part, once we know how to live with nuclear, then of course the solution will come. The public has to accept, most important. And policies can be immediately implemented. I think there are a lot of talented people like Professor Shailesh Naik's team, Kakodkar Shah, Professor Joshi, all these guys, they are the top brains of India. They can work out how to make the bullet trains ride on Indian soil. 2,500 gigawatt nuclear is not impossible to IYNS. They will make it, provided we make a path for them. If we don't allow a path, it will not happen. The most important, today just I'm sensitizing here, today Atomic Energy Act is too much constrained. It doesn't allow outside DAE even to do research on nuclear energy. So that's why when my two students They started talking about Shukma. I said, be careful, because you are not allowed, according to the Act, to do research. This is there in the Atomic Energy Act. So we have to take, government has to change, make the breakthrough. Even I said, I think the last Indian Energy Forum, today, the child who is sitting here, instead of studying A for apple, has to read now A for atom. Then only we'll have a different society. Otherwise, always the taboo will be there. Nobody will allow nuclear power, and will continue to be a poor nation or underdeveloped nation.
Thank you, sir. So a lot hinges on the policy decisions in the coming years for nuclear power to grow. I think we can all agree with that. Moving on, Dr. Shailesh, I would like to touch upon the fact that there are newer technologies coming up in nuclear power. We perhaps have to go, to foreign, to other countries to perhaps buy some of those technologies. How does that then ensure that we have energy security, something that we are looking through with nuclear power?
No, I think India has done tremendous research, and some of those things are quite path-breaking as far as the nuclear field is concerned. But at the same time, I also feel that the investment in this research related to a building technology will need much more investment than what we have today. And that investment has to not necessarily always come from the government, but also from the private and public sector. The reason Dr. Arun Nayak also mentioned that nobody is even allowed to do research outside atomic, I think that has to go. You know, we need to involve a lot of academic institutes to do various aspects of how the technology to be built, at what level, and how it will be transferred to the industry. Industry themselves is also capable. The other thing is, Arun Nayak has been mentioning many times that it is energy as a total. Don't talk only about the electricity. And that is happening because we have several silos, you know, like renewable energy, there is a separate. Atomic energy, there is a separate. Petroleum, there is separate. Coal is separate. Electricity is separate. There are so many different actors and stakeholders in this that may be required from the administrative reason, but at the same time, we also need a coordinating mechanism if we want to achieve the net zero, because these different aspects, and many of them try to drive in a different direction. So that is number one thing. The second thing which requires in the technology is the infrastructure. Whether outside atomic energy is there any infrastructure available for institute to conduct the research on either on the basic science or in the technology. Now, if you do not have those infrastructure, I think it will again may not work. So we need to invest in building those infrastructure. And third is also when people are coming from academic field to do a research, they will also like to see what are likely goals for me to further carry on this. So we have to also have many avenues for them after their master's or a doctoral, that they get absorbed in some of those. So you need various different kinds of institutions which would be involved in doing this. There is, of course, in India, we have a specific university to train and build this capacity. But if it has to expand, I think we need many more institutes. IITs and ISERs to focus, and the many central universities to focus on this research. So I think these are the three things. And the fourth is you need a capital, and the funds can come not necessarily always from the government, but there would be many steel, aluminum companies which I know of are ready to invest. But then we have a certain issues about the act, so we need, plant can be operated by NPCIL only, but the investment can come from the, NTPC is sitting on a huge heap of a cash. I think they can invest into this. So I think the funding has to come from different sources. I don't think if you look on a single source that government will do everything, I think we won't move forward. But to do all this, you will need a change in the existing policies. So that is, I think, the main thing. Once we decide that this is a path we want to take, then this path will need these kind of a reforms has to come next.
Sure. I'll just add one question, Dr. Sailesh. We also, when we're talking about these technologies and getting them from other countries, what kind of science diplomacy is going to play out? You've been in the sector, and perhaps with your experience, what do you see in the future?
Yeah, I mean, the science diplomacy would work both the ways, actually all the three ways. One is when we need something from developed countries, like when with US, 1, 2, 3 is a very historic. It is, I think, is one of the greatest achievement of the science diplomacy. But we also need to think in future that if we build, whether we would be able to export our technologies, our reactors. So we need to build that kind of also the diplomacy for that. And the third, which Dr. Kakotkar talked about, is the fusion, which is the ultimate. And today, several countries together trying to address that issue. So that is another part of the diplomacy. So you need, depending upon our capability and our requirement, we should be able to get the technology from the developed countries, or we can export our technology to the other countries, and how we can contribute to the global issues. All the three is a very important part of the diplomacy. And I think this is happening now with the existing experts department and the Ministry of External Affairs. The diplomacy is now no more related only to trade or economics or politics, but also science and technology. There is a lot of emphasis on this science and technology.
Yes, we're talking both on the West and the East, Russia as well as the US. So we have to watch out for that space. Mr. Alawat, yours is an industry that has the highest risk of the carbon border adjustment mechanism. So the industries in this business, they would perhaps, read, as you mentioned, round-the-clock power. Nuclear can play an important role. What exactly is your internal strategy for getting nuclear? Have you been talking to the policymakers? Has there been any sort of green signal that you've gotten from there?
So thanks for the question. I think a lot of things have happened in last 1 year, I would say. We are talking about the public-private partnership, PPP model. And I think government and especially I think Department of Atomic Energy, they have taken a very big step in terms of inviting the private sectors, especially from the hard-to-abate sectors. And it is not about the fear factor that the CBAM is going to come. And it will also bring in tax and plus the additional, basically the price that ultimate consumer has to pay on the steel. But it is also an opportunity. And why, I have already explained why it is an opportunity, that the earlier we start decarbonizing our carbon intensity, there is a business case. There is a huge demand for the low carbon emission steel, the green steel. So I think it is pertinent. It is not that we should just put this opportunity as a back burner. There's a huge opportunity for India as a country, I think, to export both the things, to export molecules in form of liquid ammonia, green methanol, and also to export green steel. And there is a huge opportunity. So I think we should be seized to this fact that we have to basically take this opportunity, number one. Number two, I think the government of India, they want to come out of this status quo, this deadlock of inviting the private companies. And for that, there are 2-3 things which I think both the players can bring in. I think NPCIL/DA, they will bring in their experience, historical experience, their subject matter expertise in operation and the maintenance of these plants. Number two, they will bring their expertise in terms of handling the fuel, right? That's the uranium. What private sector will bring on the table, as Dr. Shailesh rightly said, we can bring the capital on the table, right? So that we are willing to bring. Second, we also bring our expertise in terms of procurement, in terms of construction of the plant, right? The procurement and the construction, that expertise, because in every 3 to 4 years, we pump in billions of dollars to augment our capacity. So we have got a good knack of how to do the procurement and the construction management well, and that will reduce or crash the overall time period that normally we take 6 to 7 years or 8 years to almost to half. And same for the procurement as well. I think with our expertise, we will be able to optimize the cost, the overall capex of deployment of the nuclear reactor by at least 25 to 30%. And that's a big upside on the overall levelized cost of energy, which I think nuclear can bring. So I think the marriage has to happen, and the government has to also, I think now, break this deadlock of removing all the historical policies that we have, single window clearances. That is what we want, that we should not just go to different departments getting the clearances that take years and years to do that, right? Second, support that we require is basically, give us, basically all the exclusion zones, the emergency zones, all those things are there. If we can reduce to, those things, we can definitely accelerate it. This is what we want. Rest of the things are in our hand. We bring in good engineers, we bring in good contracts, and to accelerate the overall deployment of this thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Singh, let me come to the much talked about small modular reactors. Do you see that being feasible for India in the longer run? I also would like to add here that, the possibility of domestic manufacturing of SMR somewhere in the future.
Thank you. I think that brings the focus on what IYNS is trying to tell us. We need to focus on indigenization increasingly. And that is simply because the politics steps into relationships when you go through path dependencies, even with best of your friends. We heard Dr. Anil Kakotkar saying in the morning, even if world was a happy family, there is a limit on the resource itself as to how much of power generation can be done using the resources that we have. But then you step in and see that it's not just the cap on the resource, but how that resource is distributed around the world. For the last 15 years, we've been hearing about Westinghouse, General Electric, Areva reactors coming to India because the waiver led to India being now capable and welcome to do nuclear commerce with other major nuclear powers. But it hasn't happened. And primarily, of course, because Americans are not happy with the Civil Nuclear Liability Bill, the act that we have now, even after several improvisations that we have done upon that act. And our limitation is that that act was built based on our experience and memories of Bhopal gas tragedy and what had happened to India from that incident or accident. And that led to creation of a certain act which is not acceptable to American companies. Now, those contentions will always make us vulnerable to someone switching off the tap at any given time, particularly times of crisis. Then, of course, the limitations of optimizing the utilization, operational levels of operations, operational utility of each of these reactors, I, as an outsider, read about Kalpakkam, Tarapur, aging. What is that phasing out when we are not even capable of expanding the new power generation, power plants? Older plants have problems of optimizing use of the resource that we might get, whatever way we might get. Then I come from, politics, political science policies. There are disjunctions within our country. Even if government wants to expand the nuclear power generation, all of you remember what happened to Haripur in West Bengal. What happens to protests in Kalpakkam? Implementing, even when you think of the scenario being happy-go-lucky, has its own limitations. So fundamentally, what we are saying then is, can we at least remove some of the limitations that flow from path dependencies on foreign national companies or foreign countries, and expand on indigenization? Now the question that Shilpa asked me about, which of the reactors should be preferred? Micro reactors that IYNS is proposing, small reactors, or large size reactors? For me, do we have a choice? If we are thinking of running a bullet train almost in an open farm field without tracks, if we are that ambitious, should we even be discussing between the choices of micro, small, and large size nuclear reactors? We should be pushing things wherever we can, in that sense of doing all possible ways wherever we can expand nuclear power generation. And I would like to see the third stage of what Bhava had imagined us to finally achieve, because we heard Dr. Kakotkar saying our resource of thorium is way much more, and it is our own resource. Then, of course, comes politics of industry, whether India has been discouraged, disincentivized in not pursuing that path. I mean, after all, how come for half a century we have not followed that path? Are there any ulterior motives? Are there any compulsions, coercions that explain why we have not done what we think is doable and what will make India much more capable and independent of producing nuclear power on our own? We all understand that the referent principle is that we all want to see a rapid exponential growth in power generation. Of course, right now wind energy contributes more than nuclear energy, but we don't have choice of making selection between various resources. We have to use all resources that are possible, and particularly resources that make India much more independent. And I think that is where, let me close by saying, this initiative of IYNS needs to be really looked at by the government very seriously as to how youth is looking at problems in a very different fashion than maybe some of our seniors like me and like you have looked at so far. Can that open us in terms of giving us new opportunities in adding wherever we can? And I think, to me, the lesson would be indigenization. And indigenization goes back to academia, or institutions of higher learning, which is where we need to also bring the focus. The government has to focus on first creating the resource in terms of human resource that we have. Look at the focus that we now have from the government on semiconductor industry. We have a similar focus in promoting training and education in terms of nuclear science, and particularly if you are looking at micro reactors, which are going to be labor intensive definitely. We need so much more skilled manpower in that field. So fundamentally, to me, challenges are extremely complex. Time is very limited. We have to just try and do everything in every field possible, particularly including in nuclear industry. Whatever we can achieve, whatever way we can achieve, because for me, 2047 is where Indian population will start shrinking, even earlier, from late 2030s. Global attention, the vibrancy, the excitement that we see today in our youth may not be the resource during that time. So this is a window of opportunity for us that we have to do something unusual, create unusual models, create unusual innovations, and create a Viksit Bharat which need not be like the developed industrialized countries like G7, which have created a lot of ruination through profit-driven, market-driven urbanization, industrialization. We may have to find new paths for ourselves. And I'm, of course, tempted to quote Gandhi on this in terms of sustainability, but let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. On this, I would like to have Mr. Raghavan's views as well. Do you think that the nuclear SMR technology is something which a company like yours will be interested in getting indigenously? Because from my conversations with the industry, I think what they feel is that this is perhaps not the right time. It's going to take a longer period for it to become commercially viable. What is your perspective?
If you see the current SMR industry globally also, there are several designs available. They are in different stages. Few are in concept stage, few are in prototype development. So if you see the commercially available SMR technology is very limited globally also. The technology is under development. Even many leading manufacturers are suggesting that the earliest the time frame the SMR would be commercially available will be 2030, 2032. So considering that global technologies are not easily available, at least for next 8 to 10 years, whatever the best technology we have, we can start adopting and try to improve the existing design. Right now we have small reactor, 220 megawatt, but it may not be originally designed as a modular reactor, but can we improve the design to make it modular? Of course, by definition, 220 is a small reactor, small modular reactor. Only thing is it is not modular the way we are thinking about external technologies, imported technologies. So we can improve the existing design, make it a better version to make it modular. So that is one step. Of course, we have to develop new technologies, new reactors, because we need to have all the three types. Large reactor to rapidly add capacities, small reactors to meet the industrial decarbonization, process industries, and micro reactor, as Dr. Nayak told, in some places like Northeast or some places where the seismic conditions are not favorable for conventional large reactor, probably we can go for micro reactors in those seismically sensitive zone. So I would say all three types we have to pursue. Currently, in order to accelerate the decarbonization of industries, we can go with what we have currently available, the small reactor, improve the version as we go forward, and try to adopt the newer technologies. Of course, we have to be open for accepting the newer technologies, either indigenously developed or imported. So we have to, that should be the long-term plan, but we have to start now with what is currently available. So that would be my answer for this question.
A mix of the three. Dr. Nayak, if I come back to you, even when we had the G20 summit in India, we were talking mainly about the SMR technology. The FBR or the micro ones were perhaps not even spoken of back then. So how do you, of course we are seeing that there is an inclination towards SMR technology, there is much more discussion on that. But if that were to happen, if we were to go for foreign built SMR technology, we'll also have to look at the uranium reserves and the tie-ups accordingly. So how does that actually help us in energy security? Won't we then become dependent on perhaps other countries?
See how SMR is relevant for India. Let me make it very clarified. We are a small land, please understand. India is a small land, huge population, and it's a growing population. That is the reason we don't get enough land to build conventional large-size reactors. If had we got, there is no need of going for SMR, this, that. Had we been having the luxury like America or Europe, I would say that SMR is not for India. We can export to our neighboring countries. Because we have small land, huge population, practically very less number of sites are available to build conventional reactors. So next target became apparent, go for SMR. But where to build SMR? So then we thought, SMR, let us not put in a conventional site. You have greenfield site available. Please don't think of SMR for that. Same thing we did with NIAS. SMR is exclusively for a brownfield site where the site is close to a public domain. We cannot get that luxury, except the one which Mr. Naveen told, as well as Mr. Raghavan told. These are close to the public domain, but not in the public domain. So this becomes our policy too. What is happening internationally? Let me tell you very bluntly, because SMR I have worked at least for 5-7 years. Internationally, SMRs which were being designed, they are not targeted to put in a public domain. That's what Dr. Kakurkar also spoke. They are not super safe reactors, which today we are talking about. Because we are talking about SMR to put in a retiring coal plant so that the public can live just outside the plant. So that is why the requirement for us is much more stringent than what international people are doing. Probably they are changing now their goalpost because they know India is a huge market. Let us redesign our SMRs looking for India. So what Mr. Raghavan told, this is our strategy one. There is a hungry India waiting for captive power plants to be replaced by nuclear. So strategy one is whatever is our existing technologies available, 220 megawatt PHWR, with some minor changes, deploy it immediately as much as possible. But then Dr. Kakurkar, if you have listened to his lecture, there is a constraint with the fuel. So that is why we're talking about a new innovative fuel called ANIL, which can reduce the amount of the fuel consumption. That is strategy one. Strategy two, look what China has done. Very intelligently, we have to be all intelligent, whoever is sitting here. What China did, China borrowed the technology from Russia and made its own SMR. And it is in a very advanced stage of deployment. Once it does, they will be the world supplier of SMR because cheap and it's the Russian technology. So we have also very narrow time frame towards that. If we want to be a global, because once we, whatever Professor Naik is saying, Shailesh Naik ji is saying, I'm also agreeing, look at 2,500 gigawatt from nuclear. If we talk about 20 crore per megawatt, India will be requiring $5 trillion, $5 to $6 trillion investment in the next 20 years. And today's our economy is only 3.7 or $4 trillion. So $5 to $6 trillion investment, where you will get? Not from India. Foreign investment is a must. So that path also we have to look at. That's what I am agreeing to him. Something else also has to be grouped. So alone I can do everything, okay, to some extent. This I am revealing here, which I have written in that book. If you look at our own domestic energy resources, today, if we follow the closed fuel cycle, whatever God has given us, it can support 18 lakh terawatt hour total energy. And if I talk about 100 years for fission energy to continue after that, assuming fusion to come, so it can supply up to 18,000 terawatt hour per year. Almost 50% of today's, not today's, tomorrow's total energy, clean energy requirement. And the rest all has to be imported in terms of fuel. So there is room, enough room for foreign fuel and foreign technology. We have to marry with a foreign participant. So that we have to look for with whom we can do the scientific cooperation, technology cooperation, get the technology developed on the soil so that cost is economical and flourish it. I said 1,000 gigawatt is possible in the brownfield site through SMR, both for captive as well as for the retiring coal plant. It's a huge business is waiting. So look at how much can come from 220. Another thing is also what Dr. Kakurkar said, the fast neutron-based SMR also can come if that technology comes with metallic fuel. So we can go to the second stage. Third stage can come with the molten salt. So these two quickly we have to develop with our own resources as well as collaboration from abroad. If this can happen in the next 10 years, I feel we'll be also on the track. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Naik, just let me add one more question there. So when you say whatever we have, right, let's talk about FBR. We just had our thorium reserves. We just saw that Kalapakkam 500 was, there was a loading of fuel. So why are we not there yet there? And how can we, scale that up in the future?
Oh, that is what is our vision. That is what is India's mission. Because very few countries in the world, until now you have seen, except Russia, nobody is really operating a fast reactor. Because it's not required for them. They are very luxurious countries, less population, lot of energy available. Problem is only for India. God has not given uranium and lot of population, and we want to be $35 trillion. That is the problem. Otherwise, all these things not required. So because of that, because we have less uranium, we are compelled to go for plutonium and fast reactor. This is not a requirement beyond our borders. So once the 500 megawatt fast reactor is feasible, I would say that commercially available, I think India will be the world leader in this technology. And parallelly, also the thorium technology is already that, I think, Sukhma is one, and many you will hear in the afternoon. I think some of them are sitting here. Of course, they are from private. So the molten salt technologies are now blooming up. I feel sitting on this chair today, in the next 10 years will be the goal set for India to have all technologies available. Once they are available, beyond that, it is just question of acceleration. It will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll come to Dr. Shailesh. A lot of young people are interested in the nuclear energy sector, and we're talking about tripling capacities by FY32. What happened in the renewable energy sector is when the boom came, we fell short of workforce. So can we be preemptive this time when we are seeing tripling of energy? Can we do something that leads to a workforce that is ready by FY32?
I think that's very important, and that is why we need to make this much more broad-based, because if you want to increase the scale, you will need highly skilled people, and that also should go hand in hand when you start building your investment. Not only financial, but human resources investment is also equally important. So I think when you plan that this is a path which I want to take, all the three aspects, as I told earlier, the manpower or the human resources, infrastructure and capital, all three required.
I would like to add here, sir, that is research in the sector now more important as ever? And what kind of investment can we see? Is there any augmentation or increment investment that is coming in the R&D sector in nuclear energy?
Yeah, actually, there are two things I would like to say. One is the knowledge, or in the sense, what the basic understanding about the science, and based on that, the technology, where you will need skilled people. So you need also build knowledge base and the skill base. So both kinds of people required. I mean, you can say either engineers and scientists, both would be required. It's not only one part would be sufficient.
Right. I will get Raghavan in here. What do you think about the research and development, the investments that can happen from the private sector as well? Is there a plan out there? And if you could just please elaborate on that.
If you see R&D, the investment from the private sector is happening only from the manufacturing side, not for development of technology. Because even the reactor development rests with the government, right? Government, DAE and all the associated institutions. So the R&D in nuclear is primarily by the government. Only in the manufacturing and the services sector, wherever the optimization and the improvement possible, that's happening. Otherwise, I think it's mainly run by the government as of now.
Yes, as of now. Mr. Lawat, you spoke about, capital, that you are ready for investment, companies like yours perhaps. What kind of investment do you think that the private sector will take this hands-on if allowed into this sector?
So I think investment, meaning, we are absolutely depending upon the policies, and DA is in a advanced, stage to really formalize this business model. And I think once that is done, then all the, as I said previously as well, there are strengths that private sector can bring on the table, and that's the capital. As per the business model, we are willing to bring the capital, and along with that, the procurement and the construction part. I think this particular marriage is a perfect thing that has to take off. Second, about the requirement, because as we say, the world cannot wait beyond this. We have to start acting now, and we are willing to act now. And it is not about the pushback from the CBAM, but this is the right time because it brings a lot of opportunities. So I think this overall conversion has to happen. And point number 3 is about the overall energy requirement. So we spoke about the coal requirement and other thing. We have clearly identified that power is going to be the lead domino to start with. Because the moment we start utilizing deployment of the nuclear power in our steel mills, and including the electric arc furnace, which is the main energy guzzlers, I think we will be knocking off the overall carbon intensity by close to 600 to 700 kg, which is a massive thing going forward. So that's number 1. Number 2 is about the green hydrogen part. I think as an industry, we are here talking about the power, the electrons part of it. And I must emphasize that, nuclear is absolutely important for molecules as well. And why I say molecules, the synchronization, the power, the electrons, and the waste heat that is being generated in nuclear. Lot of steam is being generated, right, in the steam from the nuclear. If we can utilize, there are technologies possible, and we are in an advanced stage of discussion with all this electrolyzer manufacturing company in Europe, where we can take this excess steam and use it to make green hydrogen, where the efficiency will be almost 30% lower than the conventional electrolyzers, the alkaline and the PEM. So I think there are so many advantages that we can bring in with this synchronization, green molecules, green electrons, and private sector, as I said. I think we don't have any option now. We have to start acting now, and we want to convert our our pledges into action. This is the time when we have to start converting it, because in India, maybe today, the shareholders, stakeholders are not questioning. But I think it is not going to happen after 2-3 years. They will start questioning us that in your annual report, you are mentioning that you have a target to reduce your carbon footprint by 10%. You haven't done anything on that. That's one. Number 2, our customers, they are day by day, they are getting intelligent. All our customers, the automakers, the yellow good manufacturers, the consumer durables, they are asking, JSPL, you have given that you will reduce the carbon footprint by 5% by FY 27-28. Please tell me the progress, where exactly you are. So I think everybody is getting it with the help of Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, and everybody is in the entire ecosystem. They are getting smarter, which is good, and which is also keeping us in check. So no more, I think, talking now. It is the right time where you have to start converting your pledges into actions.
Right. Thank you. So we are ready, I think, and we need breakthrough policies. Investment is ready. Investors are becoming more aware, and perhaps will start beginning to question us 2 to 3 years down the line. Thank you, gentlemen, for your wonderful insights, and I'll open the house for questions. Before you ask questions, please do introduce yourself, which organization you're from, the gentleman at the back.
Work in tandem. And one other thing that I want to ask, see, nuclear is in the electricity sector. So finally it is going to provide us electricity. One issue is, why not have flexibility in nuclear? There were There was a committee which was also formed to look into it, but I think now with energy storage technologies coming in, why not utilize that? Because renewable energy is going to go out in a big manner. And in terms of policy, one question is how, why not push a policy regarding demand side responses? Like C&I consumers are there. They are connected to the grid. And if they can provide demand side responses, and we have energy storage from the nuclear side, that would also help in, integrating the nuclear in a much better manner. The bottlenecks in the minds of the people will also reduce.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Naik, would you?
It was a good suggestion that today also, I think the first part I will answer, that today nuclear energy, okay, yesterday it has worked, until now it is being used only for production of electricity. But there are also many other targets today, even to produce high temperature heat, to produce hydrogen, for example, or even for nuclear desalination, for example. Or there are many process industries who needs only heat. They don't need electricity, right? Moment you convert heat to electricity, then the efficiency 70% drops. But the levelized cost of heat from nuclear is several times cheaper as compared to any other clean sources, for example, wind or solar. So as you rightly said, one has to look holistically the full energy management, and that has to be worked out. So this much I can say about the first part of the question. Thank you.
Sure. Anyone else would like to attempt?
He talked about flexibility. Probably you are referring to the RTC power, whether nuclear can be integrated with the solar and wind, and the generator can give round-the-clock power. So is it your question? Right now it is only a gas-based. Thermal plant is part of this, but not the nuclear. Is it your question? Okay. Yes. So flexibilization of the plant, but actually nuclear is not that much.
That is a nuclear we cannot, not that I remove the fuel, the power will come down, enter the fuel. That flexibility doesn't have, but let me tell you, but it can be a balancing system definitely that with wind and solar on the grid, and we can use the balanced electricity for other applications. That is the advantage with the small reactors. For example, for the captive units, let's say they use 6 units of 220. 4 units are connected for hydrogen production, 2 are connecting to the grid. So depending on the demand, they can use that. So that is a possibility only with small and micro reactors. Large size reactors, it's difficult.
Sure. Yes.
Energy storage.
Maybe you can catch him after.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. Myself, I am Ram Babu. I am working as Executive Director in Electronic Corporation of India Limited. I am an ex-NPCL person. I have spent almost 34 years in the nuclear power plants. My question to you is not to the forum. My question is to the youth. Are the youth is willing to join this program? Because why I am asking this question is, none of the youngsters, they are not showing interest to join nuclear power plants. The first thing, they are remote, and second thing is the fear. Fear is not much, but the first thing is the remoteness of the plants. Now everybody wants a short-term goal. Now you see the software engineers. Today they will be here, tomorrow they will be somewhere else. But nobody wants to stick to their positions. When I joined in this nuclear power corporation, we spend almost 30 years almost in the fields. But the present youth is not willing, and nobody is joining NPCL. This is the present fact.
So.
Hello, yeah. I am Professor Prabhat Ranjan, currently Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil International University in Pune. I am a nuclear fusion scientist, probably first PhD from this country. The word nuclear, we never distinguish between nuclear fusion and fission. So every time we talk about nuclear energy, we mean fission. Most countries have started to distinguish. US has separated out policy both in terms of policy to promote private industry and also in terms of safety standards. UK has done that, Canada has done, but India, we still continue to use nuclear means nuclear fission. We have to separate out any comments on that. Thank you.
Was there a question, sir?
Hello. It is not a question, it was a comment.
Okay.
So,
Please.
yeah, it's a
hello.
comment from me.
Hello, Namaskar. I am Dr. Jagdish Sivhare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. I have a general question. The turning of carbon dioxide gas into solid carbon stone is how much efficient to protect our climate to achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in terms of human and physical?
So I can take this question. I think, depending upon the geographies, if you talk about in India, basically this technology is actually the right technology as a permanent sink. Depending upon the rocks, we have very few regions, basically in the northeast, where we have these basaltic rocks, which absorbs CO2. It is actually a classic case of mineralization. And it is a permanent sink. So it is absolutely it is one of the circular economy, carbon circular thing that can happen, just to give you an example, like if you talk about Middle East, which has got a lot of basaltic and pediarotic rocks. So you capture CO2, push the CO2 into these rocks, and they absorb. The rate of mineralization is so high that they again form the calcium carbonate or limestone, which we can again use, right? And we are actually, for your information, we are doing this experiment for our plant in Oman. We are one of the largest steel manufacturers in Oman, and we are exactly doing this experiment where we are pushing the CO2 into the rocks to make it absolutely a permanent sink, and then again use that rock as a calcium carbonate. So very efficient, but very geographic specific. In India, we have only few regions where we have these rocks, but if we have the option, great technology to have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Vinay Khandi. I represent Nuclear Business Platform as country head for India. So my question is to Mr. Alawat. Very interesting points you have brought up, and then it's really good to see that finally private sector is showing so much of interest to get into the nuclear sector. I would just like, you have touched upon the point of CBAM. So just wanted to know whether green hydrogen is exactly the real green hydrogen or ideological green hydrogen, because in Europe, green means which is produced by renewable. So will they be accepting the nuclear generated hydrogen, quote unquote, as a green hydrogen?
No, great question, Vinay. I think maybe just for audience information, we are putting up world's largest green hydrogenated steel plant in Oman. And when we were doing this roadshow last year, we spent 60–70% of the time in Europe, and 99% of the customers, like Porsche, Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, automobiles, they are the one who are really liking, they want to really decarbonize their scope 3 emissions. And 99% of the customers, they said, we don't care from where you will bring these electrons. Or, what we want is you fulfill our product carbon footprint of 600 kgs per ton of steel. Whether it is nuclear or solar, wind, we don't care. Yes, but there are 1% of the customer who are absolutely hypocrites, or what we say, they are still agnostic about this point, that yes, no, sorry, if you are doing it from nuclear, we won't buy it. So I think you will have that 1% is good enough, we don't care about 1%, 99% they are absolutely open. So we have to focus on those 99%.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, the person on the back.
Good morning to all the distinguished guests and all the experts. My name is Shreya Kaushik, and I'm currently studying in 12th grade. Very new to the field of nuclear fission. I just started researching on the nuclear fusion energy, and specifically I'm researching on how we can reproduce hydrogen using nuclear fission energy. My question to experts is that how can energy companies strike a balance between environment, society, and profit? And what are the gaps that they're still missing even after their efforts of using and making their operations more friendly to the environment? Thank you.
Who would like to answer that?
I think the youth has the most difficult question because they have to develop India at the same time save a planet, right? So what she says, how your energy system can make a balance between profit as well as the other
Environment and society.
environment, right? So I'll give you some examples. I'm basically from a different stream. To save the 2 degrees Celsius limit, what is the IEA target, International Energy Agency target? It says for each unit of electricity you produce, amount of CO2 to be released has to be 11 grams or less. Please remember this number. MIT report if you see, it says no, 11 grams is too high to save a planet. It should be 1 gram of CO2 for 1 unit of electricity. And if you are producing electricity from coal, it releases close to 1 kg, almost 800, 900 grams of CO2 for 1 unit of electricity. And if you look at the different streams, except nuclear and wind, nothing qualifies to produce 1 unit of electricity, not more than 11 grams of CO2. Only 2 streams qualify. So automatically everything is wiped out if you want to save a planet. But the next question which you put very importantly, what is the profit? Because these private investors who are producing electricity for steel, aluminum, whatever they make it, or for hydrogen for your transport or any other fluids, they have to make profit. Today, for India, I'll tell you, I don't know about the global things, the levelized cost of electricity, LCOE, is one of the cheapest in nuclear as compared to all these streams. For example, solar is very cheap, but the moment you put battery storage, the cost is double of nuclear. Same is wind. Same it is also with the super thermal coal plant. Moment you go for carbon capture and storage, it's so much uneconomical. Nobody can go for it, even whatever Mr. Navin said. So the only way to decarbon, save a planet, make profit is nuclear, nothing else. And this is all calculated.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So I think we are running out of
I think
time.
out of time.
But you can take your questions out of the podium. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Wonderful session, wonderful insights. It's always a pleasure talking to you all. And if anybody has left out a question, please catch them right after this. Thank you.
Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. And thank you to Shilpa for starting this discussion. I would request Dr. Nitendra and Dr. Jatinder Singh to please come up on stage and present mementos to our speakers. We are grateful to them for coming here and sharing the wealth of their knowledge with the audience. Would request you to please present mementos to our speakers. Request you to please present a memento to Sri Raghavan. All right, a memento for Shilpa. One for Mr. Raghavan. A memento for Professor Swaran Singh. A memento for Dr. A.K. Nayak. A memento for Shri Naveen Elawat. And a memento for Dr. Nayak again. Thank you all for coming here and sharing your views with the audience. I request all of you to please remain seated because we have one presentation coming up. And please put your hands together and welcome on stage our next speaker. Our next speaker is Arpita Sen, Head HR Quality Control or Quality Council of India and the Head of Operations at Gunvatta Gurukul. So please give a round of applause and welcome on the podium Ms. Arpita Sen. I request all of you to please settle down and take your seats.
Hello everyone. Hi. Okay, I think I need to stand over here only so everybody can hear me. Hi, myself Arpita. I'm from Quality Council of India. I'm heading the HR as well as I'm taking care of Gunvatta Gurukul. Gunvatta Gurukul is basically an initiative of Quality of Council. And you know how is it? At this point of time, India is the most working population and we would be somewhere near 70% by 2030. But there is a skill gap. There is always you hire people from from colleges, they have theoretical knowledge with no practical experience at all. So, and companies are again obliged to come across with a learning plan and take them through with the skilling, upskilling and everything. And at the end of it also, the ROI of it is not as expected. We are here to make things easy for you. This particular institute, we empower them, we upskill them, we transform them into students while empowering them with knowledge and skills. Can you please play the anthem? It's not audible.
उड़ चले छूने आसमां हम उड़ चले उड़ चले उड़ चले उड़ चले छूने आसमां हम उड़ चले उड़ चले उड़ चले छूने आसमां हम न रुके न थमे नई सोच लिए हम अंश को चूमे जीते जहां गुणवत्ता के पंख लिए ले हौसलों की उड़ान गुणवत्ता के पंख लिए ले हौसलों की उड़ान
While India has a large workforce, the skills possessed by not always are aligned with the demands of the current and future job markets. We are committed to bridge that skill gap with the crucial of maximizing the potential of young professionals. As emphasized by Mr. Jakshay Shah, QCI's chairperson, through this program, we are on a mission to identify candidates who exhibit qualities such as innovation, passion for impact, diversity and inclusion, and effective communication. The program aims to create a dynamic cohort of individuals who will be the dot period of quality, standardization, and excellence in every sector they work for. These are some features of the program. So anybody with any graduate stream can join us. They can have 2 years of experience from zero. We are running, as we speak, we are running batch 3 with us. We have students from IIM, IIT, we have law graduates, we have pol science graduates, we have engineers, we have literature graduates, we have doctors, dentists as well in this batch. Screening process is very stringent. They have to go through an aptitude test, followed by a psychometric test, which has 22 components to figure them out. Then there is a one-on-one technical round as well. It's an extensively skill-based curriculum, which is tailored based on the industry standards. While they learn, they earn with us as well. They are entitled for a 15,000 of stipend. We do have these leadership connects with them. We have Anand Pillai had this connection with us, leadership connect with us. We had Amit Gosain came us, had this facilitation with the students, understand them how the industry works, how these things works, how they got the knowledge from immense gurus of the industry. We have this opportunity to ensure there's an opportunity for these students to go for the field visits as well. Like we have these boards, we have divisions working all over. We want them to see how Quality Council of India is incorporating quality from the grassroots level. We also want them to be holistically upskilled. We have started to upskill them in life support sessions, in fire drill sessions, where they are ready to take care of any situation at any point of time. Can we please have the audio?
Namaskar, मेरा नाम है Shravan Kaul. This translates to, hi, my name is Shravan Kaul and I hail from Jammu and Kashmir, currently based out of Noida, Central Delhi. So basically I joined Gunvatta Gurukul in first batch, it's maiden batch, and I am having the best of my lifetime because I'm currently posted at NBQP as an analyst and I'm working in Quality Setu project. So what did I learn? We had overall functional and behavioral training in Gunvatta Gurukul, in which we had covered our research training, our behavioral skills such as how to meet, how to greet, and everything that is very required in a government setting, a government organization, to be very honest. Apart from that, it was a memory of a lifetime because we had cohort people or our colleagues from different parts of India that amounted to 80 finest of the fine people, and it was a privilege to learn from them, grow with them, as well as have an experience of learning bilingually and most probably learn from all the specs of state, their difference, their uniqueness. So yeah, that's amount to what I have learned. And other than that, how is this helping? I would say I have not only acquired an acumen of how to work on reports, concept notes and everything starting from scratch. Although here at NBQP, I had this opportunity to work with a diverse team and make myself more knowledgeable about what's going on, how to do more better and be the best version of myself. And taking Gunvatta Gurukul, I would say it is one of the best tailor-made courses adult learning cohortship that would be an opportunity of a lifetime to any person or any individual who would be joining this. And yes, that's it. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Priya Tripathi. I am from Uttar Pradesh. I have done my bachelor's in political science and history from University of Delhi. I am from first batch of Gunvatta Gurukul, the maiden batch. During my time here, I have learned about I have not just learned about functional and behavioral, I also discovered about self-empowerment and effective communication and leadership. Here, it's been a roller coaster ride for 8 weeks. We met a lot of people from different kinds of mindsets with different states, various regions. So it's been a give and take journey for us. What sets Gunvatta Gurukul apart? Its holistic approach to education. It's not just about making people aware or more prepared for professional world. It's about nurturing individuals to become more well-rounded and adaptable and leaders. If I had to sum up in one line, I would say they don't teach you just about to succeed, they empower you to thrive. Thank you.
So me talking about Gunvatta Gurukul, of course, it's more of a branding. I wanted you to hear from the horse's mouth. We have, as it mentions, we have already placed near about 60% of our students. We have people posted in Quaka, Ravi Energy. We have people in IIT. We have people in CRPG as well. Most of them has been posted in QCI. So why I'm speaking about Gurukul, about Gunvatta Gurukul in front of the most acute technical people? Two main reasons. You can send your people to us. You can send your fresh graduates to us. We'll train them, we'll upskill them, we'll make them ready. We'll bridge that gap between being fresher, having a lot of theoretical knowledge to a practical knowledge, and bring that professionalism on the table for you. Or you can go ahead and hire from us as well. So plug and learn is the case. Basically, you can send your people to us. We are running our batch 3. We have opened our applications for registration for batch 4 as well, which is going to start for possibly from June 18th. And that ways you can, if you want, I can help you with how the registration happens. I can help you with the follow parts, with the links and everything. That's it. Anything? I'm open for questions. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Sure, sure. Definitely. Thank you so much for being a patient audience. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Jatinder Singh to please present a memento to Arpita ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation. And if there are any questions or any follow-ups, please take it up with Arpita during the course of lunch, which follows next. Thank you so much for your presentation, and I wish you all the best. We will now take an hour-long lunch break. I just want an announcement to be made that the lunch for our speakers and partners is in the Modi Hall, and the lunch for delegates is being served right outside. We'll see you back on your seats at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Guided by the visionary leadership of PM Modi, backed by the strong policies, India is one of the fastest growing economies of the world. Supporting Prime Minister's vision of Amrit Kal, envisioning a new self-reliant India, PHD Chamber of Commerce and Industry earnestly wishes to contribute in fostering economic growth, employment generation and sustainable development across the country. Established in 1905, PHDCCI has been working proactively at the grassroots level across India with strong national and international linkages and keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community. trade and fostering international business relations. These initiatives not only underline PHDCCI's commitment to global collaboration, but also demonstrate their dedication to facilitating trade opportunities and expanding economic horizons. A total of 85 delegates visited countries like Oman, Senegal, Abuja, Lagos in Nigeria, Accra in Ghana, Hong Kong, Macau and Slovenia for trade promotion, and the sectors that were promoted were healthcare, IT and digitization, education, sustainability and environmental, social and governance, ESG practices, renewable energy and agriculture startups.
As a business house, many problems keep happening, a lot of confusions are there, and there the job of PSG, Chamber of Commerce, is to handhold everybody in helping fostering good relationship with Government of India, making them aware what changes are happening.
The PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry celebrated its 117th annual session on September 30th, 2022 at Hotel Taj Palace in New Delhi, focusing on the theme India at 75, celebrating India's pursuit for self-reliance. Graced by the presence of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Piyush Goyal.
I'm sure PhD Chamber will continue to provide leadership in this post-pandemic world so that we can power ahead and the India growth story will be second to none in the world.
Additionally, a post-budget interactive session with Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, took place on February at PhD House in New Delhi. PHDCCI also recently organized the third edition of its International Climate Summit at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi, with the theme Sustainability through Green Growth, Green Hydrogen, Biofuels, Renewables, a new pathway to climate change mitigation. This summit featured notable speakers addressing environmental challenges and sustainable solutions. At its headquarters in New Delhi, PHDCCI hosted an interactive session on the new Master Plan Delhi 2041 with Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, in attendance. PHDCCI further hosted a range of events like, including the following: First Media Summit on the rise of Indian language, newspapers and the tech tide, interactive session on G20, opportunities for business. Collaborating with Punjab National Bank, it also presented the Power Evening Program and Bharat Startup Summit and Expo in New Delhi, featuring Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Railways and Communications, along with a discussion with Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable MOS with the independent charge for the Ministry of Science and Technology. Second Inland Waterways Summit, graced by Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, as the chief guest. Insightful dialogue session between PHDCCI's President, Mr. Saket Dalmia, and Paytm's founder, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma. PHDCCI also signed an MOU with Sri Sri Ravi Shankar and hosted an interactive session with Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, Honorable Chief Economic Advisor in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. Furthermore, PHDCCI holds regular interactions with the eminent dignitaries and government officials to apprise them about the important industry concerns and expectations. A delegation's visit to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, as well as meetings with Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Amit Shah, the Honorable Home Minister of India, and Shri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Defence Minister of India. Additionally, PHDCCI delegations met various union and state ministers, including Honorable Mr. Jyotiraditya M. Sindhya, Honorable Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, Mr. Hemant Soren, Honorable Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, along with the Chief of the Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey. The PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government too, and vows to give impetus to the mission of Make in India for the world and celebrate our Azadi Ka Mahotsav.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation and holistic participation amongst the government, industry and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey.
We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely PHDFWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
Being the voice of industry and trade, we have been facilitating policy dialogues with central and state governments, taking up the industry issues with various governments and making sure that these issues are sorted out so that the industry can contribute towards the nation's building. We work on more than 60 verticals of Indian economy. We create many trade shows. We bridge the gap between government and industry, and we remain the most trusted voice of industry and trade.
We extend our gratitude to all our annual sponsors, patrons and star members for their constant support in strengthening the PHDCCI and giving it wings to fly high and accomplish higher visions. Guided by the visionary leadership of PM Modi, backed by the strong policies, India is one of the fastest growing economies of the world. Supporting Prime Minister's vision of Amrit Kaal, envisioning a new self-reliant India, PHD Chamber of Commerce and Industry earnestly wishes to contribute in fostering economic growth, employment generation and sustainable development across the country. Established in 1905, PHDCCI has been working proactively at the grassroots level across India with strong national and international linkages and keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth, the Gati Shakti Master Plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation.
PHDCCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium and small industries, playing its role of a policy advocator and extending best support to the industry stakeholders. PHDCCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all the challenges related to industry, trade and commerce.
As PG Chambers works at a grassroots level and the state are its major strength, PG Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry and people. PG Chamber will continue to address factory level issues.
Welcome back.
Representations.
I request everybody to please settle down and take your seats. Thank you for your cooperation. We will start with our post-lunch session. And our technical session 2 is on empowering progress, the crucial role of private industries in accelerating the development and implementation of nuclear energy. Till about a few months back, the Atomic Energy Act 1962 limited all activities associated with atomic energy to the central government and companies or corporations established by it. Now the government will invite private companies to invest in nuclear electricity projects where they can earn revenues from electricity sales even as the operation of the nuclear plant remains with state entities. The operation of nuclear power plants requires strict adherence to high standards of safety, security, and safeguards. So will the private sector play along in this calibrated method of drawing in more capital for nuclear energy? To discuss this, please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Shri B. Venkatraman, Director, Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research. He is one of the speakers for this session. Please give him a round of applause and welcome Shri B. Venkatraman to the stage. He is a veteran scientist with a research career spanning 37 years. He took over as a director of IGCAR, Kalpakkam, Tamil Nadu. As a pioneer in the field of nuclear research, the spin-offs of his scientific work have been used in diverse domains such as space, defense, medicine, art, archaeology, amongst others. Please also welcome our other speakers for this panel. Please welcome Shri Anuj S. Bhatnagar, Head MSD, Bureau of Indian Standards. He's a skilled laboratory quality systems expert and trainer faculty with extensive experience in quality management, auditing, and coaching professionals. Please welcome Ms. Els Reyners Kinney, partner MB Kinney. She heads the environmental law team. She brings with her a wealth of international experience as a Belgian lawyer who has also studied and worked in the United States prior to qualifying as an Indian lawyer. Els appears in the international's who's who of environmental lawyers. Please also welcome Sri Lakshya Jain, Research Associate, University of Liverpool, UK. He has earned his PhD in engineering, nuclear engineering from Homi Bhabha National Institute with a demonstrated history of working in research industry. He is skilled in numerical simulation, code development, reactor neutronics, and analytics. Please give a round of applause to our speakers. And I would like to invite our moderator as well, Mr. Bhattacharya. So please welcome all our speakers with a round of applause.
Could we start?
Yes. Please go ahead.
Right, thank you. And welcome to the post-lunch session, always a difficult session. But the point is that this panel is a very interesting panel. And it's a panel which brings together a very diverse range of experts from different sectors. Most important, any panel which is being listened to by Mr. Kakotkar always is something which I think is a learning experience. But having said that, let me say that something which has been said from the morning onwards, but I still would want to repeat, that India has the aim of generating 100 gigawatt of nuclear power by 2047 from the current production of over just about 8 gigawatt. Now, and this comes in the vision document for Amrit Kal, prepared by the Department of Atomic Energy, which says that it would include breeder reactors would contribute over 3 gigawatt of nuclear power, while about 18 gigawatt would come from light water reactors, and another 40 to 45 would come from pressurized heavy water reactors. Now, this is the session, or this is the audience which knows exactly what is meant when we talk about this sort of a division. What we want to unpack in this particular session is that when we say that this is the target, and this target has the inclusion of the private sector also, what does it mean? So we would try to unpack that understanding in our discussion today. For the next 45 minutes or so. I would like to start with Mr. Bhatnagar. We are talking about the Indian nuclear industry. I mean, like 100 gigawatt is a big number, very big number, globally by any standards. India till now has been taking in nuclear reactors mostly from abroad. There's been, of course, there was the Homi Bhabha plan for stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. But given all that context, when we talk about nuclear industry, should we start right at the concept of setting up of standards of something? Is that something that you would say we should be looking at first? So that's what I would like to pose to you, Mr. Bhatnagar.
I would like to just tell you that
Yeah, I would like to just tell you that the organization from where I am coming, Bureau of Indian Standard, first thing, it is the national standards body of India. It makes national standards for India. You mean whatever is Indian standard, that is made by Bureau of Indian Standards. And when we talk about the nuclear energy field, we have made around 62 standards on nuclear energy. Bureau of Indian Standards that has a separate committee on nuclear energy for peaceful purposes, and they have adopted many ISO standards as well, and they have also made these 62 standards indigenously. And these standards are basically just a movement to deliberate upon how they are made. These are made by these technical committee, which consists of technical people. They have academicians, they have even government people, they have consumers, they have industry. It means all sectors and all stakeholders are represented in the industry. So in that committee, we take care of the viewpoint of everybody. And if something is left and something is known to Bureau of Indian Standard that this particular person or this particular sector is left, we try to incorporate that into the committee so that everybody's views are. So we have been doing this work, and this organization is there just before, since 1947, just before our country got independence. For last 75 years, this organization is working in this field, and 62 standards out of, say, 22,000 plus standards, which BIS has made. 62 standards on nuclear energy is not a small amount, considering that it is very high-end technical aspect of standard making. So we can't say that we are not in tandem with the world. We are in the tandem with the world, and wherever need is felt, we also adopt the international standards. The standards made by other countries, ISO, other organizations. So that is an ongoing, you can say, work.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. That's very well illustrated, Mr. Bhatnagar. And just a follow-up question to that. Standards, more than any other industry, for the nuclear industries, I think is a very important thing because of the obvious reasons that nuclear industry has had a major, what I should say, engagement with the public. And in that issues about safety, issues about lots of things about nuclear. So I think you're fulfilling a very important role in bringing a set of publicly known standards for the industry. And I think that is where you are giving a sort of a feeling of safety to the Indian population as we start expanding the role of nuclear industry in the Indian energy basket.
Right. If you say, what about the industry? These standards are basically used by the industry, not by the common man. Through industry by the common man, you can say. And most of the standards, if you see, they are about the substances, their testing requirement, their radiological testing, and all these, which the industry need actually. So it is basically for the industry for implementation. And the common man through those industry can use the standard. So basically for industry, these are made.
Thanks very much. And I think I'll now bring in Ms. Kinney. When you are talking as an industry person, where do you think the role of standards comes in, especially in an economy like India, where we are talking a lot about the discovery of the nuclear sector? So your thoughts?
Yeah, so a bit a disclaimer, because I speak in both a capacity as a lawyer and then, of course, as the representative of the Nuclear Law Association of India. So not necessarily industry representative at all. Very often, actually, lawyers tend to be the red flags against industry when they say, what do you mean we can't do this? So with that as a disclaimer, of course, BIS across sectors, nuclear and across so many other sectors, does absolutely impressive work and is very important. And layered above that, of course, the role of the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board when it comes to safety standards, I think has an extreme good reputation in India across, and similarly like you, I think even the ARB collaborates, of course, with many other regulators across the globe, shares best practices, not only when things go well, even when there are minor incidents, they immediately change, they exchange information about it. The IEA facilitates that, the Nuclear Energy Agency also. India is very much active participant in these dialogues and lessons learned situations. So I think to that extent, yes, the role of the regulatory authorities of course, and then the product quality standard setting bodies are absolutely critical. I think without it, and of course, as we talk about SMRs, that's precisely also going forward a major challenge for these regulatory bodies as well, to try to come up with licensing, with standards, because there's so many models being designed. Everyone is in R&D mode. Nothing is commercialized yet, and so the question is, there's so many models about to be floated. Regulatory authorities are also a bit sense that they'll be overwhelmed, and ultimately only few models, SMR models, will be able to be retained, also to be commercially viable, because ultimately you're looking at instead of economies of scale, economies of series, even for SMRs to be successful. Ultimately, there will only be few designs that can make it and can then be replicated, and then even for regulatory authorities easily adopted along the same standards and licensing parameters for it to really take off, I think. So absolutely important role played by bodies like BIS. Yeah.
Thank you. That's very well said. Jen, I'll bring you along here, not on the issue of standards, but let me say, in the past couple of years, the government of India has played a very proactive role in pushing the role of the private sector into the nuclear industry. In fact, as I can see, the private investment would now be allowed in nuclear plants, land and water resources, and construction activities in areas outside the reactor complexes of the plants. Now, there's also, that means that when the private sector is coming in, and NPCIL, initially it will obviously be the peripheral things, but then they'll come to a point where NPCIL will be asked to share the technology with the private sector. And we have very big names from the private sector who want to come into it. So when you look at the lay of the land, how do you think should the progress happen from here? Say from here till, I mean, let's take a 5-year horizon. There's going to be a new government now. So if you look at it, so what should be some of the things that the private sector and the government should be looking at from June onwards in terms of bringing to allow for larger investment into the industry?
Thank you very much for that question. So I think earlier this morning, Dr. Nayak was mentioning about there being a need for kind of taking a bullet train and laying new tracks for that. Similarly, other speakers, Dr. Kakodkar mentioned about how much is the need for us to increase, that factor was roughly a 300 factor. So, and scale of 20 years. So I think investment is definitely one component of it. But at the same time, I think an important thing is that the investment alone cannot do the stuff. We need all the supply chains along. And more importantly, I'd say, the industry would definitely then also need manpower. Where are we getting the manpower from? So that means we need an increase of 300 times as well in terms of how much manpower we need. So all those things need to be taken into account. At this point of time, it's like as industries sort of invest into the future, I think the first role that I can see for the industries is not just invest in terms of land acquisition or these kind of things, but also look at how they can upskill the youth of the country so that manpower is available. Because without that, howsoever much investment we have a shortage of highly skilled labor, highly skilled manpower that we need within a sector like nuclear, which is highly technical in nature. And I think that also gives us other sort of positive side effects in terms of all these technologies create very, very high paid and highly qualified jobs. And again, that is something that the government is actively looking at. And that again contributes to improvement in the quality of life of people. And we've seen this time and again, wherever nuclear is, there is a peripheral development that happens. And that's very important in every sense of the word. So, yeah.
So, again, to go back to that issue about what are the priorities that the government should be looking at, and you talked about manpower as one of the things that the government should be promoting. Would you also say there are the issues about investment or investability of the projects that would happen? For instance, supposing the projects are coming along, projects are being planned. NPCIL chairman has been saying that every year we plan to add about 700 MW worth of investment planned into the industry. Then what are, say, the 1, 2, 3 things other than manpower which the industry would want the government to facilitate?
I'm not sure whether this is just a government-led initiative, because many a times, at least from my own perspective, what I see is a kind of a chicken and egg problem everywhere in terms of the governments feel that the industry needs to do something, the industry feels that some third party needs to do something, and then earlier this morning as well, we had this thing of, industry on the one hand, which has ambition, is ready to invest. On the other hand, you have youth, which has ideas, energy. And on the third hand, we have DAE, which has the knowledge, but probably not the ambition. So I think if what we are talking about needs to come true, howsoever far-fetched we dream, and I think Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam mentioned that dreams are what makes me, not sleep as well. So I think we need to look at that. It's not the government that needs to do something. It's not the industry that needs to do something. It's a national effort that needs to happen. Because without any one piece missing, I think the puzzle does not get complete. And without that, I think nothing else, we can't achieve it. Right. Because everything needs to fit into the puzzle for everything to work out the way we want it to work out. So, yeah.
Also, it's also very interesting. In fact, I was thinking of asking you later, but this is the right time, I suppose, when I'll ask you, is that the interest in the nuclear power in India compared to the wariness that we see in, say, geographies like EU and others. I mean, how do you read it? Today, where do the nuclear power in a sector stack up? And there's also the comment which has, I think, come from, I think it was IE or somebody who said, if you're not in the nuclear power now, you basically are going to lose out on the energy race. So your thoughts on that?
That's, again, a very interesting thing. And probably, if I may, I'll have 2 anecdotes first on this, and then probably I'll move on to what I feel we need to do. Again, as a nation, I'm not talking about any individual stakeholder, but everyone. So the anecdote being, first, my first associations with nuclear engineering. So I'm a nuclear engineer by background. And I sort of came into this, of course, from my interest, but also from the fact I graduated around the time when 1, 2, 3 had gone through, and then you had places where you could see that some effect might happen, and there was a big hope at that point as well. So I think many of us here, or maybe online as well, remember that many universities had started many courses around these things. And I was in one of those universities as well. I was one of the first batches of a master's in nuclear engineering from Delhi Technological University, which is a pioneer in all other engineering fields, but they ended up closing the course. I was just checking this morning whether we still have a course, because I haven't heard from any of the further batches about what has happened. So if we see here, what happened is, we had hope, somebody did something, so in this case, educational institutions, but ultimately, people stopped coming because there were no opportunities, whether it is from the government side, that means from DAE, which is the primary, sort of place where a nuclear engineer or anybody wanting to get involved with nuclear can come into. But there were no such opportunities, and I am one of them. I'm working right now at the University of Liverpool, and I'm not speaking here in that capacity. But that does not mean that sitting there, we've just forgotten, and we talk a lot about brain drain and stuff as well. So I think this is something that needs to be reflected upon. The second anecdote being, there's a conference, I think 4 or 5 years back, where I was there, and I think we had colleagues from other nations, and this was in Mumbai, and the discussions were around, what can we do and this and that, and there was a certain sort of distance between what they had, what the perspective was there, and what we had. So they were just looking at, oh gosh, we have trained manpower, we have PhDs, we have masters available for us to directly take and absorb. And here we were just thinking, we're not sure what we can do about it, and this and that. So this, again, this disconnect, which I think needs to go away, and that's why I said, it's not just one stakeholder, but everyone. And again, coming back to EU or the other nations, or whether it's US or other powers, I think India has always been traditionally a trend follower. I think, again, when we talk about Viksit Bharat 2047, or whether it's any other time scale, I think we need to start thinking forward than that. We cannot be technology followers anymore, and by technology, it's trend followers anymore. I think we got to be trend setters. Right. So I think, again, we got to get onto that bullet train. We got to lay all those paths, and we got to do it together, without which it's not possible, I'd say, from my perspective.
That's very interesting, and being trendsetters, and the issue of manpower that you said, or rather personal power that we should say now, rather than making it a particular 6 point. But so coming to you, ma'am, what I would want to know is that the issue of shortage of technical manpower that he pointed out, Mr. Jain pointed out, is that also affecting the band of experts who would be looking at the nuclear industry, especially in a country like India, where the requirement would be all over the place? How do you think that is being addressed? I mean, what are the ways in which this can be addressed? Because as industry expands, I think that role, this is a very solid point that he's pointing about, the role of people, the qualified people who can be there at critical places.
Well, I think everything is relative, because I come from, of course, small country where there's a real lack of civil and nuclear engineers. My sense is that, particularly from the nuclear establishment, that they've been quite well aware for a long time about the importance of ensuring, given the long-term history, forward-lookingness about nuclear being here to stay. So I have a feeling that they've actually focused quite a bit, in my opinion, on ensuring that you do have these engineers lined up and attracting. I do understand that maybe the profile of students has changed over the years, and maybe now you get more nuclear engineers even from tier 2, tier 3 cities, maybe more vernacular, but brilliant as nuclear engineers. So my sense is, particularly even from the Homi Bhabha Nuclear Institute, that active efforts are being undertaken, at least, to ensure, at least from the own department's point of view, to attract enough students. Of course, what that will mean the day that you have, because we're still quite a few years away, that you have maybe another a multiplier effect and a bigger need given maybe more private sector participation. But unlike other countries which are really struggling, I feel here at least you have some level of a good supply of nuclear engineers. So my sense is that this is something that even 10, 15 years ago the nuclear establishment was very much aware of. Of course, it's quite possible that the younger generation says, I want to go in banking and finance, then there's nothing, you cannot stop that from happening. But maybe also another point, because you did ask in terms of what other steps would be required, and of course everyone in the room also very much knows, and I'm sure Lakshu too, and even in your profession you must be talking about. And of course at some point it's a bit maybe the white elephant in the room. They spoke a lot about the need for policy change, but of course also at some point you'll have to directly address and amend even specific laws as well to create that ultimately business environment or clarity, isn't it? Ready for investment. It's just an additional point I felt we could not leave it out apart from the HR points.
Especially the Section 3 of the Atomic Energy Act of 1962, which limits ownership and operation of nuclear plants to the government. So in that case, taking that discussion on forward with you, where do you think is our current regulatory regime in India for the nuclear industry? I'll come to Mr. Bhatnagar in a minute, but on the same issue, do you think that our regulatory regime for the nuclear industry's expansion is adequate, or are there gaps which needs to be filled in?
No, I I really have high esteem, because your question is more specifically on the regulatory regime and all the safety codes in place, and are you ready for, I think absolutely yes. I think I often joke a bit as a lawyer that, of course, when you look at the constitution of people in the Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, they'll be predominantly nuclear engineers, whereas if you go to your counterparts in the US NRC is 80% all lawyers, probably a different culture. So I do think, but otherwise I do think all the manpower, the skills, and the potential to scale up, the robustness also of your Atomic Energy Regulatory Board is very impressive. I think you've had inspections also, or visits, it's not inspection, visits by the IEA, who very much underline that fact, precisely because you've had so many years of experience. So I do think that there's, I would say, zero worry or negative comments along those lines. I think absolute robust regulatory regime in place. There's some, of course, aspects that you'll keep hearing also at some point they would like it to be more independently structured. That is okay, but I think substantively, I think absolutely ready for further development, even if the market changes.
Mr. Bhatnagar, your thoughts on it, especially on, you have the standards, you've been setting up very impressive range of standards for the nuclear industry. And it's not, of course, one is the process and the product standards and the process standards, but also your thoughts on the regulatory regime. Is there something, at this time you don't need to necessarily be from the BIS, but as an independent expert, do you think there is a need to further to bring in some further changes in the regulatory standards for the nuclear industry, especially since we are talking about the entry of private sector? So is there something there that you would like to be addressed soon?
Yeah, actually, when we talk standard, the standards are made as required, either required by the government or required by the industry or required by, say, public. So based on the requirement, the standards are made, and it takes a few years to make a standard. It's a process. So it's not that I start making it and say few months it will be ready. No, it takes few years to make a standard. So it's a laborious process. Lot of consultations, lot of inputs coming from various experts. And if we talk about future, yes, the whole arena is open for standards. The government can request that the standard is to be made. And not only standards, there are technical regulations also. The standards which government think should be mandatorily followed by the industry. So the government can only say that this particular standard is to be turned into technical regulation and it has to be followed by the industry. Reasons can be many. Reasons can be that safety of the public or anti-dumping or anything. But it is the government to decide which standard has to be a technical regulation. So future, you can say the whole this thing is open for further actions. So anything can happen. I'm not restricting that these standard 62 standards which we have made, and standards are dynamic in nature. They can be amended, they can be even replaced by a new standard, new versions. So it's not that we make it and it stays there. So as the requirement comes, we can change the standard as well.
So what has been your reaction, what has been your experience when dealing with the industry in terms of being proactive in asking for standards in particularly this sector? I mean, how forthcoming has the industry been? Both the public sector or the private sector?
Yeah, if you see that in India, almost 70% of the industry that comes in medium and small scale. MSME sector that dominates all the sectors. So almost 70% or so industries in MSME. And when we talk about their role, the industry is well geared up. They gear up very easily, especially the MSME sector, because they get lot of incentives from government. So to adopt any standard and it is very easy for them. It becomes easy for them to adopt it. The government also take lot of you can say decisions regarding it to help MSME industry. The big industries, they have the technological advantage, they have the financial advantage and everything. They can gear up. But to MSME, the government helps. And also the BIS also helps in establishing testing facilities and collaborating with other organizations in the country to establish testing facilities and other facilities as well, so that the MSME can make use of that. Also, some discounts are given in the terms of fees to MSME so that they gear up to that particular standard. So it is there. Yes, future, I can say that industry will really follow it up.
Sure. Just to talk about the nuclear industry's, the issue of standards and safety, let me just give an example. The commissioning challenge, the 700 megawatt equivalent Kakrapad 3 unit in Gujarat, if it's the largest indigenous unit built in India, it took 18 months to be linked to the grid after it attained criticality. The unit was, it became critical in July 2020, if I remember. And from then on, tests had to be done continuously to ensure that it can become part of the commercial grid. And that became only in August 2023. So you can imagine the amount of time that it takes for the sector to become part of a move from construction to commissioning to become a commercial unit. In fact, one of the things which I remember the NPCIL chairman had said was that to ensure that the core of the nuclear reactor, the electrical supply there, the electrical penetration assemblies, instead of individual cables, they had to go in for modular components, and which were done at the manufacturer's end, then brought in to the assembly to be set up and to be assembled. Now, these are complex engineering challenges, which obviously is very good for us because it has apparently improved the leak tightness of the containment measures. But what it does show is that the safety margins that are put in is probably, we can take pride that the Kakrapadi Unit 3 is probably not just the best in the world, but it's being said that it's practical. I mean, there's no way that any of its safety component can ever be breached, and we are very happy to note that. So, given all this sort of stuff, how much possible is it for the medium and small enterprises to be part of the nuclear industry? We know the small and medium industry is a large part of Indian industry. They account for very many segments. They're also there in the space sector. How do you think, or what are the chances that you think of the SME sector to be part of the Indian nuclear development story?
One thing, my personal opinion is that unless government opens this completely for the industry, including generation, it will be difficult for them to come to that level. And generation, I don't think government is going to open because of proliferation and other treaties they have to follow. So if distribution and other things are to be done, yes, the industry can gear up to that, but not fully. If you talk about the space has been opened fully. Right from, see now, a company can even launch a rocket of itself. It can send a rocket to the space. It is not controlled that much. So this kind of openness is there in energy sector, nuclear energy sector. Yes, the industry can gear up. Industry is not far behind. And MSME, if I tell you, my experience shows that they have their own indigenous solutions to many problems, and they can implement. Yeah. They have their own indigenous solution. They put their own ideas and come out with the solution. This is MSME advantage, and they'll cut lot of cost in that. So yes, MSME can do that. If allowed.
In this question, I'll ask Mr. Jain. Again, I'm taking words from NPCIL. NPCIL has been saying that we, in the expansion plan towards the 100 gigawatt, they are talking of the proliferation of the 700 megawatt equivalent reactors. That's what, in fact, they say that already 19 reactors are under various stages of implementation. And they are actually talking about going in for a fleet of reactors at a time, and 700. Now, the question is whether we can have the smaller ones, so the 220 version, or even smaller ones, which are talking of the small modular reactors. So how do you see the lay of the land? Which way should we be? Because these are significant engineering issues that will have to be, and decisions will have to be taken. So how do you see we should be looking at it? The challenges and the prospects going ahead?
I think, again, from my own perspective, I think we have a lot of opportunity here. I mean, yes, it would be great to have, to open the sector completely, even, generation and operation to private industries. But can it wait a few years down the line, or is it only operation that we can do, and there are no other opportunities? I think we have tremendous amount of opportunities given how complex a nuclear power plant is. It involves, I think, if I'm not wrong, almost every engineering aspect that's available. So you have civil, you have mechanical, you have chemical, you have electronics, you have electrical, and whatnot. You have nowadays even digital systems, so computers. So you have so much opportunity available, and I think our industries, MSME or SME, are all capable of supporting that. And then, yes, in future, when we are talking about 300 times the capacity that we are talking about, I think we'll have ample opportunity for that to be opened up. Because I'm pretty sure, I don't remember who mentioned this, we need 300 more NPCILs or something like that. We need many more NPCILs, and that NPCILs need not be PSU. They can be private industries, but I don't think, personally speaking, I don't think that's something that we need to focus on at this particular time itself. I think we can focus on a lot of other things, and then we can go on to this path as well.
One of the issues that I didn't touch on because the nature of the panel is different, but something that is close to my heart, and that is about financing. Now NPCL goes in for a 30-70 ratio of equity and debt. But the private industry would have a different look at it. Also, when they're bringing in technology from abroad, there'll be the issue of the insurance cover and the nuclear industry pool, which there's been a fair amount of back and forth on it. So, I mean, it's an open question, but I would like to think that after all, any good road always needs the money to be built. How do you look at the financing issues coming up? Because it's one thing to be financed by to offer loan to a government company. But it's another thing, even if it's a big company, to offer a loan to a private sector company for the banks. And when the technology is coming from outside and the technology providers are saying that my risk has to be limited by the size of the insurance, and the insurance pool doesn't provide the full answer. So what would you, and I'm probably looking at Skinny to say that what are the issues here that would be needed to be sorted out? Again, in a sequential, what are the things that we could be looking at?
So, of course, as you know, I mean, GIC Re is very much the reinsurer as of now, is very much business oriented. So I do think they would be more than happy to take that forward. I think that the same way they approached even insurance for suppliers, I think, whereas other people struggled a bit with the concept, GIC was completely fine with it because they look at it as a business opportunity, whether it is nuclear or any other sector. I do think initially, of course, when they had to raise they were limited. They could not be reinsured themselves by other nuclear insurance pool. We discussed it, I think, with one of the participants earlier here also because of the little bit the concern, I think, from India's perspective that typically even your nuclear insurance pools, international pools insist that they can come and inspect nuclear power plants, which at that time was felt was not required, but it cut also the opportunity for that international financing. Ultimately, domestic capacity was raised from all your many banks, and now even initially, even the percentage of the government initially also pooled, and that has now also been reduced and completely taken up by domestic capacity from other banks. So I do think I don't foresee too many issues there, simply because they think of it from a pure business angle. Let's put it like that. I think it's always more complex from a technical, from maybe a political and a legal angle, rather than from a business angle, isn't it? They look at it a bit neutral, whether it's nuclear or any other business. So I think that will be relatively easily lined up. So I don't think, yeah.
But of course, as we noted, is that, for instance, Kudankulam is Russian support, and that is a government-to-government support, and that sidesteps many of the problems of the financing, whereas Jatapur or Kodavain, they both have faced the insurance issue directly head-on. So I suppose we'll see as further technological challenges, as further technological collaborations come up, and which way it is resolved. Mr. Bhatnagar, would you want to chip in on the insurance, on the financial issue? What are the steps, or what are the way you think these things can be sorted out?
Actually, I'm not a finance man, so won't be able to reply to that in that way which you expect. But yeah, government supports the MSME, so that is always there, and they get lot of discounts and loans. So finance is not that much problem, and for large enterprises, yes, money is not a problem for them. So I think this much is the only thing reply I can give to that.
Enterprises always say that money is the big problem, that getting money for financing frontier technologies, as Mr. Jain would say, that this is frontier technology, not even adequate number of engineers are getting trained in this sort of a field. At this stage, I can also throw the field open to questions, yeah, from the audience. So please, please identify yourself, keep the question short, and say whom do you want to ask. Yes, sir. If you can get a mic.
I was just wondering that in a country, democratic country like India, there are many roadblocks which come by public agitation or something. If we want to go in such a big way in the nuclear, I think the first thing will be that all party or general public, what they feel about it, it is a subject for parliament, I feel. It is a subject for parliament before we can move any further. If we talk about private participation, already the thermal power, hydropower, all have started coming in the private sector. So that's not new. The nuclear issue is because of the international regulation, safety issues, and general perceptions. Just like, people have some general perception of army, for example. Our friends from the transport ministry say.
Can you come to the question, sir?
No, I'm just telling that. The perception, people perception, and politically how good it will be.
Yeah, that's an
apart
issue.
from all other things. Of course, all other things are very important.
Sir, yeah, we'll take that. That's a valid point made. There was another hand raised. I think I'll take that. Anybody else who had a question to raise? Yes, sir, please. Yeah, absolutely.
Sir, what specific efforts are being incorporated by the government academia to create value-based cooperation to attract the private industries in terms of flexible education, skill ecosystem, and smart manufacturing for the benefit of industry, academia, government, and the society?
Thank you. Sir.
Yeah, myself Manish Patel. I am from Leomi Instruments and I am an MSME working in nuclear industry. My question is basically we are a lot of R&D has to be done for the nuclear applications where we are currently working for import substitutes. So there, how government is supporting for the research, the investments is quite a big amount of investments also has to be done for developing for the next requirements. So how the government is supporting to the MSMEs for such research or technical supports which can be provided from the elite institutes, which can be as a support.
Thank
so
you.
that can help the MSMEs.
Yeah, I'll just take these three. One of you want to go first on the issue of political.
Yeah, I think in short, sir, I think you were raising the point of public engagement, public participation, right? And of course, parliamentary debate means that leads to your laws as such. But public engagement, public participation is important in, I think, in all countries that have nuclear and some. Yeah, so I think I think even the Department of Atomic Energy, all these bodies have understood over the years that it is important to indeed engage and relate similarly, but there are areas where you can improve. For instance, even any sector, including the nuclear power sector, that, for instance, have to apply also for environmental clearance. There's a public participation element in that. That is not always ideally conducted. So some of these elements can be improved and also independently of some of the. Yeah, I'm saying it can. Some of it can be improved and can be sustained and on a long-term basis with all your local community. I thought you were commenting on the need for public engagement.
We'll take the further question of the off record later on, over the coffee, as they say. So you were talking, his question was about the industry, the private sector and the government linkage and what can be best done. So to ensure that, like the shortage you're talking of manpower and others that can be addressed. So what are the ways?
Totally. I think that's a very valid point. And again, as I was mentioning earlier as well, that I think it needs to be an effort from all sides. It can't be just one side. Academia needs to come because their specialty is training people, educating people. And there's no point industry starting doing that. They can take the help of academia. Similarly, government has the job of regulation and governance. There's no point them now starting to come into education, starting educating people. So I think, again, it's everyone needs to be on board, and we need to work collectively. And I'm afraid I'm not the right person to actually answer what steps are being taken by the government in collaboration with academia industry, because I don't have an idea on that. But again, just from my perspective, that's the need of the hour. If we want to achieve our goals, if we want to just have, marginal regular growth of a few percent, that's all right. But when we want to think about something that's exponential, I think we need to think out of the box.
Yeah, and Mr. Jain, you may not, but this is the right forum to say it. PhD Chamber is a powerful session, and they can raise your voice to the government about, and to the academia about what is needed to be done. So you're speaking at the right place. On the demands of the small and medium enterprises, Mr. Bhatnagar.
Yeah, I don't know if there is specific financing for R&D, but government has one scheme for, this Startup India.
17,000 crores.
Yeah, where they finance some.
17,000 crores,
yeah.
but I think that is project based. You will get
So
a grant.
that is the thing where R&D, if you think it will lead to something, you can utilize that. But there might be some specific which I am not aware of that.
I would think that typically, before I take any questions, linkage with the big industry is, I think, very important to get the sense of what's happening, like the way the Japanese system works around. The one industry sort of, looking with its collaborators in the small sectors. However, that's something that PhD Chamber itself, I suppose, will be able to think about. Before I take any questions, the questions that we ask, do we have the time or?
No, we're completely out of time. Thank
just
you
one
all
question.
for sharing your views. People have to take flights and we can't delay them anymore. If you have questions to the speakers on stage, you can always chat with them over tea, which is coming up next. But please give a huge round of applause to our speakers on stage. Thank you so much for speaking so candidly about this subject. Needs a lot of work, and I'm sure more will happen. I would request Dr. Nitendra Singh, President of Indian Youth Nuclear Society, to please come on stage and present our speakers with mementos for coming here and sharing their views with the audience. Request you to please give a memento to Sri Anuj S. Bhatnagar, Head MSD, Bureau of Indian Standards. A memento for Ms. Els Rainer Skinny. A memento for Sri Lakshya Jain. And a memento for Shubhamay Bhattacharjee, Consulting Editor, Business Standard, who was the moderator for this session. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers. Thank you so much for coming here, for sparing the time and sharing your insights with the audience. We'll slip into a 15-minute tea break and we'll come back with our third technical session. Please be back in your seats another 15 minutes.
auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms, and meeting rooms at its offices in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow, and Jaipur. Furthermore, apart from our headquarters in Delhi and 17 regional offices across India, PHDCCI has been working with the embassies, high commissions in India, and overseas Indian missions. PHDCCI is the program directorate for the Startup 20 engagement group under the India G20 presidency.
Team which is funding gets actively involved and it takes the initiative, they would certainly not compromise with anything less than the best. So I'm glad this is an initiative which is going to make this startup movement a sustainable exercise in the years to come. So I once again compliment.
There are 3 task forces under Startup 20: Foundations and Alliances, Finance, and Inclusion and Sustainability. Mr. Saket Dalmia, President PHDCCI, is co-chair of the Finance Task Force of Startup 20. PHDCCI offers services such as Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, certification services, PhD Chamber IP Facilitation Center, IPFC, Center of Excellence, COE in Green Hydrogen, Center of Sustainability, COS, Trade and Investment Facilitation Services, TIFS. PHDCCI actively contributes in 6 thrust areas, which are education and skill development, health and wellness, startup ecosystem, infrastructure development, green energy and biofuels, and agri and agribusiness. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry promotes economic growth and development through various initiatives and collaborations through state chapters within their respective regions. It has been relentlessly working towards nurturing and bettering the relation with the industry and promoting trade, and has organized events in that pursuit like the 16th Punjab International Trade Expo, Bitex 2022, Shimla International Trade Expo, Sitex 2023 Summer Edition, First edition of Uttar Pradesh International Trade Expo, UP-ITEX, and other trade.
As the founder of TIMA India, I am proud to be
exhibitions in India and abroad. PHDCCI's delegations often visit various countries with the aim of promoting trade and fostering international business relations. These initiatives not only underline PHDCCI's commitment to global collaboration, but also demonstrate their dedication to facilitating trade opportunities and expanding economic horizons. A total of 85 delegates visited countries like Oman, Senegal, Abuja, Lagos in Nigeria, Accra in Ghana, Hong Kong, Macau and Slovenia for trade promotion, and the sectors that were promoted were healthcare, IT and digitization, education, sustainability and environmental, social and governance, ESG practices, renewable energy and agriculture startups.
As a business house, many problems keep happening, a lot of confusions are there, and there the job of PSG, Chamber of Commerce, is to handhold everybody in helping, fostering good relationship with Government of India, making them aware what changes are happening.
The PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry celebrated its 117th annual session on September 30th, 2022 at Hotel Taj Palace in New Delhi, focusing on the theme India at 75, celebrating India's pursuit for self-reliance. Graced by the presence of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Piyush Goyal.
I'm sure PhD Chamber will continue to provide leadership in this post-pandemic world so that we can power ahead and the India growth story will be second to none in the world.
Additionally, a post-budget interactive session with Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, took place on February at PhD House in New Delhi. PHDCCI also recently organized the 3rd edition of its International Climate Summit at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi, with the theme Sustainability through Green Growth, Green Hydrogen, Biofuels, Renewables, a new pathway to climate change mitigation. This summit featured notable speakers addressing environmental challenges and sustainable solutions. At its headquarters in New Delhi, PHDCCI hosted an interactive session on the new Master Plan Delhi 2041 with Sri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, in attendance. PHDCCI further hosted a range of events including the following: First Media Summit on the rise of Indian language, newspapers and the tech tide. Interactive session on G20, opportunities for business. Collaborating with Punjab National Bank, it also presented the Power Evening Program and Bharat Startup Summit and Expo in New Delhi, featuring Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Railways and Communications, along with a discussion with Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable MOS with the independent charge for the Ministry of Science and Technology. Second Inland Waterways Summit, graced by Sri Sarbanand Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, as the chief guest. Insightful dialogue session between PHDCCI's President, Mr. Saket Dalmia, and Paytm's founder, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma. PHDCCI also signed an MOU with Sri Ravi Shankar and hosted an interactive session with Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, Honorable Chief Economic Advisor in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. Furthermore, PHDCCI holds regular interactions with the eminent dignitaries and government officials to apprise them about the important industry concerns and expectations. A delegation's visit to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, as well as meetings with Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Sri Amit Shah, the Honorable Home Minister of India, and Sri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Defence Minister of India. Additionally, PHDCCI delegations met various union and state ministers, including Honorable Mr. Jyotiraditya M. Scindia, Honorable Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, Mr. Hemant Soren, Honorable Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and Sri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, along with the Chief of the Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey. The PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government too, and vows to give impetus to the mission of Make in India for the world and celebrate our Azadi Ka Mahotsav.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation and holistic participation amongst the government, industry and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey.
We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely PhD FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
Being the voice of industry and trade, we have been facilitating policy dialogues with central and state government, taking up the industry issues with various governments and making sure that these issues are sorted out so that the industry can contribute towards the nation building. We work on more than 60 verticals of Indian economy. We create many trade shows. We bridge the gap between government and industry, and we remain the most trusted voice of industry and trade.
We extend our gratitude to all our annual sponsors, patrons and star members for their constant support in strengthening the PHDCCI and giving it wings to fly high and accomplish higher visions. Guided by the visionary leadership of PM Modi, backed by the strong policies, India is one of the fastest growing economies of the world. Supporting Prime Minister's vision of Amrit Kaal, envisioning a new self-reliant India, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry earnestly wishes to contribute in fostering economic growth, employment generation and sustainable development across the country. Established in 1905, PHDCCI has been working proactively at the grassroots level across India with strong national and international linkages and keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth, the Gati Shakti master plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation.
PHDCCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium and small industries, playing its role of a policy advocator and extending best support to the industry stakeholders. PHDCCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all the challenges related to industry, trade and commerce.
As PG Chambers works at a grassroots level and the states are its major strength, PG Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that the reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry and people. PG Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PHDCCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms and meeting rooms at its offices in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow and Jaipur. Furthermore, apart from our headquarters in Delhi and 17 regional offices across India, PHDCCI has been working with the embassies, high commissions in India and overseas Indian missions. PHDCCI is the program directorate for the Startup 20 engagement group under the India G20 presidency.
The team which is funding gets actively involved and it takes the initiative. They would certainly not compromise with anything less than the best. So I'm glad this is an initiative which is going to make this startup movement a sustainable exercise in the years to come. So I once again compliment.
There are 3 task forces under Startup 20: Foundations and Alliances, Finance and Inclusion and Sustainability. Mr. Saket Dalmia, President PHDCCI, is co-chair of the Finance Task Force of Startup 20. PHDCCI offers services such as Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, certification services, PhD Chamber IP Facilitation Center, IPFC, Center of Excellence, COE in Green Hydrogen, Center of Sustainability, COS, Trade and Investment Facilitation Services, TIFS. PHDCCI actively contributes in 6 thrust areas, which are education and skill development, health and wellness, startup ecosystem, infrastructure development, green energy and biofuels, and agri and agribusiness. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry promotes economic growth and development through various initiatives and collaborations through state chapters within their respective regions. It has been relentlessly working towards nurturing and bettering the relation with the industry and promoting trade, and has organized events in that pursuit like the 16th Punjab International Trade Expo, Pitex 2022, Shimla International Trade Expo, Sitex 2023 Summer Edition, First edition of Uttar Pradesh International Trade Expo, UPITEX, and other trade exhibitions in India and abroad. PHDCCI's delegations often visit various countries with the aim of promoting trade and fostering international business relations. These initiatives not only underline PHDCCI's commitment to global collaboration, but also demonstrate their dedication to facilitating trade opportunities and expanding economic horizons. A total of 85 delegates visited countries like Oman, Senegal, Abuja, Lagos in Nigeria, Accra in Ghana, Hong Kong, Macau and Slovenia for trade promotion, and the sectors that were promoted were healthcare, IT and digitization, education, sustainability and environmental, social and governance, ESG practices, renewable energy and agriculture startups.
As a business house, many problems keep happening, a lot of confusions are there, And there, the job of PSG, Chamber of Commerce, is to handhold everybody in helping fostering good relationship with Government of India, making them aware what changes are happening.
The PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry celebrated its 117th annual session on September 30th, 2022 at Hotel Taj Palace in New Delhi, focusing on the theme India at 75, celebrating India's pursuit for self-reliance. Graced by the presence of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Piyush Goyal.
I'm sure PhD Chamber will continue to provide leadership in this post-pandemic world so that we can power ahead and the India growth story will be second to none in the world.
Additionally, a post-budget interactive session with Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, took place on February at PhD House in New Delhi. PHDCCI also recently organized the third edition of its International Climate Summit at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi, with the theme Sustainability through Green Growth, Green Hydrogen, Biofuels, Renewables, a new pathway to climate change mitigation. This summit featured notable speakers addressing environmental challenges and sustainable solutions. At its headquarters in New Delhi, PHDCCI hosted an interactive session on the new Master Plan Delhi 2041 with Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, in attendance. PHDCCI further hosted a range of events including the following: First Media Summit on the rise of Indian language, newspapers and the tech tide, interactive session on G20, opportunities for business. Collaborating with Punjab National Bank, it also presented the Power Evening Program and Bharat Startup Summit and Expo in New Delhi, featuring Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Railways and Communications, along with a discussion with Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable MOS with the independent charge for the Ministry of Science and Technology. Second Inland Waterways Summit, graced by Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, as the chief guest. Insightful dialogue session between PHDCCI's President, Mr. Saket Dalmia, and Paytm's founder, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma. PHDCCI also signed an MOU with Sri Sri Ravi Shankar and hosted an interactive session with Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, Honorable Chief Economic Advisor in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. Furthermore, PHDCCI holds regular interactions with the eminent dignitaries and government officials to apprise them about the important industry concerns and expectations. A delegation's visit to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, as well as meetings with Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Amit Shah, the Honorable Home Minister of India, and Shri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Defence Minister of India. Additionally, PHDCCI delegations met various union and state ministers, including Honorable Mr. Jyotiraditya M. Scindia, Honorable Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, Mr. Hemant Soren, Honorable Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, along with the Chief of the Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey. The PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government too, and vows to give impetus to the mission of Make in India for the world and celebrate our Azadi Ka Mahotsav.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation and holistic participation amongst the government, industry and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey.
We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely PHD FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
Being the voice of industry and trade, we have been facilitating policy dialogues with central and state government, taking up the industry issues with various governments and making sure that these issues are sorted out so that the industry can contribute towards the nation building. We work on more than 60 verticals of Indian economy. We create many trade shows. We bridge the gap between government and industry, and we remain the most trusted voice of industry and trade.
We extend our gratitude to all our annual sponsors, patrons and star members for their constant support in strengthening the PHDCCI and giving it wings to fly high and accomplish higher visions. Guided by the visionary leadership of PM Modi, backed by the strong policies, India is one of the fastest growing economies of the world. Supporting Prime Minister's vision of Amrit Kal, envisioning a new self-reliant India, PHD Chamber of Commerce and Industry earnestly wishes to contribute in fostering economic growth, employment generation and sustainable development across the country. Established in 1905, PHDCCI has been working proactively at the grassroots level across India with strong national and international linkages and keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth, the Gati Shakti master plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation.
PHDCCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium and small industries, playing its role of a policy advocator and extending best support to the industry stakeholders. PHDCCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all the challenges related to industry, trade and commerce.
As PG Chambers works at a grassroots level and the states are its major strength, PG Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that the reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry and people. PG Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PHDCCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms and meeting rooms at its offices in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow and Jaipur. Furthermore, apart from our headquarters in Delhi and 17 regional offices across India, PHDCCI has been working with the embassies, high commissions in India and overseas Indian missions. PHDCCI is the program directorate for the Startup 20 engagement group under the India G20 presidency.
The team which is funding gets actively involved and it takes the initiative. They would certainly not compromise with anything less than the best. So I'm glad this is an initiative which is going to make this startup movement a sustainable exercise in the years to come. So I once again compliment.
There are 3 task forces under Startup 20: Foundations and Alliances, Finance and Inclusion and Sustainability. Mr. Saket Dalmia, President PHDCCI, is co-chair of the Finance Task Force of Startup 20. PHDCCI offers services such as Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, certification services, PhD Chamber IP Facilitation Center, IPFC, Center of Excellence, COE in Green Hydrogen, Center of Sustainability, COS, Trade and Investment Facilitation Services, TIFS. PHDCCI actively contributes in 6 thrust areas, which are education and skill development, health and wellness, startup ecosystem, infrastructure development, green energy and biofuels, and agri and agribusiness. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry promotes economic growth and development through various initiatives and collaborations through state chapters within their respective regions. It has been relentlessly working towards nurturing and bettering the relation with the industry and promoting trade, and has organized events in that pursuit like the 16th Punjab International Trade Expo, BITEX 2022, Shimla International Trade Expo, CITEX 2023 Summer Edition, First edition of Uttar Pradesh International Trade Expo, UP-ITEX, and other trade exhibitions in India and abroad. PHDCCI's delegations often visit various countries with the aim of promoting trade and fostering international business relations. These initiatives not only underline PHDCCI's commitment to global collaboration, but also demonstrate their dedication to facilitating trade opportunities and expanding economic horizons. A total of 85 delegates visited countries like Oman, Senegal, Abuja, Lagos in Nigeria, Accra in Ghana, Hong Kong, Macau and Slovenia for trade promotion, and the sectors that were promoted were healthcare, IT and digitization, education, sustainability and environmental, social and governance, ESG practices, renewable energy and agriculture startups.
As a business house, many problems keep happening, a lot of confusions are there, and there the job of PSG, Chamber of Commerce, is to handhold everybody in helping, fostering good relationship with Government of India, making them aware what changes are happening.
The PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry celebrated its 117th annual session on September 30th, 2022 at Hotel Taj Palace in New Delhi, focusing on the theme India at 75, celebrating India's pursuit for self-reliance. Graced by the presence of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Piyush Goyal.
I'm sure PhD Chamber will continue to provide leadership in this post-pandemic world so that we can power ahead and the India growth story will be second to none in the world.
Additionally, a post-budget interactive session with Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, took place on February at PhD House in New Delhi. PHDCCI also recently organized the third edition of its International Climate Summit at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi, with the theme Sustainability through Green Growth, Green Hydrogen, Biofuels, Renewables, a new pathway to climate change mitigation. This summit featured notable speakers addressing environmental challenges and sustainable solutions. At its headquarters in New Delhi, PHDCCI hosted an interactive session on the new Master Plan Delhi 2041 with Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, in attendance. PHDCCI further hosted a range of events like, including the following: First Media Summit on the rise of Indian language, newspapers and the tech tide, interactive session on G20, opportunities for business. Collaborating with Punjab National Bank, it also presented the Power Evening Program and Bharat Startup Summit and Expo in New Delhi, featuring Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Railways and Communications, along with a discussion with Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable MOS with the independent charge for the Ministry of Science and Technology. Second Inland Waterways Summit, graced by Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, as the chief guest. Insightful dialogue session between PHDCCI's President, Mr. Saket Dalmia, and Paytm's founder, Mr. Vijay Sharma. PHDCCI also signed an MOU with Sri Sri Ravi Shankar and hosted an interactive session with Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, Honorable Chief Economic Advisor in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. Furthermore, PHDCCI holds regular interactions with the eminent dignitaries and government officials to apprise them about the important industry concerns and expectations. A delegation's visit to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, as well as meetings with Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Amit Shah, the Honorable Home Minister of India, and Shri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Defence Minister of India. Additionally, PHDCCI delegations met various union and state ministers, including Honorable Mr. Jyotiraditya M. Scindia, Honorable Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, Mr. Hemant Soren, Honorable Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, along with the Chief of the Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey. The PhD Chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government too, and vows to give impetus to the mission of Make in India for the world and celebrate our Azadi Ka Mahotsav.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation and holistic participation amongst the government, industry and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey.
We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely PhD FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
Being the voice of industry and trade, we have been facilitating policy dialogues with central and state government, taking up the industry issues with various governments and making sure that these issues are sorted out so that the industry can contribute towards the nation building. We work on more than 60 verticals of Indian economy. We create many trade shows. We bridge the gap between government and industry, and we remain the most trusted voice of industry and trade.
We extend our gratitude to all our annual sponsors, patrons and star members for their constant support in strengthening the PHDCCI and giving it wings to fly high and accomplish higher visions. Guided by the visionary leadership of PM Modi, backed by the strong policies, India is one of the fastest growing economies of the world. Supporting Prime Minister's vision of Amrit Kal, envisioning a new self-reliant India, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry earnestly wishes to contribute in fostering economic growth, employment generation and sustainable development across the country. Established in 1905, PHDCCI has been working proactively at the grassroots level across India with strong national and international linkages and keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth, the Gati Shakti master plan is expected to boost infrastructure by integrating key modes of transportation.
PHDCCI, acting as the voice of industry and trade, reaching out to more than 150,000 large, medium and small industries, playing its role of a policy advocator and extending best support to the industry stakeholders. PHDCCI regularly interacts with the decision makers from central and state governments on all the challenges related to industry, trade and commerce.
As PG Chambers works at a grassroots level and the states are its major strength, PG Chamber would work on percolation of dynamic reforms undertaken by the center at the grassroots level so that the reforms are visible and fruitful for trade, industry and people. PG Chamber will continue to address factory level issues through various representations to the various departments of the Government of India and state governments.
PHDCCI offers state-of-the-art conferencing facilities like auditoriums, conference rooms, boardrooms and meeting rooms at its offices in Delhi, Chandigarh, Lucknow and Jaipur. Furthermore, Apart from our headquarters in Delhi and 17 regional offices across India, PHDCCI has been working with the embassies, high commissions in India and overseas Indian missions. PHDCCI is the program directorate for the Startup 20 engagement group under the India G20 presidency.
The team which is funding gets actively involved and it takes the initiative. They would certainly not compromise with anything less than the best. So I'm glad this is an initiative which is going to make this startup movement a sustainable exercise in the years to come. So I once again compliment.
There are 3 task forces under Startup 20: Foundations and Alliances, Finance, and Inclusion and Sustainability. Mr. Saket Dalmia, President PHDCCI, is co-chair of the Finance Task Force of Startup 20. PHDCCI offers services such as Center for International Arbitration and Mediation, PCIAM, certification services, PhD Chamber IP Facilitation Center, IPFC, Center of Excellence, COE in Green Hydrogen, Center of Sustainability, COS, Trade and Investment Facilitation Services, TIFS. PHDCCI actively contributes in 6 thrust areas, which are education and skill development, health and wellness, startup ecosystem, infrastructure development, green energy and biofuels, and agri and agribusiness. PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry promotes economic growth and development through various initiatives and collaborations through state chapters within their respective regions. It has been relentlessly working towards nurturing and bettering the relation with the industry and promoting trade, and has organized events in that pursuit like the 16th Punjab International Trade Expo, PITEX 2022, Shimla International Trade Expo, CITEX 2023 Summer Edition, First edition of Uttar Pradesh International Trade Expo, UPITEX, and other trade exhibitions in India and abroad. PHDCCI's delegations often visit various countries with the aim of promoting trade and fostering international business relations. These initiatives not only underline PHDCCI's commitment to global collaboration, but also demonstrate their dedication to facilitating trade opportunities and expanding economic horizons. A total of 85 delegates visited countries like Oman, Senegal, Abuja, Lagos in Nigeria, Accra in Ghana, Hong Kong, Macau and Slovenia for trade promotion, and the sectors that were promoted were healthcare, IT and digitization, education, sustainability and environmental, social and governance, ESG practices, renewable energy and agriculture startups.
As a business house, many problems keep happening, a lot of confusions are there, and there the job of PSG, Chamber of Commerce, is to handhold everybody in helping, fostering good relationship with Government of India, making them aware what changes are happening.
The PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry celebrated its 117th annual session on September 30th, 2022 at Hotel Taj Palace in New Delhi, focusing on the theme India at 75, celebrating India's pursuit for self-reliance. Graced by the presence of Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Shri Piyush Goyal.
I'm sure PhD Chamber will continue to provide leadership in this post-pandemic world so that we can power ahead and the India growth story will be second to none in the world.
Additionally, a post-budget interactive session with Honorable Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, took place on February at PhD House in New Delhi. PHDCCI also recently organized the 3rd edition of its International Climate Summit at Vigyan Bhavan in New Delhi, with the theme Sustainability through Green Growth, Green Hydrogen, Biofuels, Renewables, a new pathway to climate change mitigation. This summit featured notable speakers addressing environmental challenges and sustainable solutions. At its headquarters in New Delhi, PHDCCI hosted an interactive session on the new Master Plan Delhi 2041 with Sri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, in attendance. PHDCCI further hosted a range of events like, including the following: First Media Summit on the rise of Indian language, newspapers and the tech tide, interactive session on G20, opportunities for business. Collaborating with Punjab National Bank, it also presented the Power Evening Program and Bharat Startup Summit and Expo in New Delhi, featuring Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Union Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, Railways and Communications, along with a discussion with Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable MOS with the independent charge for the Ministry of Science and Technology. Second Inland Waterways Summit, graced by Sri Sarbanand Sonowal, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, as the chief guest. Insightful dialogue session between PHDCCI's President, Mr. Saket Dalmia, and Paytm's founder, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma. PHDCCI also signed an MOU with Sri Ravi Shankar and hosted an interactive session with Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, Honorable Chief Economic Advisor in the Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance. Furthermore, PHDCCI holds regular interactions with the eminent dignitaries and government officials to apprise them about the important industry concerns and expectations. A delegation's visit to the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, as well as meetings with Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar, Honorable Vice President of India, and Sri Amit Shah, the Honorable Home Minister of India, and Sri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Defence Minister of India. Additionally, PHDCCI delegations met various union and state ministers, including Honorable Mr. Jyotiraditya M. Scindia, Honorable Dr. Mansukh Mandaviya, Mr. Hemant Soren, Honorable Chief Minister of Jharkhand, and Sri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, along with the Chief of the Army Staff, General Manoj Pandey. The PhD chamber stands like a pillar of strength for the industry and in solidarity with the government too, and vows to give impetus to the mission of Make in India for the world and celebrate our Azadi Ka Mahotsav.
As India marches ahead from a developing economy to a developed one, proactive and inclusive governance coupled with resilient entrepreneurship will be the key drivers of making India the most preferred destination for business. Collaboration, cooperation and holistic participation amongst the government, industry and its people are the cornerstones to enable India in this journey.
We have also been simultaneously enriching the lives of millions fellow citizens through our CSR IMR platform. The two foundations, namely PhD FWF and RDF, represent our deep dedication through their interventions for environment protection and well-being of marginalized population.
Being the voice of industry and trade, we have been facilitating policy dialogues with central and state government, taking up the industry issues with various governments and making sure that these issues are sorted out so that the industry can contribute towards the nation building. We work on more than 60 verticals of Indian economy. We create many trade shows. We bridge the gap between government and industry, and we remain the most trusted voice of industry and trade.
We extend our gratitude to all our annual sponsors, patrons and star members for their constant support in strengthening the PHDCCI and giving it wings to fly high and accomplish higher visions. Guided by the visionary leadership of PM Modi, backed by the strong policies, India is one of the fastest growing economies of the world. Supporting Prime Minister's vision of Amrit Kaal, envisioning a new self-reliant India, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry earnestly wishes to contribute in fostering economic growth, employment generation and sustainable development across the country. Established in 1905, PHDCCI has been working proactively at the grassroots level across India with strong national and international linkages and keenly directing the interests of business and merchandise community of India.
PhD Chamber opines that the allocation of 100 trillion for Gati Shakti for building a foundation for integrated infrastructure growth, the Gati Shakti master plan is expected.
Welcome back. We now move on to our third technical session, and this is on harnessing the power of youth, driving innovation, fostering awareness, and facilitating nuclear expansion. Young people in India can contribute to the development of nuclear energy by pursuing careers in nuclear science and technology and by learning about the benefits of nuclear energy. While most young people today are driven to join multinational companies or startups, not many veer towards academics or research or even social enterprises. How can the youth of the country be encouraged to participate in innovation, fostering awareness, and facilitating nuclear expansion? This is what we'll discuss in this technical session. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Shri Kush Singh, Director, CTO, SR Power. Please give him a round of applause and welcome him on stage. He has 35 years of experience in the power sector. He started his journey with NTPC, where he worked from 1986 to 2007 in different capacities and all facets of power sector value chain. Please welcome Dr. Prasoon Raj, Senior Scientist, Commonwealth Fusion Systems. He is working on methods and instrumentation for neutron and other ionizing radiation measurements. Previously, he has worked in radio ecology environmental assessment projects at the Emirates Nuclear Technology Center in the UAE. Please welcome on stage Professor Prabhat Ranjan, Vice Chancellor, D.Y. Patel University. Before his stint at the university for 5 years, he was heading India's technology think tank, TIFAC, as its executive director. For nearly 20 years, he has done research work with nuclear fission, modeling and simulation, and used this to improve the performance of tokamaks in India. Please welcome Dr. Soumya Avasthi, co-author, India's Nuclear Titans Biographical Tales. She's a consultant with the Ministry of Defense. She's a professional with experience of over 12 years in the field of security and geopolitical studies. Previously, she was a consultant with the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change and an associate fellow with the Vivekanand International Foundation. Please welcome Shri Sunil Kubal, Executive Director, Nuclear Tema India, a senior management professional in EPC having hands-on experience in engineering, supply chain management, project management, and construction management. He is a graduate mechanical engineer from Mumbai University with overall experience of 38 years, of which more than 20 years is in the execution of EPC projects in the nuclear industry. And please welcome our moderator for this session, Gaurav Gulaiya, Assistant Secretary, PHDCCI. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage and moderator. And I'm going to hand it over to Gaurav to steer this discussion forward.
Thank you, Anisha. Thank you for this wonderful start for the day. So thank you, Dr. Hidender, for being the part of this. And now we've come to the most important part for Indian Youth Nuclear Society, as well as PhD Chamber of Commerce, the youth. So I start with Dr. Soumya first. So Dr. Soumya and I have a common mentor in General Khandare. So Dr. Soumya, your book, India's Nuclear Titans, Biographical Tales, how did you come up with this idea, and when did the international relations people who are so busy in writing about different things come up with this aspect of things to write about?
Good evening to everyone, and my compliments and greetings to each one present here for the Technology Day that we are celebrating. And as many of us present here, I am not so, you can say, educated on technology. So in fact, today I also learned that we celebrate something called Technology Day. So each day I'm learning something new. The idea about this book called India's Nuclear Titans, I'll show it to my audience here. This is the book. So this book was basically a part of our research learning. And when we joined PhD, that's the time when our professor told us to take up some research project where we learn how to use and handle primary sources, how to compile data and formulate a kind of theory or an understanding, or basically learn how to write. So this project was given to us, and the paper which we were doing at that time was diplomacy and disarmament. And under disarmament, nuclear security plays a very, very important role for the scholars of IR all across the globe. So that's what we were tasked for. And so we picked up this idea of writing biographical tales on people who were part of making India a nuclear power. Starting from independence, in fact, pre-independence also, we go back to J.R.D. Tata and Homi Bhabha and stalwarts like him. And so we wanted to write a tribute to them, write a biographical tale about them, that how they have contributed towards the nuclear landscape of our country. So while doing this, we ended up meeting a lot of people who have directly worked with him, worked with many of these people or under them, or in the institution where they were earlier alumni. So this is the idea it came about. And like you said, that IR people are very busy writing about geopolitics. I think in today's time, in 21st century, in geopolitics, nuclear or nuclear power, nuclear energy, the word you want to prefix, you want to use for nuclear term, plays a very, very important role in our geopolitics and international relations. And who will better understand than people who were born in the 90s and even before that, because we were young kids when we saw the nuclear test, the Pokhran site and Operation Shakti. We were very young, but we were just told how India became a nuclear power that day. So these kinds of memories, we have lived with these kind of memories. And so India is very vibrant, and we know that we love discussing politics and thread and bear. So nuclear does play a very important role for scholars of IR as well. Yeah.
Sure. Now, moving from one academic to another, Professor Prabhat Ranjan. So I want to ask Professor Ranjan, we all remember that Mulayam Singh was one of the key figures in the Indo-US deal. So he was a wrestler back then. So in terms of intellectual, in terms of there's a saying that पहलवानों को दिमाग तो घुटने में होता है. So let's just tone down this conference, and you first tell about, to a 10-year-old, what is this fission and fusion? We don't know about this, हमें नहीं पता. On Technology Day, when our majority of the population speaks Hindi and other regional languages, how from an academic perspective we tell them the difference between fission and fusion? Let's just tone it down to a simple level.
धन्यवाद, आपने बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट बताया. अभी सौम्या जी भी बोल रही थी, जितनी चर्चा हो रही है न्यूक्लियर वर्ड, फिशन वाले ने उसको हाईजैक कर लिया है. इसके कारण काफ़ी समस्याएं हो रही हैं. लेकिन जिस कारण से हम पृथ्वी पर अभी तक जिंदा हैं, उसका स्वर है सूर्य एनर्जी, सूर्य का एनर्जी. उसकी ऊर्जा कहाँ से आती है? वो न्यूक्लियर फ्यूजन प्रोसेस से आती है. तो न्यूक्लियर प्रोसेस से, न्यूक्लियर से दो तरीके से एनर्जी उत्पन्न हो सकती है, एक फ्यूजन, एक फिशन. हम लोग फ्यूजन वाले हैं, प्रसून जी बैठे हुए यहाँ पर, हम लोग अच्छे व्यक्ति हैं, हम लोग जोड़ते हैं चीज़ों को, और ज़्यादा फोकस किस पर है? जो सौम्या जी करेगी, जो तोड़ते हैं. तो एनर्जी कैन बी प्रोड्यूस इन टू वेज. वन इज़ बाय कंबाइनिंग न्यूक्लियाई, अदर इज़ बाय ब्रेकिंग न्यूक्लियाई. लेकिन ये कैसे हो सकता है कि तोड़ने से भी एनर्जी निकलेगी और जोड़ने से भी निकलेगी? तो जो हेवी एलिमेंट्स होते हैं एक्चुअली हायर देन आयरन होते हैं, जैसे यूरेनियम वगैरह काफ़ी हायर एटॉमिक वेट होता है उनका, उनको तोड़ने से निकलता है, और जो लाइट वेट होते हैं उनको जोड़ने से मिलता है. तो सूर्य के अंदर जो ऊर्जा उत्पन्न होती है, जिसके कारण हम लोग सब जिंदा है, ये पूरी सोलर सिस्टम जिंदा है, उसमें हाइड्रोजन और हाइड्रोजन का फ्यूजन रिएक्शन होता है. हाइड्रोजन लाइटेस्ट एलिमेंट, और उससे इतनी ऊर्जा उत्पन्न होती है कि पूरे सोलर सिस्टम को चलाते हैं. लेकिन पृथ्वी पर यदि हम वही प्रोसेस करना चाहें तो बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है. एक डिफिकल्टी कि सोलर एनर्जी जो निकलती है वहाँ पर टेम्परेचर जो है वो 1.5 करोड़ डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड, उसके सेंटर में जो बाहर का जो सरफेस है 6,000-7,000 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड जो हमको दिखाई पड़ता है, जो अंदर में है 1.5 करोड़ डिग्री, 15 मिलियन के आसपास है. तो एक तो है कि टेम्परेचर लाना, दूसरा जो रिएक्शन रेट, जो हाइड्रोजन का रिएक्शन रेट है बहुत स्लो होता है, लेकिन चूंकि सन में इतना मास है, इतनी मात्रा है, उसके कारण जो भी ऊर्जा होती है वो इतना ज़्यादा होता है, स्लो रिएक्शन से भी, कि बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है। पृथ्वी पर यदि हमको करना है तो हमको रिएक्शन रेट फास्ट करना पड़ता है, तो उसके लिए हाइड्रोजन के 2 आइसोटोप यूज़ किए जाते हैं, ड्यूटेरियम और ट्रिशियम। इसके अलावा और भी तरीका है फ्यूजन का, उसमें एक मैं मेंशन करना जिसको ए न्यूट्रॉनिक फ्यूजन बोलते हैं। जितने सारे हम लोग न्यूट्रॉन की बात करते हैं, फ्यूजन और फिशन में न्यूट्रॉन का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल होता है, लेकिन एक ऐसा भी तरीका है जिसमें प्रोटॉन बोरॉन रिएक्शन होता है, ए न्यूट्रॉनिक होता है, इसमें कोई न्यूट्रॉन निकलता ही नहीं है, वो सबसे ज़्यादा सेफ होता है, लेकिन उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट ज़्यादा होती है।
सपोज हमारे को इंडस्ट्री को वी हैव टू टेल दिस दैट दिस इज अनदर फॉर्म ऑफ एनर्जी जो कोयले के बदले वो यूज़ कर सकते हैं, तो उनको क्या दिक्कतें आएंगी बताने में, टू टेल देम कि ये भी एक सस्टेनेबल सोर्स है दैट यू कैन यूज इट फ्रॉम एकेडमिशियन।
यदि एक सिंपल एग्जांपल दूंगा कि एक कितना मात्रा लगता है हमको, एक बाथटब में वाटर लीजिए और एक लैपटॉप में जो बैटरी होता है उसमें लिथियम लीजिए, तो 2 रॉ मटेरियल हमारा होता है, वाटर इन सम सेंस, उसमें उससे ड्यूटेरियम निकालने के लिए हेवी वाटर का परसेंट होता है, और जो लैपटॉप का जो बैटरी है उसमें जो लिथियम है, ये दोनों से आप एक एवरेज फैमिली को 50 ईयर्स तक एनर्जी सप्लाई कर सकते हैं। इसी को देखिए कोयले से करेंगे तो उसका आप मात्रा देखिएगा, उसका शायद 1 मिलियन टाइम्स हो जाएगा, मुझको एग्जैक्टली फिगर याद नहीं है। तो जो रॉ मटेरियल है, और इसका जैसे बात ये हो रही कि इसमें कोई पोल्यूशन नहीं है, और एक और लास्ट पॉइंट में से बोलना चाहूँ कि सेफ्टी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से जो मैक्सिमम कंसर्न होता है, न्यूक्लियर फ्यूजन इज मच सेफर कंपेयर टू फिशन, क्योंकि फिशन में क्या होता है कि यू हैव टू कंट्रोल द रिएक्शन रेट, मॉडरेटर की जरूरत होती है टू स्लो डाउन थिंग्स, अदर कुछ भी गड़बड़ होगा तो एक्सप्लोड कर जाता है। यहाँ पर हमको उसको रखने में ही परेशानी होती है, कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम हो तो बंद हो जाता है वो।
बट वेयर वी आर इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंडिया इन दिस रिसर्च, इफ you can compare with any other global successful example, because lot of people will not remain in this room post 30 years. So you have to tell a young entrepreneur who is part of this startup India and make in India thing, that where we are in terms of fusion research.
Well, first your statement about a lot of people not stay in this for 30 years. I would like to say that I also work on chronic health problem and reverse aging. So I can help in that also, to make sure that we live for as long as we wish. But coming apart this, actually nuclear fusion been touched by speakers here, but it's been talked about by that when nuclear fusion happens, then we don't require rest of the thing. So it's something, looks like something that is going to come in some future we don't know. I was heading India's technology think tank in Delhi for 5 years, 2013 to 18. Dr. Kakotkar was my chairman. We prepared Technology Vision 2035. Now, what we had seen was that technology is happening much faster pace than we expect. I'm also an expert of AI, for example. Today, I've become a singer because of AI, without opening my mouth. Okay, so things are changing so fast. Okay, so nuclear fusion, things are changing very, very fast. I'm expecting by 2035 we'll have commercial use of nuclear fusion. Okay. Now, none of the speakers have touched upon this point, so it's very important to know. Because of this, billions of dollars have been invested in nuclear fusion. Okay? In terms of government support, China has done wonderful. In US, plenty of billions of dollars have come in. He is going to, Prasun Raj is going to talk about one of the private initiative is there in this. So, we are expecting nuclear fusion to happen much faster. Now, coming back to India, I'm probably the first PhD from India in nuclear fusion. 1986 at Lawrence Berkeley Lab, I had done. Oppenheimer was mentioned, he was in my department, physics department. Okay. I came back to India right after my PhD in 86. When I was started this work on nuclear fusion, it happened from Delhi, where I was leaving country, and suddenly one of my uncle asked me, what are you going to do? I said nuclear fusion or space. I was actually doing astrophysics, but suddenly my mind changed at that point. I came back. India had work started in 2 places. One was Gandhinagar Institute of Plasma Research, which is the main center for nuclear fusion. And Calcutta, there is Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, where a project was started. I would also like to repeat here that Dr. Meghnad Saha, who started Saha Institute of Nuclear Physics, gave Sahaj ionization equation in 1920. That is considered the start of plasma physics. So in some sense, India is involved with the start of nuclear fusion, plasma physics is the basis of that. For school-going children, we normally study about 3 matters of a state: solid, liquid, and gas. plasma is considered the fourth state of matter. 99% of the universe is plasma. So we only studied about 1%. So nobody is talking about the 99% that is the plasma. So it's very important to understand that the universe, the sun, stars, all of that is made in plasma state. That's very, very high temperature stage. Now coming back to India. So these two projects were started in Calcutta and Gandhinagar. I came to Calcutta first in '86. There was a smaller reactor. I got that to work. I'm although a modeling person, but I got into all aspects of that. And then that was started '87. '89 in Institute of Plasma Research, Aditya Tokamak. Tokamak is one of the fusion reactors, type of fusion reactors, which was Russian invention. It's called toroidal magnetic chamber, short form of that. Okay. And that is the major, you can say that majority of the reactors of fusion are of that time, but there are other varieties also. So that Aditya Tokamak was set up in 1989 in Gandhinagar. For 6 years it was not working. 95 I moved there. I got it to work in about 5 days. So I was also made project of that. Third one, the reason for which I had moved to Gandhinagar was a superconducting tokamak being planned, SST-1. That plan started 94, 95, that's when I shifted. I was project leader of that also for the operation control group, but I moved out of Gandhinagar Institute of Plasma Research in 2002. That machine got assembled in 2005. Dr. Kakutkar was also chairman of IPR as part of AEC chairmanship. 2005, then it ran into technical problems, so disassembled. 2013 was reassembled. It was started operation, but it never crossed. It had the plan of to go to up to 1,000 seconds. It never crossed 1 second of discharge, I think 600 milliseconds or something. Recently, I've heard that the superconducting part of that system has a failure, so probably it will not be able to operate anymore in that mode. So India's situation right now is not good. We are participating in ITER project. All the government officials I talked to, they say that India has participated in ITER project, nuclear fusion. If I look at the Atomic Energy Agency's report of 2023 on nuclear fusion, it says that India is the only country which is part of ITER but does not have a demo plant which is to plan out a power demonstration using nuclear fusion. So right now, India is not in good situation from nuclear fusion point of view. We need to correct that part. If there's more question, I'll ask, but I'll not take more time on this.
Nothing to worry, sir. So now we move to Shri Kush Singh. In terms of fusion, sir, you know your work from NTPC to this SR power. You have seen the PSUs, how they were successful at some time, how they were made the so-called dangerous people in this current era, that they are white tigers, white elephants. So from like a coal thermal power plant, there was only one single one in Delhi. That also got closed down. Now in private sector plus the PSU side of it, how do you decipher the change in this journey of yours? Moving, like how do we mix all these? And is there a way to fuse thermal power and the nuclear power together so that a sustainable outcome can come, which can include existing resources which we have?
Yeah, thanks Gaurav. So just to update the House, the private sector is moving very fast on this whole energy transition, very fast. And of course, they would like to set up a business model wherein they acquire new technologies or they get new technologies on board. They tie up very secure and very well-established reference models which they replicate in their plant. And then they look towards a better EBITDA and a better enterprise value. So these are like 4 or 5 key drivers which drive a promoter or a developer to invest into a business. Now, I'll just take the example of SR because being more specific, I'll be able to convey my message more clearly. So we owned about 10,000 megawatt of thermal power, a 20 million ton steel plant, a 20 million ton oil refinery. And then we decided slowly to monetize all fossil fuel-based systems and transition towards green. And we have a 10 million ton oil refinery in the UK. We generate 2 million tons of CO2 per year and a penalty of $100 per ton. So $200 million of penalty we pay every year. So we decided from there that we convert this refinery
into 100% green refinery. So there were incentives coming in the form of subsidies from the UK government. So we thought of going to produce blue hydrogen by steam formation of methane, and then use that blue hydrogen in the furnaces in the refinery, use that blue hydrogen to generate power through a hydrogen-driven gas turbine, use the blue hydrogen as a co-firing along with natural gas in a fired HRSG. So by this way, the whole refinery becomes almost green. But to do that, all the blue hydrogen being produced, it was not sufficient. So we thought, fine, we had deficit about 35%, because the end products which you're producing, we need about, say, 500 million tons HVO, say 800 million tons of SAF, a good 1,000 million tons of 1 billion tons of green methanol, to blend into these end products of oil to reduce the carbon footprint and move towards a more greener business model. Now, how to cover this deficit? So we said, okay, right, we'll do all the covering of deficit by setting up plants in India. So now we come back to India, we monetize most of the fossil fuel-based assets, and we plan to set up about 5 gigawatt of electrolyzer facility over a course of 10 years, to start with 1.3 gigawatt and then move further. So 1.3 gigawatt of electrolyzer needs about 5.5 gigawatt of renewable power setup, combined solar and wind, and about 300 tons of hydrogen storage, 300 megawatt of battery storage, and about 300 megawatt of pump storage, so that we get round-the-clock renewable power for the hydrogen electrolyzer. When we came down to the viability of systems, it was not getting commercially viable. The key is the cost of power. Today, with all these, because the point is, there is no business in making hydrogen. I'm very blunt and honest with the audience here. There is no business in just making hydrogen. No. The IRR is hardly 9.5, 10%. And why would a developer go for that? But there is an IRR of 35% in developing green molecules from green hydrogen. You cannot export green hydrogen, you cannot transport green hydrogen. But you convert this green hydrogen into molecules, you have a huge business opportunity in this world. The molecules being hydrogenated vegetable oil, sustainable aviation fuel, green methanol, green ammonia. And all these forms of green molecules, they need to be used in these forms, not converted back to hydrogen. Now, who are the buyers, key buyers? So HVO and SAF, my own refinery in UK buys it. So if I set up, I become 100% captive unit. The only thing I have to control is cost of hydrogen. And in the cost of hydrogen, 75% is cost of power. There, the thought came, why not go into nuclear power generation? How to do it? Then I had the luck to have a session of, to be an audience, like a very privileged audience with Dr. A.K. Naik's session on SMRs. And then with that, 2.5 years ago, we approached an entity in Denmark who are into thorium-based molten salt reactors. Each reactor is 30 megawatt electric. It comes in a 20-feet container. And basically their coolant is thorium-based fluoride, salt. And the moderator is deuterium oxide, that is heavy water. Their model is, now there we were restricted because Indian laws, Indian policies do not allow us to invest into R&D. So we have invested in that company in Denmark. And the model is, they will set up this 30 megawatt reactor cum power plant for you and sell you power at a price. If you see me as a business developer, that's what I need. A fully established, safe, technologically advanced reactor cum power plant, which gives me power at the cheapest price and reliable power. Because today, even if it's a blend of all this battery, wind, hydro, all put together, Still, electrolyzers in India or across the world are suffering on account of variation in power, variation in voltage, variation in frequency. They do not get a very reliable, sustainable control power. Wind is, of course, he's taken all the business models out of the orbit because wind has fluctuated almost more than 20%. So all the business models have gone haywire. So with this model of getting this SMR, thorium based, and we insist, we set up the specifications. It has to be thorium based. Then I don't have to be dependent on any other country for any raw material. It has to be operating at normal pressure, not a pressurized reactor. That is a part of the design. All the safety systems have to be passive systems. They ensure that. And can you believe the price at which they're selling power to me? Round-the-clock power, which today with all these constituents, it is coming to maximum 6.8 to 7 rupees per kilowatt hour. They sell me at 2 cents. 2 cents. 1.66 rupees per kilowatt hour. And with that, when I set up an SOEC, solid oxide electrolyzer, which uses steam to produce hydrogen, not like the PEM or the alkaline electrolyzer, which uses water and breaks through electrolysis, where the power consumption is 55 to 60 kilowatt hour per kg of hydrogen. In the SOEC, this is just 35 to 38 kilowatt hour of hydrogen per kg of hydrogen. So with this efficiency of power consumption and that cost of power, my cost of hydrogen goes below $1 a kg. Today, you cannot produce more than hydrogen less than $3.2 a kg with all this put together. Whereas with this scenario, I can get hydrogen below 1 rupee a kg. With hydrogen below 1 rupee a kg, see, there are two aspects to this whole energy security in the country. One is you produce enough power to cover up the power deficit in the country or the projections of power requirement in the country. Second, you become energy exporters for the first time in the world. This is the opportunity. With hydrogen at this price, the rate at which you produce HBO, SAF, green methanol, and green ammonia, nobody in the world can compete with you. Trust, nobody. And these green chemicals, green molecules, in the business model, say if I sell hydrogen, suppose I have an EBITDA of $1, my enterprise value would be 6 multiple, 7 multiple. If I sell green SAF at an EBITDA of $1, my enterprise value is 36 multiple. So as a developer, why wouldn't I go into the business of green molecule and make sure that I make hydrogen at the lowest price? Now here comes the role of Government of India. Atomic Energy Act amendment to allow private participation, make the fuel policy, make the civil liability policy through, and make it fast so that you have business entrepreneurs, sir, waiting at the door to invest. You know what this 5 gigawatt of hydrogen electrolyzer project cost? $23 billion, ready to invest. There are 100 partners who want to come in because this cost of hydrogen is only possible in India. By virtue of the thorium reserve, complete fuel security, and a huge market. Japan does not have renewable power because of paucity of land. They are buying green ammonia. SoftBank is ready to fund at 2.5%. Where does 2.5% finance cost come? It's a dream. But they secure all the green ammonia from you because they want to blend it with coal and reduce the carbon footprint. They are blending to the order of 30%. We are still not beyond 3% in India. So, and then that's how we are trying to rope in with educational institutions, technical institutions, so that we get manpower at that level, graduate engineers, so that once we launch this project, we have the due expertise.
So to rope in government, it will need few things more than this. To rope in politicians, it will require more efforts.
But we need road shows.
Yes,
explain this business model.
But how do we explain it to a politician who thinks that this will create this number of jobs directly or indirectly, so that it's a benefit for the country also?
In a roadshow, you just put this narrative. Honorable Prime Minister Modi says he wants India to be the largest exporter of energy in the world.
Yes.
Just pick this narrative. That's it.
So then any other issues which usually come from the nuclear narrative which we want to build?
No.
Nothing.
Because all nucleus are in, the top nuclear people, sir, they have confirmed it's the safest technology. Nothing to worry about.
It's just we need to tell the public more by the.
Exactly. Pitch the right narrative.
So we can't leave half of the public also out. And now moving to Dr. Soumya Avasthi again. So, Dr. Soumya, you talked about two brilliant women, Indira Gandhi ji and Arundhati Ghosh, in your two chapters. How do we tell in this ESG space, S is also important? And in that S, half of the genders are also important. And how do we tell the women that some roadshow is going on, that this is the safest mode of transport, safest mode of energy, and this will create jobs? How do we tell this nuclear narrative in terms of your author's perspective? How do we tell the normal people about it?
I think women already know this, that it is important. Nobody has to tell women that it is important. Important here is to include them, make it an inclusive program, and not think that nuclear or science is made for boys only. So it's high time that we come out of that boy club zone and make it an inclusive.
Did you think that we had certain challenges while writing this book? You had it.
Yeah, so even writing this book, if I have to just talk about my book itself, then I don't think so I faced so much of a problem being a woman to write this book. But the challenge was being a young scholar who wants to write this book. So there's a difference. There was, like, the gender was not a problem. My status in the society was a problem, that I'm just a young scholar who has taken this idea of setting a tone for the narrative and discourse on the subject of nuclear. And it was a very important decision that I and my co-editor, Dr. Barua, who is present here in the audience, we both decided that it is important to do this, not just for ourselves because it was an exercise of in a way, but also because while we were doing this project, we realized that there is so much that we don't know. And to learn that, we need to dive into this very complex world of nuclear science. And we will not pinpoint at anyone and say, okay, our teachers did not teach us this. I think the culture was missing. And our aim of bringing this book is to say that this culture needs to be evolved and has to be introduced in our society, that we talk about this as any other thing. Like we talk about movies, like we talk about politics or games or sports, business, you name it. We talk about everything, but there is a lot of conservatism when we talk about nuclear science because we think it's very technical. And I agree it's very technical because I myself, I'm very technically handicapped on the subject. But it made me see the reality that how important it is to know. And being a scholar, the only challenge was that we had to justify what we are writing, and to justify we need to learn a lot. In one of our book launches, so my audience should also know that I have had the opportunity that the foreword of the book was written by Dr. Anil Kakotkar, and sir was kind enough to do a book launch for us in Mumbai. And there he gave a very important point that how contribution from academia is also very important. The oral history, the oral narrative is also very important, which only academicians can bring in. So that itself is a takeoff point for us, that why more and more academically sound people and less technical background people should also get involved in the discussions of in the room like this, where I am, I think, the solo person from School of International Studies talking about nuclear. So we need to have more people like Soumya and Shrabana to tell the story of nuclear and the history and the struggle that the people of our country made in painting the landscape or the canvas of nuclear science in India for us.
Moving to Sunil, sir. Sir, you have seen the different slogans which we have, different missions which we have. Yeah. Make in India program, Skill India program, PM Kaushal Vikas Yojana 4.0. Where does a private entrepreneur like you or TEMA India fits in this in terms of the quality of workforce, in terms of manpower supply? Like, what do a private enterprise in this space needs from a young entrepreneur's perspective?
See, we have been, I have been in this industry for quite long, and we had all the kind of difficulties in terms of timely execution of the projects. Now, with the government plan of going into big way into the nuclear reactors, the requirement of continuity will probably be solved, and there will be an opportunity for companies like us to go for skill development. Now, the skill development here does not mean that only we need graduate engineers. We need the entire value chain. So basically, the stakeholders which are contributing to this is the manufacturing companies, the engineering manpower, the project management manpower, the construction manpower, and finally the operators, so operation and maintenance manpower. So basically we need to have skill development centers or the academia courses to develop the entire value chain, which will help in boosting the workforce, which eventually will be required for the execution of projects in such large volume. And with the clear program available from the government, it will be possible for companies like us to invest in the workforce, manpower, and be ready to take the challenge of bringing out the projects in a very compact timeline and to meet the targets.
Thank you, sir. Now we move to Dr. Prasoon Raj. He's a senior scientist, Commonwealth Fusion Systems. He's also a part of this millennial and Gen Z generation, which has a short attention span. So having a short attention span and talking about nuclear energy and technology, it's a mess. So how, I'm talking about fusion, so how a young millennial Gen Z like Dr. Prasoon Raj ventures into this for long. Like you can tell the person who just did his engineering right now, how he will take this fusion and how he can end up at Commonwealth Fusion Systems.
Okay, I won't talk about the company. I think I can talk without taking its example. There are 40, 50 international ventures into nuclear fusion, making it feasible within the timeline and the cost and the manpower that the world has. So, right, I can take my own example. Gen Z and attention span, that is all right. We are the Instagram generation. We love to be the Instagram generation. And why don't we use Instagram for that? Like, if you see, there are so many medical professionals who have moved to using social media for raising awareness on some of the issues which linger as misconceptions in all circles of our life. So just as an example, like most of the major labs which are doing fusion, major companies which are doing fusion, they are all actively taking part in disseminating information. Sometimes oversimplified, but most of the time concrete, sharp, short, and passing it on to the youth all over the world. And it's been working. Like I can take examples of how some of the major industrial ventures into fusion, or even the older labs, like labs from UK which have been functioning for decades, like in last 5 years, they have had a kind of overhaul in their structure. They have gotten a lot of young people to come and take leadership positions. I'm not talking about like executive leadership, although there are examples of that as well, people graduating with PhD, doing 1 year of experience and founding companies which are really building fusion power plant, which, like Professor Ranjan said, is, fingers crossed, going to be part of the business model in next 10, 20 years. So first part was that, like, let's not be in disbelief that, okay, Gen Z generation doesn't understand. They are careful. They have the right set of technology, the right set of resources to capture the information. And we just need to figure out how to use that well. At least in India, I don't feel that's being done so well. Now,
continue.
Yeah, so second part, I wanted to take an example of myself. Like, how does one, right after engineering, continue in, let's say, demanding field like fusion or fission. I don't think it's difficult, and I don't think you need to like build a core and become a reactor physicist from day one. It's one of the most multidisciplinary fields of the world. And one of the panelists in the previous panel said that there are tens of interfacing skill sets which are required to make a venture like fission or fusion successful. So one doesn't need to like hold on to a subject for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Like, for example, I myself studied reactor physics. First studied physics, reactor physics, then went to experiments on radiation, then switched to fusion, then switched to environmental radiation, now switched back to fusion. I don't know what will be the next one. So I could be a typical example of Gen Z, but happy to be that. I think I am making my contribution, and we will see how the future is, but I am pretty sure that one does not need to become a dedicated, I don't know, militiaman it doesn't need to be an army. It doesn't need to be a military-like structure. Like someone had also brought up the point that our youth ready to come to offshore or ready to come to like offbeat places and settle and work for industries like this. I'm saying like in today's time, majority of the other industries are switching to a mixed format of working. If you are working from any part of the world, you can do part of your work. You don't need to necessarily go and settle down in a place. And I know that most of us don't want that. I also don't want that. But we will have to change our industry with that, and I'm sure nuclear technology has that. I don't think we do our core calculations sitting in one place. You can sit in any part of the country and launch a calculation, and that will give you results in 2 days, which you can, or whatever. And you can go back and attend a meeting. Like it's the most connected generation, the most connected time. So yeah, I think we don't need to, let's try not to build barriers around the youth. That will really help. Let them be flexible. And I am sure with the right education system, thankfully India is developing some really great courses in the universities these days. You would be able to give them that thread which will keep them connected to the subject for long. And I think that's the way. But again,
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah. Moving to Prabhat sir again. So, like Dr. Prasoon Raj talked about, how do we make the education system relevant for the people who are in core sciences, but they can like a generalized approach, a golden mean between a core sciences student and someone who is there, who can switch fields, like Dr. Prasoon Raj shifted from this part of nuclear science to the other thing. So what curriculum update or behavioral nudges we can give to the young generation who stay in this field, don't venture out, however, not become complacent that this is the only field? Like, how do we keep mixing it with the generation?
So, this generation, and I belong to this generation also, I'm also there. The only thing we have to learn is how to learn. Okay. We need to keep learning. So I always say that today's system, only thing we should teach, learning. Okay. We don't need teachers really, because there's so much material available to you. If I give an example from my own life, I was a physics graduate throughout. But when I got into research, nuclear fusion and many other areas that I've ventured into, I had to learn whatever I needed to learn. I continue to learn till today. You know, I've become a singer, I keep learning. I've improved. If you see 2.5 months' time, my singing is there on YouTube. From that time to now, it's improved terms, because I've gone into technological details and understood that. So today, because of available information, it's very important that you should be able to learn, pick up that. In fact, in Technology Vision 2035, which is done under guidance of Dr. Kakutkar at TIFAC, we have talked about the role of teachers changing. The role of teachers no longer says on the stage that you give the sermon, everybody is learning. The role of teachers become side on the guide. So we now see that the students, when we are teaching the class, there are students who know much more than the teacher. And they may have challenges. As a vice chancellor, I have to face this problem, says that teacher doesn't know. And that's the fact, because teacher doesn't know, because somebody else can pick up an area. Now, I will tell you from my university example, because when we were in TIFAC, we prepared Technology Vision 2035, we have seen that technology is changing very, very fast. Education system needed to keep up with that. Education system were very slow to respond. So what I did was that 2018 I moved there after my TIFAC tenure. 2019 I started a computer science program, which is very flexible. Good thing was it was picked up all over India by next year, 2020. I'll give you one more example. There are many other examples, but I'm not going to that. Semiconductor engineering. First time in the country we have started. Okay. Now why? Because I saw that last year there was a lot of demand from international market. They want a lot of investments. And thankfully, this year you see semiconductor industry has just grown like anything. Okay. Now I believe that today's discussion, I'm quite heartened. I also get some feeling that there is a requirement of policy change in nuclear sector. Okay. I believe everybody is supporting that. I'm expecting it will happen. And then a lot of private industry will come in. So requirement of manpower is going to be very huge. And institutions like ours will be the first to come into that to make sure that we have ready technical person power available in the country. But as I said that, it's just the nudge that has to be given. The knowledge is available today. It should be possible for education system to respond to this very fast. Thank you.
Now we move to Sunil Kubal sir. Sir, what would be an investment advice? Suppose like an entrepreneur needs to be getting to know about the ESG regulations, the BRSR code, manpower issues. What investment advice you can give to someone who wants to come in this sector and remain here? Doesn't want to venture to hydrogen, doesn't want to venture here and there, but remaining at the core sciences, core nuclear division. And what are the problems in that side, from an entrepreneurial side?
See, the problem here now is basically government needs to support this industry in a big way, because if any new entrepreneur has to come, he will have to set his system, train his staff, train his workers to bring him to the nuclear culture, nuclear safety, nuclear quality. And we have been pushing as an industry that there has to be some kind of a fiscal concessions made available to this industry, like you can get a concessional GST rate, you can give some performance link incentive, and there has to be some scheme which is made available to MSMEs or small time manufacturers to get into this business by government giving some specific schemes. Now you have seen that you have textile industry, you have performance link,
yes.
then mobile industry you have.
Yes.
When this is such a critical thing for us, the carbon emission, then government has to come out with a policy which will make people to come in this industry, because this industry is a tough industry. It is not so easy to remain competitive and sustainable, because the only reason why I will suggest new people to enter is there will be continuity, because so far what was happening, a plant was coming, then there was a 5 years gap, 6 years gap. Even the last project which I worked on, it took 12 years to complete. But I am happy that we could complete it, and we have proven 700 megawatt technology. So it is commitment from the government has to be there with respect to continuity and with respect to some kind of fiscal concession which will help new players to come in this industry.
Does this also mean like toning down the regulations a bit?
Not toning down, because nuclear safety, nuclear quality, you cannot compromise. That has to be maintained, but in terms of some kind of incentivization happens, then people will put money, because it is not that normally a standard nuclear project will take 4.5 years. If it is if it is having standardization, it doesn't go through any design changes. And now actually we are moving into PDMS, where each bolt and nut will be basically designed and listed. So there may not be many changes. 700 megawatt technology is already established, and replicating that, and with probably 220 megawatt technology with some design modifications can come in place, which also will help people to get into this business, encourage them.
Yes, Prabhat,
Just one comment about toning down. So I again must emphasize the difference between nuclear fusion and fission.
Okay.
So nuclear fusion requirements of safety are different. Within nuclear fusion, neutronic fusion is a different requirement. So when we say toning down is not required, we should be clear it's only for nuclear fission we're talking, not on nuclear fission. This will be very, very clear to all of us. Otherwise, we mix nuclear into a big thing and then we say nothing is required. It's not true. It is required.
Thank you, sir. So in terms of like to keep the mood light, I went through your blog also. So you are an expert cook. Now you have told me that you are an expert singer also. However, you also told me that there is a malware attack on your blog. This brings in Dr. Soumya again, that these are the people also not immune. A single scientist working at any facility is not immune from the thing it carries is in pocket. A single phone can also bring the industry, a single incident can bring the industry 5 years back again. So how do we protect the core people, the core scientists who are working at a critical facility to have that cyber awareness, to know that these are the challenges, these are the new age challenges that they face?
So I believe that to bring in that kind of a sensitization amongst the people who are working in the core of this program or anything related to nuclear, we have to bring in these experts who are experts on cyber security.
There is a lot of media trial that happens instantly when a single scientist does something.
So, because a lot of time in this commotion, we forget and we underestimate these, cyber threat sometimes. But then this is not the case anymore now. We are more aware of Trojan and attacks like those. But at the same time, I think that the cyber experts should be roped in, and there should be timely workshops where people can talk about the measures that can be taken. There are a lot of books that are being written by the subject matter experts and industry experts. They are collaborating together and writing that how good practices can be exchanged between the people from nuclear field or people from the cyber field, and how they can secure the environment of working environment, and also secure our scientists from spilling certain beans by mistake. So there is a role that think tanks and academia do play in that, and I think it's important that the subject like nuclear, though it's very technical, it has some kind of a secrecy attached to it, but we do need to have a certain level of trust with think tanks and academia, and involve these people also into the field. And there should be a better understanding of how each one works, so that there can be a policy which can be inclusive. So to bring in these kinds of ideas, you have to make it more inclusive and not keep it separate from the common masses. So that's where something, cyber security or cyber sensitization can be brought in.
Like I can also bring in Dr. Shri Kush Singh ji. So when we talk about this inclusiveness, this generalization, so are there any case study approach which you have seen that industries usually face? These are the standard protocols that people in this energy industry face every time with the government. So that as an industry chamber, we can advise the government, we can pitch in that these are the relevant case studies and these are the relevant sections and problems which usually come directly to everyone who is venturing into this. Have you faced any of these?
Yeah, we face it every day. Like I'm trying to venture into a pump storage project. My forest clearance hasn't happened for 3 years. So and these policies, like they're such a big roadblock. So people have to evolve, If a technology has to be established in a big way, a lot of investments to come in, investments of a huge amount. It's not small investment, huge amount. Then it's not that I don't want a safety system to be sacrificed or diluted or any kind, or the intricacies of the technology requires to be diluted. No, nobody wants. But then the timelines are very important, because timelines amount to the financial burden you will be subjected to if the project gets delayed and all that. So keeping in view the sanctity of the timelines, the importance of timelines, and the project to be completed within the expectation of the funder, and the returns to start coming to the financial institution in time, the developer getting his returns in time, and of course the country thriving out of the power deficit being overcome, and then whatever the exports they are planned to be started in due course of time. The policies need to evolve. They need to evolve and adapt without getting diluted. Very
Thank
important.
you, sir. And from this, we move to Dr. Prasoon Raj. How do we make allies in this? How do we make the allies in the nuclear space amongst each other, rather than like separating this fusion and fission part of it? How do we make allies who can pitch this as a safer form? Toning down to the Instagram generation, I want you to answer this. How do we make allies in this?
Yeah, it's a tough question, for me at least. So, I'd actually like, before I go into the idea of bringing them together, I would kind of reiterate what both the panelists here have said, that there is something different about nuclear fusion. We need to address that. Don't back them together, because that is going to hamper the growth. And the way it has been approached by some of the largest economies who are quoted to be successful in this is by going into the depth of that physics, making it very clear that, okay, this is different. Let's regulate it differently. Let's put a policy which is cost effective, which gets you the returns in the time, so that you can actually address the bigger problem, climate change, which we are trying to address. Right, so one of the major blockers would be if we bag everything together and try to regulate them, and now I'm talking mostly about regulation, but then regulation trickles down to a lot of other things. If we start doing that, which is happening, which has been happening, then we won't benefit, we won't unleash the real power of most of these, because you're constantly limiting your industries, your companies, your entrepreneurs to focus on the problems which are not technical to some extent, and they will keep answering those for a long time. In that time, your youth is going to become old. And that has been happening. We have, like we right now talk about that, okay, we are the youngest country in the world, massive youth power, army to finish this project. But at the same time, we also talk about, oh, okay, 2047, 2070, those are the target dates. And then we are like, okay, some of these problems are longer term. Let's address the shorter term problems. And that approach seems to have some flaw in my understanding. Like, you need to back calculate, is actually that timeline going to fit with all these technologies we are talking about? At least for nuclear fusion, I don't see that working. For example, like if we say that 2070, we have to make, we are aiming for carbon neutrality. You need 10 years to do deployment, so you back to 2060. There is a saying in the fusion community that fusion is always 30 years late. Back calculate 30 years, that brings you to 2030, which is 5 years from now. So, and this is going to some extent be true about other technologies like SMR also, in my opinion. So if we are we ready to hit that road in 5 years from now? 2024 we are talking, half of the year is gone. Are we ready to hit that timeline so that we are actually able to reach the carbon neutrality in 2070, where we have already all agreed that we cannot do carbon neutrality without having all these options on table? So the moment we understand that, I think that solves majority of it, that okay, it has to be a solution which is nuclear. It has to combine multiple technologies, including fission, fusion, hybrids, and so on. But don't back them in so easily, like that's going to be counterproductive. So now, I don't know if that addressed for the Gen Z generation, but I think it should have. Yeah, and right, so building allies, I don't think, at least in my educational background, I never felt that there is a big disconnect, to be very honest. like majority of the technology which goes beyond the nuclear physics of these two reactions, they have stark similarities. Like, what is one of the biggest challenges facing nuclear fusion is how to extract that energy which the fusion produces and how to do it in a way that you have net power production. Fission has established that for decades. We have been doing that on large scale. So I don't see that synergy being missed at any point. Like if you look at some of the largest places where they are doing this, they constantly talk with each other. They constantly feed back into each other. It's only at like some very high level but very impactful positions that these things are like, they are getting messed up. And then it trickles down to the younger people who are, so like for example, when I was choosing my career, I did have questions like, should I do neutronics? Because there are trade bans on some of the codes, there are sanctions, there are so many issues. Does it limit my career possibilities? So the thing is that the actual core science did not create that difference. It's the difference which was created on a very different level.
Yep.
So
I really want to bring in Prabhat sir. Sir, हम ही late हैं fusion में 30 years. या Chinese are also late. The US is also late. Or India is only late. And if we are late, how much we are late? If we on a comparison scale, if we can talk about. And I want you to answer this in Hindi.
तो अभी यदि हम न्यूक्लियर फ्यूजन का परफॉर्मेंस देखें तो चाइना का परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी अच्छा है।
सर कितना अच्छा अगर कंपेयर?
यदि हम टेम्परेचर की बात करें तो सूर्य का जो तापमान है 1.5 करोड़ वो 18 करोड़ तक पहुंच गए। सूर्य से 12 गुना ज़्यादा टेम्परेचर और एटलीस्ट 100 सेकंड से ज़्यादा वो रख पाए उसको।
चाइनीज़।
और कोरिया जब हम लोगों ने स्टार्ट किया था 94-95 में सुपर कंडक्टिंग मशीन प्रोजेक्ट, कोरिया कहीं नहीं था, वो भी 10 करोड़ पहुंच गई है। यूके के प्राइवेट कंपनी टोकामेगनस भी 10 करोड़ पहुंच गई है। कॉमनवेल्थ सिस्टम जो का काम करते हैं उनका भी काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस है। मैग्नेटिक फील्ड 20 टेस्ला मैग्नेटिक फील्ड, जिससे कि साइज ऑफ रिएक्टर बहुत छोटा हो रहा है। तो काफ़ी जगह प्रोग्रेस रहा है इंडिया में। और अनफॉर्चुनेटली इस पर एक ही संस्था काम कर रही है, इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ प्लाज्मा रिसर्च, जहाँ पर की अवस्था ख़राब है। मैं खुद वहाँ पर था। मैंने न्यूक्लियर फ्यूजन का एक प्रोजेक्ट स्टार्ट किया प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट से इंडिया में फर्स्ट टाइम। मैंने उसका नाम दिया था प्रोजेक्ट सनलैन। सनलैन कहाँ से आता है मैं बच्चों को बताना चाहूँगा। न्यूक्लियर फ्यूजन को हिंदी में बोलते हैं नाभिकीय संलयन और न्यूक्लियर फिशन को बोलते हैं नाभिकीय विखंडन। उससे मैंने प्रोजेक्ट सनलैन स्टार्ट किया था। एक यूएस के इन्वेस्टर ने मुझको कहा कि आप स्टार्ट करो। मैंने उसको मना किया, लेकिन उसने कहा कि मैं $1 मिलियन देता हूँ, फिर आप काम करो। तो मैंने कहा चलो करते हैं। लेकिन उसमें हमने जो पहला स्टेप करना चाहे मैं बताना चाहूँगा, एनर्जी प्रोडक्शन की बात हमने कही कि उसको बाद में करेंगे। पहले हम न्यूट्रॉन जो प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है उसको हम यूज़ करें। और उसके 3 एप्लीकेशन हमारे थे। जैसे डॉक्टर काकुतकर बोल रहे थे थोरियम टू यूरेनियम कन्वर्सन, हम न्यूट्रॉन लेकर उसको कन्वर्ट करना चाहते थे। हमारे एक एसोसिएट हैं टेक्सास ऑस्टिन में, उन्होंने कहा यदि आप ऐसा कर सकते हो तो जितना सऊदी अरेबिया में ऑयल के कारण वेल्थ हुआ उतना आप कंट्री में प्रोड्यूस करेंगे। अब यदि पॉलिसी हमको बोलती है कि आप मत करो यहाँ पर, हम कहीं दूसरी जगह जा करेंगे। दूसरा उसका था कि जो रेडियोएक्टिव वेस्ट है जिसका कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं आज तक, सब डंप करते हैं, उसको भी हम ट्रांसम्यूट करके उसको हाफ लाइफ 300 ईयर्स कर देंगे फ्रॉम 200,000 ईयर्स समथिंग, और वॉल्यूम भी 1% करते। और तीसरा बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग एग्जाम्पल था मेडिकल एसोट टेक्नीशियन 99M, जिसकी शॉर्टेज हैवी शॉर्टेज है वर्ल्ड वाइड, उसका हाफ लाइफ बहुत कम है। हमने जब उसका इकोनॉमिक कैलकुलेशन किया, हमको उसमें $5 बिलियन या शायद $3 बिलियन लगता है उसको सेटअप करने में, ऑफकोर्स यदि होता सक्सेसफुल, और शायद $3 से $4 बिलियन हमको हर एक साल उसका रिटर्न आता। तो इसका इकोनॉमी बहुत है, हाई है। अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ कि वर्ल्ड वाइड और इंडिया में भी काफ़ी फंडिंग, मैं खुद ही इन्वॉल्व हूँ। पैसे की कमी नहीं, यदि पॉलिसी हो जाए तो ये काफ़ी कुछ सब चेंज हो जाएगा। और इसलिए इंडिया में डिपेंड करना केवल एक इंस्टीट्यूशन पर, मैं जब आया था 2 इंस्टीट्यूशन काम करता, एक इंस्टीट्यूशन काम कर रहा है, इससे हमें डिजास्टर हो रहा है। वी हैव टू अलाउ दिस, हमको ओपन अप करना पड़ेगा, प्राइवेट को लाना पड़ेगा, सिस्टम चेंज हो जाएगा।
सर पूरे इंडिया में एक इंस्टीट्यूशन, That's a really, the situation is really not good. But thank you guys, thank you for the amazing session. I still think that all good policy making is telling stories. If we are able to tell the nuclear narrative and nuclear stories very well to the government, to the industry bodies, we can change this. We will need policy advocates. We will need the narrative to start. Thank you guys. Thank you for an amazing session.
I would just request all of you to remain seated, and we'll play this video message by Mr. Harish Sippy, the CMD of TEMA India. So please train your eyes towards the screen. We'll just play this video.
As the founder of TEMA India, I am proud to be a partner sponsor. This symposium fosters nuclear science's grandeur. Youth's innovation paves the way for a sustainable, tech-driven future, we say. Embracing nuclear tech for a zero-carbon goal, TEMA's commitment shines heart and soul, empowering Adivasi youth through training and care towards a brighter future we all share. Aligned with Make in India, we stand tall. In the growth of nuclear tech, we give our all. With leadership like PM Modi's, a bright path we see. TEMA's role in this journey, a key guarantee. Grateful to the youth for this impactful event. Together towards progress, we are all bent.
Thank you to our speakers for making the time to come here. I would request Aparajita Mangotra, Senior Secretary, Sustainability Committee, PHDCCI, to please come on stage and present our speakers with mementos for coming here and sharing their thoughts with the audience. Memento for Dr. Prasoon Raj, Senior Scientist, Commonwealth Fusion Systems. A moment for Shri Kush Singh, for Professor Prabhat Ranjan. A memento for Dr. Soumya Avasthi and for Shri Sunil Kubal. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Thank you to our speakers. Indeed, the youth has a very important role to play, if not just to give the contribution towards research, towards nuclear energy development, but to just change the perception about how nuclear energy is viewed in our country. They certainly have a very important role to play. We will now move on to a book launch of the Hindi translation of the book entitled Climate Change, Clean Energy Transition, Energy Options and the Relevance of Nuclear Power. For this, I would like to invite on stage our esteemed dignitaries. So please put your hands together and welcome on stage Padma Bhushan Dr. Anil Kakotkar, former Chair, Atomic Energy Commission. I request sir to please come up on stage for the launch of this book. I would also request Dr. Nitendra Singh, President, Indian Youth Nuclear Society, to please come up on stage. We'd also like to invite on stage the authors and the publisher for the book. Please welcome on stage Dr. A.K. Nayak, Head, Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing, Department of Atomic Energy. Dr. S.S. Munoth, Vice President, Indian Youth Nuclear Society. Professor J.B. Joshi, Distinguished Professor Emeritus, Hobby Bama National Institute and Institute of Chemical Technology, and Sri Shivanand Bhagwe, CEO of Sundaram Publications. I request all of you to please come up on stage for the release of this book. This is the Hindi translation of the book titled Climate Change, Clean Energy Transition, Energy Options, and the Relevance of Nuclear Energy. Please welcome our distinguished guest on stage, Padma Vibhushan Dr. Anil Kakotkar, former Chair, Atomic Energy Commission, Dr. Nitendra Singh, President, Indian Youth Nuclear Society, Dr. A.K. Nayak, Head, Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing, Department of Atomic Energy, Dr. S.S. Manot, Vice President, Indian Youth Nuclear Society, Professor J.P. Joshi, Distinguished Professor Emeritus, Hobby Bhabha National Institute and Institute of Chemical Technology, and Sri Shivanand Bhagwe, the CEO, Sundaram Publications. I would request our distinguished guest on the stage to please release the book. This is the Hindi translation of the book, Climate Change, Clean Energy Transition, Energy Option, and the Relevance of Nuclear Power. The Hindi translation will, of course, increase the reach of this book, and I request all our esteemed dignitaries on stage to please open the ribbon and release the book. I would now request Dr. A.K. Nayak, Head, Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing, Department of Atomic Energy, to come to the podium and please say a few words about this book and what is the message of this book.
Namaskar very good evening. The message of this book is in the book only. So, first of all, I request all the readers to read the book to get the message. I think before this session started, I was just glancing the news. And the news says Venezuela is the first country in the world, because of the climate change, it has lost all its glaciers. Few days back, I was reading that India has lost $120 billion from 2000 to 2022 because of the climate change. And the carbon taxes, हम लोग जो सुबह बात कर रहे थे, just few days back, do you know the carbon taxes, especially in some of the European countries, Canada, they have imposed. France has collected more than $8 billion last year only for the carbon tax. Close to that is Canada, and it's narrowed down, of course. And there's just 10, 15 countries which have collected. So climate change is imminent. I think it is not a story anymore. Energy transition is a must for the survival of all of us, all the habitats of the planet. But clean energy transition, it becomes a difficult slogan for many countries, those which are already developed and those which are ambitious to be developed. And here itself the challenge comes. I think पूरा दिन भर हम लोग तो यही चर्चा कर रहे थे, अब सुने होंगे एक दूसरे से आर्गुमेंट कि ये हो सकता है क्या हिंदुस्तान के लिए. I think Kakulkar Saab knows very well. In 2004, 5, 6, 7, we used to write many policy articles for India for nuclear, assuming 2070 coal, oil, gas will be exhausted. तो फिर क्या चलेगा देश के लिए? फिर न्यूक्लियर जरूरी है. But now 2070, also we are saying 2070, but coal, oil, gas रहेगा, but हम लोग को नहीं चाहिए. So these are the compulsion things which we ourselves have created, and we have to solve. How to solve is a big, I'll say, challenge. और ये किताब में हमने काफी मेहनत करके इसको लिखा है. So this book, if you read from beginning till the end, it is highly emotionally written. अब पहला पेज से लास्ट पेज तो पढ़ेंगे, full of emotions, passions. In fact, एक चैप्टर हमने myself and Samyak शायद 10 बार पढ़े. And each time I read, I feel no, something is missing यार, उसको भी change करते हैं. Until it went on that we want to launch it on National Science Day, again by respected Dr. Kakurkar Saab. So, emotions क्या था किताब में? Because of the climate impact. कि इतना सब खराब हो जाएगा आगे, and we all may be perished. And my co-author, Samyak, used to get so much emotional. He was unable to write because I used to dictate and he used to be the typesetting person. तो काफ़ी इमोशनल हो जाता था. तो फिर हमने, I remember Hall 7 में, I used to that time I was in BRC. तो every half an hour I used to make a tea break. I said, let's go for tea. फिर हम लोग चाय पीते थे, 5 मिनट, 10 मिनट, आधा घंटा काम करते थे, आधा घंटा चाय ब्रेक. And there is no Saturday, Sunday I had ever rested. And let me honestly speak to all of you. My wife never knew I was doing this. She says, तुम कहाँ जाते हो हर शनिवार रविवार? हम बोलते हैं कि बहुत काम है ऑफिस में. But actually I was busy in writing this book with great emotions. But there is another major challenge while writing this book. All the data was dynamic. Nothing was static. मतलब कल जो बोलेगा कि टेम्परेचर राइज 1.1 डिग्री सेल्सियस हो गया, आज देखा कि it has crossed 1.2 degree Celsius. And there are all these numbers were so dynamically changing. Government policies, something they committed over the years, then COP26, COP28, everywhere the things were different. So the story writing, building up was so much difficult here. Then जब हम चाहते थे कि भाई इसको पूरा डीकार्बन करें, and we started the strategy. In fact, Prime Minister साहब $35 trillion अभी तो डिक्लेयर किए, वो हम तो किताब बहुत पहले लिख दिए थे. उसमें भी हम लोग को यही ड्रीम किए थे कि हिंदुस्तान को डेवलप्ड किया जाए. तो डेवलप्ड किया जाए तो कितना एनर्जी चाहिए और उसको डीकार्बन कैसे कर सकते हैं हम लोग. Whatever mathematics we did, it was not possible because so much nuclear power is required. And I used to get scared because only person जिसका लेक्चर में पहले से लास्ट तक सुनता हूँ काकड़कर साहब का लेक्चर, कहाँ इंटरनेट में हो, ऑनलाइन में हो, फिजिकली हो, I never miss just to listen कि am I doing any mistake? And he may not be knowing why this person is always sitting in my lecture. He is such a, today I am telling the truth. And फिर हम लोग को डर लगता था, इतना 1000 गीगावाट न्यूक्लियर डाले सब लोग को हमको मार के भगा देंगे इधर से. हिंदुस्तान में 7 गीगावाट बनाया और 50 गीगावाट का टारगेट है, कोई 30 गीगावाट का टारगेट है. आदमी बोलते हैं 1000 गीगावाट, 1500, 2000 गीगावाट, हमको भी निकाल सकता है इधर से. बट ये भी कॉन्फिडेंस हमने I could build up only because of the blessings of Dr. Kakurkar. Let me tell you, there is no replacement of this man on earth. No replacement. ये सच है. फिर भी हमको डर लगता था काफी हर टाइम में, बिकॉज एक आदमी जो डीए का अंदर डीए का टारगेट है 50 गीगावाट, ये लिख रहा है किताब में 2500 गीगावाट चाहिए. It's a big difference. If you read this book, it's big class. प्रोफेसर जोशी का घर में हमने हर शनिवार रविवार बैठते थे. रीडिंग दिस बुक, सारे नंबर्स चेक कीजिए. He used to bring with a calculator. Yes, let us do the calculation, mathematics. मैडम जोशी तो आज नहीं आए, उनको भी पता नहीं क्या सोचते होंगे ये लोग क्या कर रहा है. तो चाय, कॉफी, खाना पीना, and disturbing Madam Joshi at every weekend was also our fun. This way the book saved. But still I didn't have the confidence. Should we publish or not? फिर साहब को दिया, काकड़कर साहब को, सर प्लीज इसको पढ़िए, बोलिए कि नंबर सही है कि नहीं. And let me tell you, this is a product of his blessings. Of course, हम तीनों मेहनत किए थे, बट उनका आशीर्वाद का वजह से बना है. हमने आप सबको एक ही रिक्वेस्ट करी, पढ़िए उसको. काफ़ी मेहनत से, पैशन से हमें बनाया. ऐसे नहीं कि it is a book written just because fun. With big passion, emotion, and facts, this book is written. Of course, it has not covered much on fusion. thinking that commercial fusion may come next century, and 2047 is much earlier. So this fact is not well written there. Rest all are in place, and the motive was to save this planet and to develop India. Nothing else, madam. Thank you.
So we've heard the candid stories behind how the book was authored. I would now request Professor J.B. Joshi, Distinguished Professor Emeritus, Homi Bhabha National Institute and Institute of Chemical Technology, to please say a few words about this book.
My esteemed teacher, Dr. Anil Kakodkar, other dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries in the audience, and dear friends. This is the most successful technology day which I have experienced in my life. So my huge compliments, congratulations to the organizers. I have also learned many more things. Summary of today's discussion was the researchers, the research institutions, industry, financial institutions, all of them should, and academic institutions should come together and make this particular project successful. Normally, I tell conclusions of my lecture to begin with. Once what had happened, after I started the lecture, within 3 minutes, lights had gone. And I had to stop my lecture. So better I say my conclusion first, and then you can listen to my lecture. Together my group, we have developed technology for hydrogen. Payout period is less than 3 years. And the technology has been accepted, and 3 plants going to get installed in USA, 1 in Canada and 1 in Japan. The capacity is equivalent to whatever 250 megawatt atomic power plant can produce hydrogen, that much hydrogen, this much this plant will produce. Since the payout was 3 years, our own government, they declared hydrogen valleys at 4 locations in India. One of the locations for Western India was Pune, and director of NCL, that is Dr. Ashish Lele, he was the coordinator. He advertised that whosoever has any meaningful technology for hydrogen, we will support, and let us put a pilot plant so that everybody else and outside India, they will believe. We participated, and our bid was accepted. And central government, they declared a support of 15 crores to us. I'm telling you a summary of my lecture. Today's deliberation said that academicians, industry, money institutions, and research, all of them should come together. So they promised us 15 crores, 1-5, and advised us to put a plant for 2 tons per day of hydrogen, pilot plant. We needed another 35 crores. And we started searching for investor. Somehow the bank, local bank, they came to know that this project is very attractive, less than 3 years. The bank said, you don't look for an investor. We will give you a loan at very nominal rate of 7%, and you go ahead. The technology, by the way, whenever I say me, my group, you put cross on that. Everything has been done by my student, like Munot and Nitin, who are sitting in front of you. These young people, and they like such meaningful projects to do their own PhD. So if the project is attractive, bringing government, bringing academic institutions, bringing young generation, bringing industry, bringing money, everything happens on its own. That is my answer to today's discussion. If the technology is in little bit doubt and further development is required, something is unknown, and there is no confidence in the presentation, then we need to bring all these entities together. I'll tell you another. This hydrogen technology we have converted to nano urea, to the jet fuel, huge requirement and huge money generation. I have one Section 8 not-for-profit company, and the money I'm going to get from these projects sufficient for my remaining research in my life. If it is 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, I don't need money from anybody. I don't need government. I don't need anybody. So the technology to be done, so this nano urea, nano phosphorus, nano sulfur, together with one product of biomass pyrolysis, the char, 2 universities of Maharashtra, agricultural, they have agreed to do trials for productivity enhancement for 3 crops. So they will help us. Whatever money required, anyway we are getting money, we'll support, it will continue. The point I was saying, there are huge cashew apple fruits in Sindhudurga district, 21 lakh tons. And we prepared a project report. I'll not tell you total story, but local parliamentarian who was a congressman, he asked me 2-page report. He put it in the cabinet. It was immediately approved. It was put in the budget, and we got the money. He was a congressperson. There is another project, I'll not give the details. Prime Minister himself, why? Whatever we were importing was of 1.5 lakh rupees per piece. We brought the cost down to 15,000 rupees, 10 times less. Prime Minister announced in the parliament that as far as this technology is concerned, we are now not going to import this item, but we are going to export. You know that he's a BJP person. So let it be BJP, Congress, let it be any institution of chemical technology or some other institution or research. What is required? make the answer attractive, very attractive, speak honestly, and everything else will come to you on its own. This young generation also, now Samyak and Nitin they have organized this function. They are talking about atomic energy, but I don't know, Samyak may do in future hydrogen business. But these people are capable themselves, bringing them into right kind of ambience, that is important. And let it be in USA, India, anywhere, or China. So whenever there is any research group and objectives are very clear like this, let us bring the cost down of hydrogen by 50%, or do some value addition in such a way that income increases by 2 times. There are various ways of organizing the objectives. So we have tried to bring all the research opportunities required for hydrogen, for clean climate. And I have 6 slides, and every slide shows what are the opportunities to bring the technologies very attractive. So like hydrogen, like nanourea, like ammonia, like jet fuel, this becomes attractive and people really, they jump on this technology. So there is a big list of opportunities where we should work. And prior to solving those problems, my opinion is we should not speak also. Solve these problems, become confident, be so smiling and go to the others. They will give money, they will give money. If I go and tell industry that here is a 200 crore investment and your payout period is 2.5 years. This was from coconut. Starting point was coconut. Nobody asks me more questions. This is mainly because I have done it in the past and there is a success kind of track record behind me. So my suggestion, particularly to the young generation, is let us try to solve these problems and then we can come together and solve. So next. Is a list of opportunities. Yeah. So the first opportunity I have titled it as Global Energy Modeling. The first is Future Demand and Projections. Summary of these slides is going to be India thinks in some manner, UK thinks in some manner, Japan thinks, but Earth is only one. If at all there is going to be temperature rise, it is not for this nation or that nation. So future demand and projections. So let us collate all the data of all the nations regarding future energy demands from different sectors. Commitments to net zero scenarios. There are various ways in which commitments have been made by different countries. Sustainable development and better HDI. Second point is geographical availability of resources. So in this particular slide, I'm suggesting to collate the data and then try to bring meaning out of it. Second point is geographical availability of resources now. Resources availability and economics of mining. Third is harnessing the potential, what is intermittency, land and resource requirement, grid suitability. Fourth is characterization for base load and peaker in terms of availability and economic availability. Another, sectoral decarbonization. So in power sector, what happens? The base load systems versus variable energy systems. Decarbon options and alternate fuels. Load following, new technologies, improved, efficient. Then what is that industry sector should do? Decarbon and alternate fuel options, viability of carbon capture and storage, locked-in emissions, option for process modifications. Third is transport sector, biofuels and hydrogen fuel options for passenger and freight transport, and the new technologies. Readiness of sectors for a change. That is, the next third is hydrogen cycle. I told you in my conclusion, production, storage, and transport, different methods of hydrogen production, and which one is economical. Equivalency of hydrogen with natural gas. I can tell you a story of natural gas some other time, but that is also an excellent story. New technologies, again, improved in terms of efficiency. Utilization of storage, again options. Then the readiness of different sectors for short, intermediate, and long-term implementations. Safety analysis of hydrogen at various stages. The fourth set of opportunities, next slide, is sustainability studies. Energy storage options, resource requirements for energy storage. Are battery storages renewable, really renewable? Waste generation from energy storage and new technologies and improved efficiency is common everywhere. Then sustainability of renewables. Will renewables produce more renewables? Availability of readiness of large-scale deployment, life-scale analysis, waste generation and disposal technologies. The fifth set of opportunities, the international impact, global impact of decarbonization of individual countries, international collaborations for resource availability. What I'm trying to do here is collect the data, and whether this title has been given by my dear friend Arun Nayak, whether it is one earth, one future, so there should be one engineering, so there should be one mathematical model for the entire world. Carbon dioxide is generated here, some carbon capture is there. Put it everywhere and do the modeling. Let it be CFD based, AI based, data analytics based, international policies and storage, and the impact of national policy. And final set of is the technical aspects, scientific aspects, economic aspects, and awareness. Whatever I said at the beginning, I will say it again, that when we make anything really attractive, reliable, and confident, there is no need for a discussion. Everything, everybody will come running to you for giving money, giving technology, giving a place, and eventually, I'm not very aware of the political systems, but two examples I gave you, that in terms of cashew nut apples, I'm having ready technology, government permissions are already there. With this, so in other words, we need to transform from a global importer by developing technologies to global supplier. If we solve all these problems, and after solving these problems, we may face few more challenges, but very smilingly take on them also and solve those problems. Most probably, Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Joshi. A lot of boxes to be checked off for technologies to be adopted with open arms. I would now request Dr. S.S. Munoz, Vice President, Indian Youth Nuclear Society, to please come to the podium and speak about the book.
Hi everyone. So it's a Hindi book launch, so I've been reminded by Nitendra to speak in Hindi. So हिंदी में चलते हैं, कंटिन्यू करते हैं या आगे बढ़ते हैं. मैं टेक्निकल इसमें ज़्यादा नहीं जाऊँगा बिकॉज फॉर मी दिस या ये किताब एक बहुत बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म रहा है. मुझे बहुत यहाँ पे अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ मिली है एंड आगे बढ़ने का मौका मिला है. सर वॉज राइट कि जब किताब लिखते थे कभी कभी कुछ आता था सामने एक बिकॉज यू नो कि अगली जनरेशन क्या करेगी, अगली पीढ़ी को हम क्या देके जाएंगे. बिकॉज एक चीज़ दिमाग में क्लियर थी कि सॉल्यूशन पेड़ अगर आज लगाए तो ही आगे छाव देगा, वरना नहीं था. सो यू नो ये चीज़ें कभी ना कहीं काम करती थी. तो कैलकुलेशंस, मैथमेटिक्स, इन सब चीज़ें ये बताता था कि अ ड्रास्टिक स्टेप नीड्स टू बी टेकन, या एक कोई बहुत बड़ा चेंज एक ज़रूरी है उस मामले में कि अभी इस एनर्जी सेक्टर में कुछ करना है. एंड इस दौरान सबसे बड़ा मेरा सपोर्ट सिस्टम फर्स्ट मेरे गुरु से नायक सर, काकोडकर सर एंड जोशी सर मेरे गाइड, को गाइड एंड मेरे प्रेरणा स्थान रहे हैं हमेशा से. एंड दूसरा जो सबसे बड़ा पिलर मेरे पीछे थे माय फैमिली, जो इनमें हर छोटी मोटी चीज़ों में मेरे साथ थे फ्रॉम दी एंड आज मैं खुद को बहुत भाग्यशाली मानता हूँ कि मेरे घर में सबसे छोटे से लेकर सबसे बड़े तक आज बुक लॉन्च के लिए मेरे साथ यहाँ पे उपस्थित है. तो जिसकी आप किलकारियाँ सुन रहे थे वो मेरी भतीजी है. तो इसका भी एक इस हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो कभी कभी उसका भी चेहरा सामने था जब किताब लिख रहे थे कि कहीं कुछ नहीं तो फिर अपने के लिए, अपने किसी के लिए ये चीज़ें हम लोग कर रहे हैं. एंड सपना था ये इसमें सुबह में कुछ एक चीज़ नहीं बोल पाया था कि न्यूक्लियर हम छोटा ज़रूर कर रहे थे. इसमें कहीं पापा का एक सपना भी था. उनका कहना था कि न्यूक्लियर इतना सहज होना चाहिए कि हम लोग सीधा सीधा किसी एक सूटकेस तक में ले जा सकते हैं. हम न्यूक्लियर को इतना सहज क्यों नहीं कर सकते कि पावर सोर्स है, जैसे कोई बैटरी है, हम लोग आज मोबाइल कैरी करते हैं उसमें भी एक बैटरी है. इट इज़ उसको इतना हम लोग न्यूक्लियर को इतना हाइप कर देते हैं कभी ना कभी. तो उनका था कि जैसे उनके हिसाब से था कि न्यूक्लियर बहुत छोटा है, उसको छोटा ही रहना चाहिए, बहुत बड़ा भी नहीं होना चाहिए. सो दिस इज़ एक प्रेरणा ये भी थी. तो इन सब चीज़ों को मिला के सर का बहुत बड़ों का आशीर्वाद भी मिला, गाइडेंस मिला, उन्होंने बहुत दिशा दिखाई. तो मेहनत मुझे मेरे पहले दिन जोशी सर और नायक सर ने दोनों ने कोइंसिडेंटली अलग अलग टाइम पर एक चीज़ बोली थी, PhD इज़ द ईजिएस्ट थिंग टू डू. पहले तुम ये बताओ कि तुम्हें आगे ध्येय क्या है और तुम उसको किस हिसाब से करोगे. तो उसके बाद उन्होंने बोला कि यू चैलेंज द रियल प्रॉब्लम्स, ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है तुम्हारा, तुम उसके तरफ ध्यान ज़्यादा दो. एंड जब तुम उसको करोगे तुम धीरे धीरे अपने आप को उस स्तर पे पहुंचाओगे कि तुम उस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करो और तुम उसको समझ के वो करो कि एक सॉल्यूशन अगर आएगा तो वो पूरा होना चाहिए. अनलेस यू आर कन्विंस्ड यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू कन्विंस द वर्ल्ड दैट दिस इज़ द ओनली सॉल्यूशन. सो ज़्यादा मैं आपका समय नहीं लूँगा, बट ये किताब डेफिनेटली ये है. और इसमें से एक चीज़ मैं जानबूझ के थोड़ा सा हाईलाइट करना चाहूँगा कि हम लोग कहते हैं ना कि अपने यहाँ पे संस्कार पहले कराए जाते हैं या दिखाए जाते हैं उसमें. सो इसमें जैसा था ना कि इसमें एक चीज़ और है कि सिर्फ किताब नहीं है, किताब के साथ साथ बाकियों का के बारे में सोचने की जो उन्होंने ये डेवलप किया था, इसको एक उन्होंने एग्जाम्पल के साथ या एक प्रैक्टिकल सोच के साथ मुझे आगे बढ़ने का मौका दिया. इस बुक की जितनी भी रॉयल्टी है वो सारी रॉयल्टी अंडर प्रिविलेज स्टूडेंट्स के एजुकेशन के लिए जाएगी. जब ये दो बड़े प्रोफेसर करते हैं तो ये साथ में हम कराते हैं. तो इन्होंने सिर्फ बोला नहीं कि तुम करो, वो खुद कर रहे हैं, तो इसलिए हम साथ में लेके कराते हैं. कभी कभी क्या ना छोटे कि बड़ों को देखा होगा कि बच्चों के हाथ से दान देने का वो करवाते हैं क्योंकि उनको बच्चों को वो आदत लगनी चाहिए. सो सिमिलर चीज़ यहाँ पे. तो सिर्फ किताब या टेक्निकल नॉलेज एक वो अलग है, पर उसके साथ साथ जीवन शैली का भी उन्होंने बहुत ज़्यादा ज्ञान मुझे यहाँ पे दिया हुआ है. सो आई एम रियली थैंकफुल. और ये है अपने जैसे गुरु तो डेफिनेटली बहुत गुरु का मान अपने इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा ही है. एंड आई रिस्पेक्ट फॉर दैट. थैंक यू. इस मन से बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कहना चाहता हूँ सबको. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
I would now request Shri Shivanand Bhagwe, CEO Sundaram Publications, to please talk about this book.
Hello everyone. Good evening. We are really happy to launch this Hindi version of this book, and let us introduce our company. So it is indeed a pleasure to be here today as a publisher representing Sundaram Digital Publication House, a dedicated division of Sundaram Art Printing Press, Mumbai, that has been in printing business for last more than 3 decades. The launch of the Hindi version of the book Climate Change, Clean Energy Transition, Energy Options and Relevance of Nuclear Power is a testament to our commitment to making valuable information accessible to a wider audience. At Sundaram Digital Publication House, we go beyond traditional publishing. Our platform provides a seamless integration of designing, printing, and publishing services all under a single roof. Through our website, you can easily access and acquire your own copy. We take pride in our extensive range of services, including multilingual translations, digital publication, tailored marketing strategies, and hosting exceptional publishing events. SAMS Digital, another division of Sundaram Art Printing Press, offers innovative solutions for the modern era. Our services include securing your digital data, transforming your old data into digital format, and providing cloud-based secure documentation. Additionally, we specialize in developing AI-based applications for digital libraries, ensuring efficiency and accessibility in the digital age. Since our inception, we have been consistently delivering high-quality solutions mainly to leading government or institutions, universities, corporate entities, advertising agencies, and many more. Building trust over the years, that's the best reward for our work, and this journey would not have been possible without the hard work, dedication, integrity, and the support of our wonderful team. Once again, thank you from our entire team for entrusting us with the privilege of publisher of this remarkable book. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to the authors and the publisher of this book. The proceeds of the book will, of course, go for a very noble cause. I would now request Dr. Nitendra Singh to please present mementos to the authors of the book and the publisher. So I request you to please present a memento to Professor J.B. Joshi, Distinguished Professor Emeritus, Homi Bhabha National Institute and Institute of Chemical Technology. A memento for Dr. A.K. Nayak, Head, Nuclear Controls and Planning Wing, Department of Atomic Energy. A memento for Dr. S.S. Munot, Vice President, Indian Youth Nuclear Society. And a memento for Sri Sivanand Bhagwe, CEO, Sundaram Publications. I would now request Dr. Nitendra Singh and Dr. S.S. Munot to please give the vote of thanks and the concluding remarks.
So first of all, I'll begin with the beginning, and there's no end to the session, so to say. So we started journey together. Very thanks to Aparajita ma'am first, who is leading from PHDCCI or PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would like to thank all these speakers who came all the way from a different part of India and the world. And people got stuck in different weather conditions because of sandstorm yesterday. Thank you so much. All the audience who actually spared time and sitting all the way throughout the day, and online audience as well. And the entire team of PHDCCI, our youth partner Geostrata and his team. And now I leave ma'am to leave the rest.
So I would also want to thank the IYNS team, Dr. Nitendra and Dr. Samyak. They've been working very closely with us, and they actually inspired us to go ahead and organize this first of its kind symposium. So the insightful presentation, the thought-provoking discussions that we have had throughout the day, shared by the experts, have enriched our understanding and ignited inspiration for the collective action towards the net zero commitment that our Honorable Prime Minister had given in COP26. So PHDCCI, along with the INS team, would like to extend a special thanks to all the esteemed speaker and panelists for sharing their expertise and vision with us. Your contributions will be instrumental in shaping the discourse and paving the way for sustainable solutions. Moreover, I express my gratitude to all the attendees for your active participation throughout the day and engagement in the symposium. Last but not least, a big thank you to our partners for supporting this event, and the PHDCCI team, Gaurav, and the IYNS team, which have been working tirelessly towards making this a grand success. Thank you once again to all our panelists, and a special thanks to Katodkar sir for blessing us with his presence throughout the day and his insightful deliberations. So let us all carry forward the momentum and insights gained through this symposium as we continue to work towards realizing India's potential as a leader in sustainable technology and innovations. We would now like to invite all of you for a dinner hosted by us, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry. Before a group photo, can we, sir, can I ask Dr. Katodkar sir and Dr. Narendra to present a memento to our host, Anisha Nair?
We forgot to thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Very well done.